the Wandering President stream after Joe Biden. Okay, we should be live now, I believe, and they should be able to hear you. I'm gonna keep my eye out for that, so that way we don't have another boomer moment of,
I guess we'll have to find out, won't we?
Yeah, well, you should be loud and clear. I just checked it on OBS. But what I still need is for YouTube to give me a link to my own stream, so that way I can post it. Because it seems to have some difficulties. Oh, there we go. Finally, it's what it should do. Just give me the first recommendation as my own video, and I'll just post this on what social media I have left, and we'll get going. All right. So you actually seem to be pretty excited to do this stream. So is there anything in particular that you want to talk about?
Yeah. How to frame it? Things are not nearly as bad as people think they are, I think. And I'm broadly in agreement with your last video, actually, on this. The overreach has been astounding, and the quality of the people who are overreaching is not up to the task of maintaining what they have conquered.
Yeah.
And so the cracks are literally days into their administration are very, very visible. And I don't think they're going to be the success that they think they're going to be. And I think that the MAGA movement is actually really well placed to become what is going to effectively be Gamergate 2. It's going. Sorry, I know people about it for some reason. I don't really understand why. Like
there are similarities, but I think that unlike before, so long as we don't start a third party, there is a path to success.
Hang on now. What the thing with Gamergate is not really the video game aspect of it, right? The interesting thing about Gamergate is the forces of the establishment were directly attacking the forces of the base, right? The consumers, the regular pleb who just does this for fun. The professionals turning on the amateurs, right? And the professionals got the shit scared out of them when after they did that. They didn't realize that the amateurs would band together and fight back, right? And it terrified them. They still talk about it to this day. They're convinced that Gamergate was in the White House, etc., etc. It's like,
that's
no,
true.
Gamergate wasn't in the White House, but it will be soon because and it's the ethos of Gamergate. Well, it's the we reject your authority. That's what it is, and this and not just we reject it, we're hostile to it. And that's what MAGA are going to be with Joe Biden. And Biden's administration, if they'd put down sort of some firm roots and some good maneuvers initially, then that would have been fine. But the initial maneuvers have been atrocious. Like, as you said, they demonstrate fundamental weakness in the Biden administration. Deep incompetence, a lack of ability to read the situation, a feeling that they have more power and influence than they really do. They think that they can just meme this into existence, essentially. They can just create a narrative that, we've covered all bases in this narrative, and therefore everything about us is right and pure and good, and everything about you is wrong. Like, I'm in a bunch of Facebook groups, basically for normies, right? And the normies buy totally into the Biden is a saint line because they literally don't know anything about them. I was on this, being liberal page, which is an embarrassment these days. And sorry, I'm on dad duty, by the way, for anyone's wondering. So my son's sneezing in the background, but he seems in good spirits. The comment I see most, thank God we've got a first family with dignity and grace in the White House. It's like, really, Jesus Christ, have you looked at Biden's children?
Hunter Biden and his next wife, otherwise known as his niece.
Yeah, it's actually mad, right? And so basically what the MAGA group should be doing at this point, this is the tens of millions of them that exist, should essentially get, infused throughout their online presence and real life presence, obviously, the understanding that they have to have a unified will in the same way that Gamergate created a unified will amongst a certain segment of gamers to resist what the Biden administration is doing. Now, obviously, I'm not saying, anything physical, but that's the thing. You actually don't need to do anything physical. You just need to make sure that certain pieces of information are consistently present whenever like a narrative is being laid out. And so in every reply, in every comment section, you make sure you've got those same things. Bits of IRL activism will doubtless happen. I'm not saying people should do anything. I'm saying this is what I think will happen, right? And what this will do is create a general sense of unease and uncertainty within the Biden administration. And that will cause them to clamp down all the harder. Now, you might think, well, that sounds bad. And it's like, well, I said it is bad, but every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And the more tyrannical and overt the Biden administration becomes, the better for everyone, because best to get this stuff out in the open so the normies can see it. So we could be looking at Trump's martyrdom being the catalyst for something much more effective in the long run. What do you think?
I would say that things could have been significantly better for all of us had Trump won, and so that puts us on a different track, and that different track is basically in part not it's not entirely bad because of the things you've been laying out, such as the incompetence of the Biden administration and their desire to do things that are radical. But, like, for example, they wanted to stop all deportations and basically let all the aliens go. And the Department of Homeland Security was like, how do we do that? And they never clarified it. So that is an example of incompetence in terms of leadership and administration, that you give your government or the agencies that you are in charge of, at the head of, you give them an order and they come back to you and say, we don't even know what you're asking us to do. How are we supposed to do this? And what that does is it creates a delay between the demand of the administration and the administration itself actually carrying out their will. And I think that it can help us promote the idea that, despite what normies might think, that the administration itself is incompetent and that they're trying to do all these radical things, and it's so outside the norm of the standard administration. And you can highlight Obama or W or even Trump and say, like, even with Trump, most of what he did, he got accomplished because it was able to act. The problem for us is going to be that under Trump, his pursuit for what he wanted to do was through the courts. And it was one of the worst aspects of his administration. And recently, I've been referring to him as a shit leader. And I got a little bit of pushback just recently on my last video for that. But I stand by it completely because he fundamentally misunderstood his authority and that the judges would always stand in his way. And it carried, in the ultimate sign of that was whether it's state courts, federal courts, Supreme Court, he wasn't able to ever get any of his cases heard of what happened during the election. They all the courts shut all those cases down. And now he's done. He's out of the presidency and Biden is now president. Once again, his litigiousness cost him. And he just never adapted to that. Yeah. And with the Biden administration, the problem we're going to have is that think of an image of an urban center where you have many, many streetlights in a row. The court system for Biden is going to be nothing but a row of green lights. They will not stop or impede anything that he wants to do because the powers that be, the internationalists, you can say the DNC, and there's truth to that, they own the courts.
Yeah.
Another mistake Trump made was putting limp dick cowards, craven bourgeois fuckers on the Supreme Court.
Yeah, moderates.
Every single person he put on the Supreme Court was a coward. Yeah. And the issue is that maybe that those cowardly justices will find their balls as it relates to Roe v. Wade, although I haven't seen anything like that just yet. But maybe sometime in the future they'll stumble upon a case that they'll accept and actually argue. But that's about as much as the right can hope for. When it comes to immigration, the court is on the side of illegal aliens. According to the Supreme Court of the United States, illegal aliens have more rights than you or I, or I should say more so I, as an American. Like, Carl, you might actually have more rights than I do in this country, based on the Supreme Court.
Were I to cross the Mexico border, doubtless.
Yeah. So, basically, go ahead.
Okay, so the thing, and I want to address Mitch in the chat, because I know Mitch is very skeptical on this view. But I think I can try and persuade him around, and I hope I can. Let me just quickly scroll back up to what his comment was. Right. So yeah, the normies don't give a shit. It's like, yeah, that's true. The normies don't give a shit until it starts affecting them personally. And I just want to kind of distinguish what I mean by the normies. I don't think they're people who are going to get politically engaged in the same way that we're going to get politically engaged, right? I don't think they're going to have ideological debates online or anything like that. But I think they will vote in a certain way. And I think Trump has actually shown that they will vote in a certain way if presented with a certain possible direction, right? And I think it's only possible to get them to move in that direction when politics invades their real life. Because that's what happened to me, And remember, every time that someone who is currently apolitical gets their realm invaded by leftist politics, a certain percentage of those people turn into culture warriors like we are, right? So it's always good. It's all, you can see this from different communities, like new sort of people who are just that way disposed to stand up for themselves will stand up for themselves. So I think that the recruiting grounds for this kind of thing are quite fertile at the moment. And all we need the normies to do is to be aware of certain things. So just facts. We don't even need to give them political instruction. But the normies, in a broad sense, don't matter, but also in a very specific sense do matter. And the thing I think that is important, though, is not really paying too much attention to the normies. The thing that we should be doing is trying to make every leftist feel responsible for everything. We should be trying to make them think that they are the masters of the world and everything that goes wrong can be laid at their feet. And then we need to essentially be demanding that they fix it in the same way that they did to everyone else. And it's essentially a way of kind of like making them feel like they're under siege, right? They need to feel that everywhere they are being essentially in some way opposed. And this is, I see a lot of this, right, in Britain because of the COVID lockdowns at the moment. There are a lot of people who are kind of backed into the narrative, we didn't lock down hard enough. But then you've just got a bunch of like working class people who are just like, fuck you, I've got a business to run, And so those people, we need to support. We need to make sure that the normies don't, the elite don't feel like they have hegemonic control over everything, because that's what they're trying to attain. And they have to feel insecure. That's what we have to make sure. And it's narratively insecure.
I would say that my view on the normies is that, it's what do you do with a crowd of NPCs? What can you really do? Well,
you do what the left does. Program them.
I guess so, but I just think that requires access to institutions we simply don't have and within my lifetime are unlikely to possess. So and the thing is basically your choice is allow the institutions to exist or effectively burn them to the ground. Those are the options that I see. I don't see any other of like, we're going to win them back. Nah, there's institutions that, for example, the courts, I would say that effectively if we had a Republican in the White House, the Congress over time, I don't know if you noticed this, is mattering less and less. It seems that the two institutions in America that really matter are the courts and the presidency.
Yep.
where we can gain ground is going to be through state houses and Congress. It seems like the Republicans are actually doing a decent job there, and they're not just holding, the line, but they're effectively taking a small amount of ground each and every time. And that is a positive development. The issue is, though, that legislatively, it's not as important as, I would say the states are more important than Congress. Congress seems to they do nothing but print money. That seems to be their only function.
Yeah, I agree.
If you're going to address the chat, no, I'm going to continue.
Well, I just want to address Mitch's point, because I know Mitch, I like him, so I want to allow him to respond basically. But he's like, the normies have never been necessary for change. They aren't even necessarily even programmed by us. They program themselves to adapt to new paradigms. True, but the point is instability for the regime, right? So it's the point is, if the normies are objecting to something the Biden regime does, that's bad from the Biden regime's point of view, right? And so basically what we want to do is make sure that the normies are well aware of what the Biden regime is doing to them and give them enough reason to complain. And hopefully that's made all the easier by invasive policies from Biden himself.
I agree with you, but I would be careful to keep us on a third dimension chess rather than 4-dimensional, because with 4-dimensional chess involving NPCs, you're basically adopting a level of complexity that I don't believe they're capable of understanding, and may be actually worse off for you, counterproductive in your efforts. So my view of the normies is red chum or chum, blue chum for the blue team, red chum for the red team, and we can strategize around that, but I don't think it requires us to be any more complex than having Trump give a speech, and then he wins over some more black votes, he wins over some more Hispanic votes, things trend in that direction, +1, +2 points, +3 points every election. I think that's about as good as we're going to get. And
what I'm trying to suggest is that actually we need to socially poison the reputation of the Democrats, right? So
again, I think you're heading in the direction of 4 dimensions, and I think that you fundamentally don't understand that there just isn't that there isn't that dimension to work in. It isn't possible. If given the choice between eating SJW slop or not, the majority will just eat the SJW slop. That is just a fact. So what are you arguing?
Right. Basically, sorry,
I know.
Yeah. So I'm not. That's not the problem, right? Because I don't think it'll be the culture war issues that actually affect them like that. So that's not the kind of poisoning I was talking about. To make sure that sorry, boy. How to phrase it. So the things that they pride themselves on, such as their scientific competence and things like this, make sure that is a poisonous branch, that they're holding. So, sorry, what is it? What is it? Sorry. So make sure that becomes poisonous, right? So, for example, this is amazing. So the one from Biden, where he's like, I have a plan for COVID. I have this. I have that. And, they're like, oh, he inherited no plan. And Fauci has just been like, well, we're not starting from scratch. And actually, Biden's like, there's nothing we can do. It's like these kind of issues can become poison, right? It's up to the activists to make it poison, because obviously the media are going to make these things as palatable as possible. But these sort of things that, again, they pride themselves on, every single thing that they say. And this is what the left was trying to do to Trump. This is what they were trying to do to Trump, is make all of his core issues poisonous. So, okay, we'll make their core issues poisonous.
I I guess so.
I realize I'm speaking conceptually, right? And I'm speaking abstractly. And
Yes,
I'm not,
and the more you do, the less that I find it really required or functional
yeah,
in terms of what's required now.
yeah, because I can't, hang on, I can't predict the future, right? And so I don't know when these things are going to appear. But if we're looking for these opportunities, I think that's gives us, it puts us ahead of the curve, right? And maybe helps us to, push these things along.
I would say that my opinion is that we should do what is necessary to shore up the base that we have on the right. We should continue the positive aspects and the intelligent aspects of attempting to appeal to minorities, because it seems that the numbers are still heading in our direction. And I would say to the powers that be among the apparatus of the right, including the Republican Party, that casting away Trump, which some elements of the party actively want to do, is going to basically it'll the second that happens, you take out at least 10% from black and maybe 10-15% of the Hispanic vote from the right. It's gone. It's just gone. And I think that the problem is going to be
what do the Republicans have if they don't have Trump?
Neoconservatism.
Yeah, right.
But
it's hardly a vote.
The problem is with it that I fundamentally don't understand what the party itself is thinking, because the neocons were some of the first people that abandoned the party in 2016. Like, it was before Trump even took office that they were just straight up abandoning the party. And it was like big name people, George Will, Max
Never
Boots.
Trump.
All these people were straight out. They're the first ones out of the gate. Like, they left the party.
And they were screeching "Never Trump" as well.
Yes.
They were the ones who were leading the charge on "Never Trump" because they saw that Trump was not an internationalist neocon.
No.
Like, this was not what Trump was about, and they could tell.
So I don't know why they want to revert back to that, especially when, what they want every politician to be is like, you would think like, oh, right-wing AOC, something like that, except for or like Madison Cawthorn, sort of like a very safe, politically correct kind of right-winger that isn't dumb, but at the same time is just reading off of a memo or a sheet of talking points. Like, there's not really a lot to them. And
here's a great one, right? I'm so glad you brought these people up, right? Because notice how they're getting like QAnon supporting Republicans.
I guess I'm not sure what
there have been a bunch. There have been a bunch that have been elected, right? And this is brilliant, because every time the left brings up QAnon, everyone else should be bringing up Epstein and Clinton. Right? Again, one of those issues that's just poisonous, that we should make it so they can't talk about it. It's like, hey, you're calling us all satanic pedos. And it's like, well, that's only because of all the satanic pedos you're hanging out with. I mean, what's the deal there? So every time they bring this up, you make them answer for it. Well, okay, explain Epstein and Bill Clinton's relationship. Why 26 times on the Lily Express? If QAnon are so wrong, explain that,
Yeah, I mean, there's ways, but the problem is as well is that I'm not really sure in terms of the Q thing, whether that is simply an op, because it feels like an op to me. It looks like an op to me. The shit that I've seen that have come from the Q supporters looks like an op, like they're being led by the nose by Democrats that are actively trying to hurt the party. So I'm not sure what to do about that issue itself, because...
Sure, but it doesn't matter, right?
It does matter.
All that matters is... Hang on.
Q is not on our side. Q is not on our side.
Sure, but the left will use it as a cudgel to club your side, right?
Yeah.
And so, okay, fine. Whenever they're going to attack you with the Q issue, you have to have a way of disarming that, right? Don't accept their premises. Don't accept that you are a supporter of Q. Just ask them, well, what's the deal with Epstein and Bill Clinton? Just turn it around. The sort of narrative war has to the right has to understand that you are in a state of perpetual war narratively with the left. And so literally don't address QAnon. Don't address it. It's crazy nonsense, obviously. Like, it's probably, like you say, a controlled op. Who gives a shit? But now they're in the position where they actually have to defend the satanic pedo cult.
I agree in the chat that Q is just gonna. Q is like the alt-right in my view. They're just gonna burn themselves out, and then they're gonna be irrelevant. So I'm not really sure itself whether I would fire back with, well, you know, what about Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton and that sort of thing, because it is true, that is an issue. But I don't know, like, I mean,
don't defend it yourself.
Fuck
you
the
can
media.
explicitly
Fuck the
disavow.
Media. Fuck the media. How about that? How about fuck the media? Burn down the media. How about that?
Well, you can expressly disavow Q, but like you can always say something.
No, I'm not
like,
saying disavow Q. I'm saying burn down the media. I'm saying get
what
control.
Does that mean?
It means getting control of the FCC, waiting for these people to defame one of us, call us terrorists, and then pull down their broadcasting. Prevent them from broadcasting.
I have to disavow that.
No, because they're saying that they're going to do that to us. They're saying they're going to do that to us. They're actively pursuing that. There have been articles written in several outlets, including by
CNN,
Max Booth,
Washington Post.
yes, that are saying that they're going to use the government, the FCC, to come after us and pull us down. So what I am saying is that our next step should be to not go to the media and say, what about Q and what about Epstein? No,
I don't suggest that at all.
It's to, through what means are necessary, regain control over the House, and I'd have to look to see exactly the FCC, and I believe that is under the executive office, but I'm not 100% sure of that. But it is basically, in some ways, like I say, I've said already that our short term is getting control over the party and getting control back over the right. And part of that is going to have to be snuffing out the Q supporters. And I don't give a shit what the left thinks of us or what they write or any other horseshit. It is simply us trying to take these people and lead them by the nose back to sanity and back to us and say, no, if you're part of the right, we got one message, we got one vision, we got one way forward. And it doesn't involve, like, we can pursue anti-porn bills and anti-pedo bills and anti-human trafficking. We'll do all that. We'll put that on a platform, put it on a plank. But in terms of, like, there's people in the government leaking shit and blah, blah, blah. Like,
we're not trusting the plan.
We don't trust the state. You trust bureaucrats? What are you, retarded? No.
Yeah.
Trust in the plan for what we are doing with the party. Trust in real politic. Fuck off with your conjecture and your government leaking and your fucking image board crap. Who cares?
Well, this is why I'm giving advice to the individual keyboard warrior, right? Like, the things I'm saying right now are for you when you're arguing with some dipshit in a Facebook chat room, in a Facebook room. Like, that's what that's the advice I'm giving.
And the thing is that there's a lot of people right now I've seen on Twitter and elsewhere on social media that are right-wingers that get it. They realize that the way forward is to go after, the unified enemy are all the people in the party that just stabbed us all in the back. That is our primary target right now, here and now. It is not leaving the GOP or going on an image board talking about QAnon and whatever else. It's not about impotently thrashing at the left when you don't need to do anything with the left. The left are acting and failing right now. It doesn't require any action on our part immediately.
Well, what it requires is for the right to not back down on any of their narratives. Right. So I've just been banned from one Facebook group that was totally normie. It was like, well, what if it wasn't the consequence of your own actions, right? As a group. And so, when someone like punches a sign and the sign spins around and smacks them in the face, that's the kind of stuff it posts. But it turned out I didn't realize that it was a heavily left-wing group, and they posted something about Kyle Rittenhouse. So I just went in and started just posting just true things. And after enough time, I got banned. But like, it was funny watching them like, just spurging out. How dare you? What about Carl Rittenhouse's victims? It's like, what, the paedophile? And I just give him a Snopes article. Well, yes, he is a convicted paedophile. That's so bad. It's like, well, there we go. But the thing is, other people will see that. Like, this is the thing. Again, this sort of show of force is a show of weakness as well. And you know what and I agree with you. I agree with you whenever you're talking about, like, you know, obviously don't leave the GOP. Holy shit, you know, you own the GOP. Get rid of their fucking like rhino politicians. You don't need them.
Somebody
in
the chat said it.
Get insane QAnon people elected to Congress, you know, if necessary, because we can get the QAnon people like reined in. Because I don't think they're bad. I just think they're stupid, really. You know, and trust the plan. Get out.
I think
go out there and fucking argue with the leftists. God damn it! You've got a job to do.
I think they have fallen for enemy propaganda. They've been baited and hooked on enemy propaganda.
Entirely possible.
They've taken something that is like 5% true, and they're at 120% in terms of what they think it really is. And it's like, no.
But whenever the QAnon stuff is mentioned, never ever give credence to it being crazy, right? Because then you've conceded the argument to the left. Oh no, actually, the billionaires would never have international pedo rings. It's like, well, what? That's obviously not true.
It's
you know?
quite
and
obvious.
In fact, why are you guys defending it?
You know, quite obviously, when it came to, you know, Epstein, it's like, well, he wasn't exactly alone in his interests, was he?
Yeah,
you know, he
Clinton,
was quite the
26
socialite.
times.
He's quite the
26
socialite.
times. What was Clinton doing on his fucking jet? You know, sorry, you can say the QAnon people are crazy, blah blah, but you've got to, you know, make them answer. Make them answer why they're defending these people.
Yeah. Well, the thing that I saw in the chat that a lot of people are now saying, we could probably find a better way of saying it, but they're saying Safari 2022, meaning like we're going on a safari against the rhinos to take them all out. And I would say that is pretty much, as far as I can tell, looking at the plays that are available, though, that is the best one.
That's a great way of framing it too. I love it. A rhino safari.
What
nice.
needs to be composed is basically a list of the strongest rhinos to the weakest rhinos, and all we need to do is start taking out notches of the weakest ones and then move our way up to the strongest. Because I think I've seen a couple of people say, well, we need to go after Mitch McConnell. No. He's one of the strongest fucking people in the GOP. That is a terrible place to start.
Well, I don't know, man. I think that he should be the position you start with then.
It would require an exhaustive amount of resources. And I know that's a dude.
Constant.
Why go for the rhino at the top that you'll likely fail to take out when you could take out 20 people for half the amount of fucking money and effort? That's a dumb way of looking at it.
I think it'll be a lot more time. I think you'll save yourself a lot of time by if you can smash them at their strongest point, do it. Just to get it out of the way.
I fundamentally disagree with you.
There'll be a rout of the rhinos if McConnell is destroyed himself.
No, you'll destroy his power base, and that is it. You won't destroy the power base overall. The problem is that you need to go for the members themselves and take them out one by one, because the members themselves are weakest when they are just like I talked about one. His name's like Kiger or something like that out of Ohio or whatever it was, and he is just some fumbling, bumbling douchebag, ginger-haired idiot who's a freshman in the house. That kind of guy should be our number one kind of target. Get rid of him. Get in somebody that is in some way aligned with us, and just go from seat to seat. Weak guys, and then move your way up. Because the more of the overall party that we control, the more influence we have overall, and that creates our power base within the party. And that
I agree, but I think the MAGA's a lot stronger than that. I think MAGA
is weak. MAGA is weak. We have no funding. We have no corporations on our side. We have an inability to broadcast our messages anywhere. MAGA is incredibly weak right now, and our president is censored off of anything. We can't even, the former president, we can't communicate with the strongest representation of the MAGA movement. So MAGA right now is in dire straits. The issue is it's holding together. That's the only thing we have going for us right now. Is MAGA is
I
holding
agree
together.
It's in disarray at the moment. But I don't think this is going to last for very long. I think that the right will...
Yeah, bro, tomorrow we're going to have like a brand new YouTube. We're going to have a brand, Parler's going to come back up despite the fact that they just got fucking raped in court. Come on, dude.
Parler seem to be on their way back.
No, they're not. They just got raped in court, dude. They're done.
What happened in court? I missed that.
The judge was like, you guys are a bunch of fucking terrorists, and just shut the case down.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
They're done.
Okay.
Parler's dead. They're gone. So That is where we are. The only thing we have going for us is MAGA is the base, and it is concrete. Trump has not lost any support. So all that needs to happen is Trump goes around, does rallies, does fundraisers, endorses the right people. Jared Kushner gets shipped back to Israel, so he's gone. And we actually have a movement that has the capacity to put people in Congress in the right positions and in state houses, and we grow our power base. We slowly chip away at the power base of the rhinos, the neocons, the internationalist right, and that overall in time by 2024, MAGA is the party, or at least enough of it where the corporations have no other choice but to fucking come back.
Sure, but don't you think Trump would be able to topple Mitch McConnell in the way you just described? You don't think so?
Zero chance. 0% chance. Okay. You fundamentally don't understand. Like, go back and look at his last re-election. Go look at Lindsey Graham. Go look at his last re-election. These guys are incredibly fucking powerful, and it would be a matter of flanking and attacking someone at their weak point, then going straight into the fucking meat grinder. You're talking about the Normandy invasion.
A head-to-head contest that McConnell would end up being more popular in the GOP base.
It doesn't matter. They don't care. They don't care that they're not popular. The fact is that they have all the money in the world, and they control the apparatus itself. And that is all they require to stay in power. And the problem is with the right as it is with the left. I mean, what you're saying is basically convince Team Red to not vote Team Red, or to vote for an alternative when for 9 terms in a row they've been voting the same guy.
Well, no, because if Trump picks a guy to primary McConnell,
he picks guys, and a bunch of them lost.
Sure, but Trump probably, if he was focusing on this one guy, right, like concentrating the Trump energy, campaigning, doing rallies with this one guy, making sure that the MAGA base could see him constantly with this guy, and it was very explicit that this guy is here to replace McConnell. This is the messaging. You don't think that Trump could do it?
The thing I'm trying to convince you of is that any
I'm
power
asking,
base,
I don't know.
Any power base, any power structure is built like a pyramid. Mm-hmm. And the issue is you're talking about cutting off the head off the snake. And the issue is that he is, in fact, insured by the rest of the pyramid. There is no way to take off the top of the pyramid without taking out its base. And
it depends how powerful you are. But
these people, the powerful rhinocons, are incredibly fucking powerful. There is no way to take them out. The Democrats have been trying for decades, and they have spent hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to take them out, and they have not
because
done
the Democrats
shit.
Don't control their. Of course not, right? Because what you're saying, what you're saying is nobody could ever kill a Roman senator. I mean, look at Hannibal. He couldn't even break into Rome, and yet Julius Caesar was stabbed to death.
I don't know if you're sending the right message, because I agree with the message, but I don't think that's really the point.
Hang on. Well, no. Sure, the enemy from outside are unable to assail Mitch McConnell, right? Yeah, obviously. You wouldn't have a position if you weren't able to defend. Hang on. You wouldn't have a position if you weren't able to defend it from the Democrats, right? So yeah, they can't just storm the walls, break into the fortress, and depose McConnell. But the question is the people in the fortress, how they feel about McConnell. And if they happen to feel more strongly towards Trump than McConnell, who also is in the fortress, then is it really beyond the realms of possibility that Trump can depose McConnell from within?
Trump couldn't get half the shit he wanted done in office done from his own incompetence. He is a terrible fucking leader. And I would say that he's a good fundraiser, and he's good to have at speaking events. But having him be like, hey, Donald Trump, do you want to engage in some legit 6-dimensional chess to take out one of the most powerful politicians in the country? He'll say, basically, well, what's in it for me? And then it's like, okay, you got him on board. I would bet you all the money I have in my savings account that Mitch McConnell or whoever else we would regard, they will survive, and Trump will once again fall on his face and fail. Because that has been his track record. He's good at certain things. He's terrible at others. And my alternative to what I've been saying to you is what we should do is engage in skullduggery. Look for something that would horrifically embarrass Mitch McConnell, horrifically embarrass Lindsey Graham, who horrifically embarrass Mitt Romney, and then utilize it in an effective way to wait to the most opportune moment where he is, in the spotlight and looking bad, and then drop it. And that's going to require a hell of a lot of coordination, and that's going to be a long-term fucking plan.
Yep.
So my interest is the short term, which is attacking the weakest members of the party, the weakest members of elected officials, supporting those that are ultimately on our side, like the QAnon woman that was elected to office. I endorse her today. I don't even give a fuck. So long as she's on our side, stick with her, vote her back in, keep her in office. Because it's not even about whether she's crazy or not. I could give a shit less. It's just about who is on our side and who is on the side of the opposition. Whoever's on the side of the opposition, another thing you fail to account for is once you start cleaving heads, you start taking these people out of office, you start replacing them with our people. We get louder and louder. We gain more and more momentum. We gain more and more support that is loud and active support. We'll always be the fucking minority. So populism is a joke. It's a misnomer. We will never be the majority. We'll always be the minority. Because the majority is just team red idiots. They are the majority. There is no changing that. But the thing is, am I saying that as though that we're not going to give them 90% of what they fucking want? No, that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be giving the team red Republicans 90% of what they want. And that is a powerful thing. But ultimately, the issue is that there is no way to get those team red boomers, the team red Republicans, to do anything more than just say, I recognize that name, therefore I vote for that person. It's going to be incredibly difficult. But the thing is, every new nationalist you get in Congress, you can have more coordination, more endorsements, more campaigning together. You create a national movement. It's a national movement that is recognized, that's put in the press, and the press spurg out about it. Bad, they'll say bad things. All coverage is good coverage to that end. Because the leftists will say, we hate these people. And the Team Red Republicans will say, hey, what's going on? The leftists hate them. Yeah. So it's about coordinating in that way, and the only way to do it is from person to person. And the best thing about what I'm saying here, and I've already seen it with Charlie Kirk and other mercenaries, is that, and Tommy Lauren, we are winning over the mercenaries despite the money being on the other side. Why? Yeah. Long-term thinking, strategizing. And the fact is, the people that are in the House and in the Senate, probably less so the Senate, but in the House especially, and in state houses, the more rhinos that are taken out that we replace with our guys, the more shitless, I should say, the more, the less ideological members and the more chicken shit members of the Republican Party will simply say, okay, I'm on your side. I am on your side. No, believe me, I am on your side. Why? They don't want to jeopardize their seat. They don't want to jeopardize their position. Maybe they're ambitious and they want to move up or do a lateral move. Or they want to move. They want to do this.
That's exactly that is the exact reason why I think Trump should go as hard as he can against Lindsey Graham. Not Lindsey Graham. McConnell.
I would say do so rhetorically. That would be my opinion.
No, I think there should be open warfare on McConnell.
It's too costly,
I mean,
dude. Do I need to find a fucking article? Do I need to find an article about their last re-elections? About how the Democrats poured hundreds of millions of dollars into those elections and got blown the fuck out? Yeah, the Democrats do it. Do you think we can? Are you high?
Yeah, because
we don't have the money.
But we're talking about a different dynamic, right? The Democrats can't storm the stronghold because they're outside of the stronghold. But Trump is not outside of the stronghold. Trump supporters are not outside of the stronghold, right? And it's the exact thing about winning over the mercenaries. And I love the way that you call them mercenaries because they are, right? But the self-interest is there, but the political will is technically there. It's like, underneath layers of self-interest, right? And so like even the Charlie
people in the
Kirks
chat
of
are
the world
shitting on you. People in the chat
That's
are
all right.
shitting on you because it's like,
That's all
bro,
right.
he's not even up for re-election for 6 more years. It's like, yeah, I know.
Sure, okay, but and not necessarily McConnell, but you know what I mean. Like some massive important Republican rhino figure. That's what has to go down. And when one of those goes down, the rest, the weaker ones, are going to look around and go, "Shit, I'm actually surrounded by enemies within my own encampment."
The only way
that's what they need to think.
Yeah, but the only way that's possible is by. I mean, that's a whole other dynamic. It's not even putting congressmen in office, which to me is probably the easiest thing that we can do. Is just people in an area look for a local politician. Like in my area, a guy, Chris Jacobs, he was a state assemblyman or a state senator, I forget. And my last congressman went down for insider trading, who was a Trump guy. And Chris Jacobs was just like, well, I'm a Trump guy. And he got elected in a way where he crushed his opponent, where it was unlikely, but he did, because he's like, yeah, I'm pro-Trump, and just blew his Democrat opponent out of the fucking water. The easiest thing is to go to all these different areas in the country, find the rhinos, sniff them out, find them, go to the area, tap a local politician, say, hey, are you pro-Trump? State assemblyman, state legislator, state senator, whoever they are you pro-Trump? Yeah, I'm pro-Trump. I'm MAGA. Tap that guy and have him go against the rhino, especially the weakest rhinos. Then take that rhino out, and now you have somebody that's on your side, and now you have just added to your own power base. That itself is far more powerful than going again. It's like the difference between a very careful and deliberate and intelligent procedure versus a fucking shit talk fight against a behemoth where there is no chance that you are going to win. There's simply no chance. And you tip our hand as to what exactly our objectives are. You're tipping our hand, and it's going to give them the ability to reassure and to to fill the cracks that exist within the apparatus of the party. We want them to be asleep and unfocused and worrying about losing all the corporate donors while we seep into the fucking party to the floor. And
well, I think the difference really is just the scale of what we're proposing, right? I'm suggesting we go for the head. You're suggesting we go for the tail.
Yes, and work our way up. But I think that the head itself, like you just fail to understand, like it's so well protected. Like, do you really think that? Let's even take a weaker candidate, Mitt Romney. Do you think that fucking Donald Trump, where he is, how little voice he now has, he is going to be able to unseat Mitt Romney as weak as he is? Do you honestly think?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think that it could escape the news, the local news. Mitt Romney's where is he? Utah.
Yeah.
Right. So Utah, pretty red state, right? I mean, I have been there.
Yeah.
Like, there seem to be lots of Republicans there.
But I got
invited to speak at university.
It's a Mormon state
without being protested.
It's a Mormon state with a Mormon base. You have the direct ideological and identity-based issue of Mitt Romney being the only Mormon that I'm aware of in the Senate, or maybe even the House. I'm not sure. Or he's in the Senate, but I'm not. I don't know how many Mormons there are in the House. But the point is that the problem, even with as weak as Mitt Romney is, and how little actual support he has within the party, and how outspoken he has been in being a never-Trumper, and just an active supporter for Democrats to win, is just as much as the Georgia Republicans, just actively supporting Republicans losing and Democrats winning. They did a good job this year with the Senate, or last year rather with the Senate. Good job there. Fucked it up for themselves, and so did the candidates themselves who ran. Both terrible. You just got to look at it as like you're attacking a hard target. The worst possible thing to do is to meet them face to face, even because unless Trump wants to, like, let's take a weak, spineless rhino senator in Florida. Would I say Trump should run against him for the Senate in Florida? Sure, there's a lot more that could be done there. But in terms of states halfway across the fucking country, who's half the Republican base there loathes Trump, it's like I really
which
think
states do you think half the Republican base loathes Trump? I'm curious.
whatever one has the most bourgeois people living there.
Mm-hmm.
They dislike Trump. They don't like him. He has popular support within the party that's very high, but the issue is that Trump has been hyper focused on the Democrats, and so when you refocus him on Republicans, he is going to lose support because of that.
Sure.
Because of
but
invoke the rule, Reagan said never attack another Republican. Oh, what is he doing? It's happened every single time that he's done that, and he has lost direct support because of it. So
I know, but
it has to be Trump as a positive element. Trump saying vote for John Smith. John Smith is a great congressman. John Smith is going to lead the MAGA movement. This guy, you see this guy, he's going to replace me one day. That's how good he is. You got to get this guy in office today. Him doing that in fundraising is the best thing that he could do because that is what he's good at. But going head-to-head against people that have a voice everywhere when he has no voice in foreign states that he's been maybe once during campaign season, I don't see it because he's campaigned for people in the past as president, and those people got blown the fuck out.
Sure, and there are doubtless good reasons for this, but like Mitt Romney, I just had a quick look, and his approval rating in Utah is 50-50, so it's a net zero. Like, so
that's not necessarily
exactly great.
Well, that's not necessarily that bad. There's people that start out.
I agree that could be worse, right? But that's without Donald Trump leading an active campaign around Utah to destroy him.
Well, I would say
I think Trump. Hang on. Right? So, do you think there would be no significant shift in the GOP Utah base, the GOP voters in Utah that would be against Mitt Romney if Trump was doing campaigning in Utah itself? Do you think that would be ineffective? Right?
I would say that if Trump went head to head with Mitt Romney, what would happen is that Trump has no power base but the members of his own party. Like the GOP base that supports him is his power base. In terms of any strategists or any apparatus to campaign, you're looking at Jared Kushner, who does not want us to win. Sure. Jared Kushner spent 4 fucking years preventing his father from achieving what he wanted. And as far as I know, he's still his right-hand man. So we go to Utah to take out Mitt Romney. Trump's right-hand man is a guy that actively wants Mitt Romney in office, more so than he would want, let's say, Trump in office. Jared Kushner does not support his father-in-law. He actively supports people like Mitt Romney. And
so do you think he would stop Trump campaigning against Romney or what?
He would effectively diminish his ability to campaign for Trump to go after him. He would inhibit him. He would give him nothing but bad advice. He'd hire nothing but terrible people to run an ineffective campaign. And in the end, we would blow $100 million fucking dollars of our money trying to take that guy out. Trump would embarrass himself. Romney would rely on the fact that in Utah, Trump would be popular among some, but hated by others. He would utilize that. And I would say 1,000 times out of 1,000 chances, Mitt Romney wins re-election handily.
Really? I find that interesting.
I think you greatly overestimate Trump's ability and his reach. He just got fucking destroyed, dude. He's done. He's dead. He's out golfing.
Yeah, he got he got knives in the Senate. Yeah.
He has his base. He has MAGA supporters. That's all he has.
Yeah, that's actually a huge and powerful instrument.
Only when it is effectively utilized, and Trump has never proven himself to be able to utilize that outside of the primary when he had an actual strategist, Steve Bannon, doing fucking everything for him. But as soon as he lost
he just gave Steve Bannon a pardon, so maybe Bannon might be inclined to
Jared Kushner will never let it happen. He's the whole reason Bannon got kicked out was Jared Kushner kicked him out. So unless we are somehow able to deport Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, and they're floating the idea of putting Ivanka into Congress in Florida.
That would be cringe.
And guess what? Would you say that she's MAGA, or is she a feminist faggot? Because I know what she is, because I spent 4 years listening to her. Yeah, she is a feminist leftist.
Okay. But the question, if Trump was campaigning against Romney tomorrow, I wouldn't put my money on Romney.
I would put every penny. I go
Trump's
on to
already cucked him once.
That betting website for elections, and I put every fucking penny on Romney.
Man, I wish we could have this bet now, because I would bet on Trump.
I think you fundamentally understand how shitty of a leader Trump was, and how little he actually accomplished, and how when he was able to accomplish what he accomplished, he basically just said, "I'm the president. I'm putting aside any other thing in my way, and I'm simply doing it because I have that power." How everything that Trump accomplished was him acting through sheer will. It was nothing more than, I have this power, I'm going to utilize it. Any single time he delegated or went to the proper channels, he lost big time. It blew up in his face entirely. And the problem is, that is his preferred method.
But I mean, I just think that Trump is the only person powerful enough, and I do think he is powerful enough, to go and scalp the rhinos.
Only from the bottom. Only from the bottom, man.
Sure, he'll be weaponizing the GOP base, which is the MAGA base now, and he'll be weaponizing those people against the rhinos. But I don't think that Mitt Romney would be able to withstand the onslaught. I just don't think that the numbers would be in his favor. Like, even after the fucking Capitol incident, Trump had a 77% approval rating. Half of the Republicans approved of the storming.
Yes.
Like, so it's just like,
he didn't lose any support. He had like...
No, exactly. But that's the point. And he can just go around Utah going, Mitt Romney was against you standing up to the government. Mitt Romney is...
confirmation bias, dude. You're comparing an aggregate of the entire party versus individual states. So if you were to tell me,
you're
Florida,
right. I don't have the numbers for Utah. That's correct.
If we were talking about Florida, I would in no way disagree with you, because he seems to have overwhelming support in Florida.
Yeah. So
if you talked about Florida, then we'd be on the same page, and I say you're right. Let's go for X, whoever we're talking about. I'd say you're right. But in Utah, as far as I've known quite a few religious people in my time, a few religious, right wingers. Mm-hmm. You can flip a coin as to whether they are a bourgeois faggot or someone who is more oriented to us and populism/nationalism. Like, being religious is like it informs more than one thing, and a lot of people that are out there championing like religiosity on the right are extremely wealthy, very prim, very proper, very reserved, and they don't like Trump.
Yeah, and I'm just Googling as we're talking. You may well be right about Utah being a bad example of this, right? But find a good example, right? I'm not a fucking expert on each individual. Florida, fine, whatever, right? But what is the governor or the representatives from Florida?
Governor's good. Governor's on our side.
But is the senators and whatnot, Congressman Rhinos?
I forget who are the senators of Florida. Is one still Rubio? I can't even remember.
I can't remember offhand. But I'm not saying I've got all of the answers and I have like a perfect map laid out in front of us, right?
Yeah, Rick Scott and Marco Rubio, and I would say that Marco Rubio is probably a rhino. Rick Scott, I can't quite remember. I remember him as the governor of Florida, but I don't remember whether he's on our side or not. But Marco Rubio, he's a softer target. He's been let me check to see when he was last elected. I can't remember when he was reelected, but Marco Rubio got blown the fuck out in the primaries from Trump. So if you put Trump against Marco Rubio, I would put money on Trump, as weak as he is, because fucking Marco Rubio's a stooge. He's got nothing going. He's like Jeb Bush 2.0. And like, unlike Bush has his family, and he got blown the fuck out entirely. Marco Rubio, as far as I know, is he might have a power base in Florida, but it's like, well, compare that to Trump, who walks in the door and he's got hundreds and hundreds of people on the streets screaming at the top of their lungs, MAGA. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. So this is the thing, right? Because like, I mean, like I said, I'm not, I don't have an exact map of the landscape, but I know how this could work, right? And so you just choose the most powerful rhino in the weakest position and have Trump topple them. And I mean just
Yeah,
brutally,
yeah. I mean,
brutally topple them, right?
it.
And hang on, but what I mean is like Trump spends, whenever the next election is for whichever one it is, right? You just find the most opportune target, and then Trump just spends like a month campaigning as hard as he can, doing these huge MAGA rallies with whichever candidate he is endorsing. He's our guy. He's my continuity of MAGA. Whatever it is, right? And you topple this guy, and hopefully it's a decisive winning blow, right? And so what Trump has done is made the base rise up, the MAGA base rise up, and just consume one of the rhinos, and then basically every other rhino is on fucking notice at that point, right? So they all realize that shit, actually there is an animated will within the Republican Party against me. All of these people have to feel insecure, and it's not, either that cows them, brings them into the fold, and makes them understand that, look, you are gone unless you're doing what we want, or it gives you the opportunity to get rid of them.
The problem is that you have to always understand that there is the same that happened with UKIP. There is the serious possibility that what the Republicans could do, if we do engage in the strategy that we're talking about, which is similar to my own, but I think has a difference to it, in subtlety, is that if they fear that we're too powerful, they will scuttle the party.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, they will.
And then we're fucked.
It is entirely possible they'll do that.
So, but the issue is, it's why I say about moving up the bottom is.
But that's no bad thing.
No, it is. Then dude. If they scuttle the party and the Democrats get a supermajority or something like that, like this country's done. Like,
dude, I think that's going to happen through the vote process at this rate.
Nah, I've seen people proposing certain things that we could take care of. The only difficulty is going to be if Biden actually gets his way, and he basically gets Puerto Rico, he gets Washington D.C., and he gets his 10 million new voters, which sticks right now is in my view. I'm waiting for some kind of maneuver around that, and there is the first step in terms of preventing deportations. But in terms of other aspects of actually trying to achieve those things, I haven't seen any maneuvering yet from the Biden administration. I haven't seen any talking points or anything around that just yet, other than the claim that they want to do it. And I would say at that point, once they get Puerto Rico, they get Washington, D.C., and they get 10 million new voters, and we can't cut off the spigot past that point, then maybe we're pretty much done. But the thing is, the thing you can hope for, and this is when your whole thing of, oh, Louis, we're not going to take down the ability for NBC to broadcast. What are you talking about? The issue is...
Well, I didn't say that.
Well,
I'm just saying I don't endorse rising ups.
Well, it's taking, because, it's using the FCC.
I don't want to destroy your channel.
It's using the FCC. It's going through the means that exist to do that.
Okay, that wasn't clear.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't say that earlier, but
that's okay. I just want to be sure that I'm not responsible for getting you
I don't give a shit. Taking
I
over
do.
Taking over the proper position in government that is necessary, that has the authority and ability to do just that, and do it. And therefore, it accomplishes like 20 things at once through doing that. And you just have to really do it to one. And it's not even baseless, like we're just doing it for the sake of doing it. It is get these people to say what they have been saying about Trump supporters, like they're terrorists. They're not as strong as they were a week ago, but they're still engaging in MAGA terrorists and all this sort of thing.
Yeah.
They're workshopping right now extremism and other such things. Yeah. They're workshopping words to use because I think they realized terrorist was too strong, so now they're backing down. The goal
insurrectionist has been very popular.
Yes,
kind of sounds cool.
Yes.
So,
the
insurrectionists? Like the American revolutionaries.
What we want is to basically get control, and this is going to be at the earliest probably 4 years from now. Get control of the FCC. Put in somebody who is not a fucking retard. Someone who's basically a yes man. Doesn't have to be smart. Is just going to do what they're told. Wait, and if not wait, bait. And all of the news media for one of their pundits to go off a little too hard. And either use that or have another event like the Capitol, just do, whatever it is, force du jour, whatever it is, of just it happens. And when they go off and start saying MAGA terrorists and all this other shit and somebody gets shot, even if it's not as brazen as it was like the congressional baseball game, not as brazen as that, but something else like that, use that as a means to justify the FCC taking that action and pulling down a network. Yeah. Because what you do, the immediate thing you do with that is you stop the flow of propaganda. You stop the flow of propaganda.
If you have any way legally to take down, one of these networks, then great, brilliant. I'm way more skeptical about that than I am about MAGA being able to topple one of the rhinos.
No, I think you have to understand in terms of the way that the government operates, the ability by which that if you find the means and you have the justification, everything else can be put aside and you can just do it. Was anyone asking questions about Barack Obama when he killed an American citizen? Did anyone care? Anyone ask any questions? Someone say, "Hold on, sir, I'm not sure if you could constitutionally do that. We might have to check with the Supreme Court."
A bunch of people I know didn't even really know about it. Yeah. And they were like, was it really? And it's like, yeah, he just killed a guy.
Yeah, it was, I think the kid was like 16, something like that. Yep. And Obama...
His father was the terrorist as well.
Yeah, well, his father, he struck the kid first and then killed the father. And I think he killed another member of the family by accident, too, which is pretty much Obama's strategy, is to kill some bunch of civilians. We get the guy? Yeah. Nope. All right, kill a bunch more. Let's see if we get him this time. The point is that it's like with Biden and the courts now, is that the mistake is the idea of, well, we need to go through the process. Because if you have the authority, there should be no other question than just that. And, so this is my point, a long way around to my point, including the FCC point, is if Biden says, based on an executive order, these 10 million new Americans, or these 10 million illegals are now American citizens. Let's say this happens. Mm-hmm. People are blackpilling about that. Well, we get a Republican in office who understands realpolitik, strip them of their citizenship through executive order, and deport them. The courts will go, no, you can't do that! And you don't listen to them. You do it anyways. Why? Because immigration enforcement is through the executive office. That's the only seat in this country that is required to achieve that. Mm-hmm. And I think that a lot of people fail to understand that even if the big black pill happens, we get amnesty for 10 million through executive order.
It's going to be like 20 million, isn't it?
Let's say 50 million. Okay? Yeah. That happens through executive order, which as of now, that seems to be what they're going to try and do. Because they don't think they can get it through Congress, as far as I can tell. Because right now, according to what I've seen, no Republican in the Senate and is maybe like a handful of Republicans in the House are in any way even engaging in the idea of amnesty. So anything that's going to be done is likely going to be done through executive order. And even if it's the big black pill of 50 million illegals made American citizens, all we need to do is take that next office, and the problem's going to be like when they do it and can they vote and everything else and the difficulties of that. So there is a process by which that we just are done. But if it's 10 million more fucking illegals made American citizens in California, does it really fucking matter? No, it doesn't.
No, not
but
really.
If they're
I'm not that worried about it.
Well, you can be, because if they're spread out all over the country, then it is a problem. But if it's 20 million new voters in California, who really gives a shit?
It's going to be, isn't it? It's going to be heavily blue places already, I think.
Possibly, but
Texas might be a bit of a worry, though.
Our best hope is Biden remains weak, which is likely. We basically, it's a long story of how this is possible. People are very worried about them printing votes. But the fact is that I already have an accounting for that. Let's say you have it in Detroit, where they shut everyone out. They get rid of the observers. There's a court mandate. I'm a police officer. You can't come in. You storm the fucking building and disrupt the count.
Okay. Disavow.
No, that's what's required. Because in 90% of places,
for the sake of Louis' channel,
in 90% of other districts, it is going to be perfectly fine. If there's cheating, it's going to be 5 votes from dead people. But in important districts where they printed hundreds of thousands of votes, or hundreds of thousands of people who weren't on the rolls for some reason were able to vote through ballots in those districts, let's say YouTube, The second the observers get kicked out, you have a crowd outside who storms the fucking building. And then you prevent the count. You stop the fucking count. And until there are people that are able to observe the count, you don't allow them to continue to count. You do a sit-in, you sit down, you don't move, you chain yourself to the fucking building inside, internally. Do not go anywhere. You force the issue. So that can be done. That can be done. We can get a crowd of 200 people in these districts where they are very likely to have irregularities. If there's observers in, everyone stands outside and has signs and says MAGA and does nothing. They kick out the observers because, well, we have a court mandate, blah, blah, we're setting aside our election laws. Storm the fucking building. Disrupt the entire process. Don't let them continue the count. And I'll turn it over to the chat. Do you think that that's a bad strategy? And by the way, when they all get arrested, we start a fucking bail fund. And we bail them all out. And we provide them free legal services. That's what we do for the people that rush a building to prevent a fake count. That's how we should be thinking about this entire process, is holding on long enough and doing what is necessary to disrupt the process of them cheating.
Yeah.
And them screaming about democracy. This is what democracy is, where the powers that be just print votes. When they can't win over enough NPCs, they just print votes. That is democracy, in my opinion. That isn't republicanism. That is simply democracy. And what it requires from us is a smart strategy. And I think that there are measures. And so, like I said, getting back to the immigration issue, let's say they get amnesty. The choice is between the Mitt Romney strategy of just indefinitely lose and get rich in the process, or my strategy, the Tarkin strategy of, the Tarkin doctrine of we win back the White House and strip 10 million Americans, so-called paper Americans, of their citizenship and deport every single one of them back to their home of origin, their place of origin, and disregard any other person or entity, institution that tries to prevent it. Disregard it, because they don't have the authority, in my view. They don't have the authority. The courts don't have the authority to determine the immigration process in the United States. It's the executive office.
We seem to be quite in the weeds here, right? So, sure. But long term, I think the MAGA movement essentially has to get control of the Republican Party. Because let's assume in 4 years' time, the Democrats are up to their old tricks. And the things that you've been laying out here become necessary, right? What you have to have are Republicans who essentially have, the metaphorical electoral pistol to their back, saying, you're going to oppose the Democrats here. You're not just going to sit there and be like, yeah, well, that was what happened. We're just going to go along with it, or else we're going to take your seats away from you, right? They have to understand the MAGA movement is the Republican Party, or it's the chair that they're sitting on,
I agree.
And it's actually animated and it has a will of its own. And the will is you're going forward into the guns of the enemy, whether you like it or not. It's either that or you're coming back into our guns, right?
Yeah, I agree.
That's the primary thing. So, for any individual event, we can pretty much quarterback how this thing goes, right? So we don't need to worry about that. But the MAGA movement has to just be on the march, right? And the best thing for that to be doing would be Trump doing a few rallies, to be honest, but not immediately. I think let them hang themselves out to dry first, because I think a month of Biden is going to be enough for everyone to go, holy shit, this guy's a fucking lunatic, right?
Yeah, he's been eating shit every single day, man. It's been pretty funny.
Yeah, it's been great. He's been fucking up badly. And not only that, the China thing, he rescind Trump's executive order that prevents China from gaining control of your infrastructure.
Yeah, as far as I understand
literally just done this. And it's that is that's a disgusting thing to do. That's why the fuck are you selling America out to China, Biden? And this obviously, because he's getting 2 stacks. But the point is, these are real weaknesses, and these are real weaknesses that Republicans can hammer other Republicans on. You can make sure that the other Republicans realize that there's not one step backwards. Stalin-esque sort of tactics. If you step back, we're going to politically shoot you. you will forever be branded a traitor to not just the Republicans, but America. They have to understand that there is just no going back now.
I agree, but I think that basically the only way that's possible is going to be once we control the party apparatus. I think that that is the insulation that's required to where that would, what you're saying, would be very, very achievable. And
definitely,
when we're at that point, we're basically so far up the pyramid, it is a position where we could take out Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham and these others and Mitt Romney, because we'll basically control the party so much that we could impede their ability for re-election or to be primaried.
Yeah. And MAGA should be doing everything in their power to take over the functions of the Republican Party, obviously. But
that's going to be a slow roll. That's going to be a very slow roll.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a long, slow process of slowly chewing up the rhinos from within the infrastructure, right? And there definitely needs to be a plan, a strategy. Insiders need to be doing this. MAGA, anyone who's an insider who considers themselves to be MAGA needs to be doing this. But the thing that Trump and the base can be doing is getting out there and basically sort of patrolling around inside of the kingdom and making sure that the other Republicans are fucking on notice that essentially betraying the country and siding with the communists is not happening. It should be general outrage in the MAGA base that the rhinos have betrayed them to the Democrats. That's what it should be.
I think that's very true, and I don't think I've seen enough of that. I saw quite a few average MAGA people very upset by that, but the talking heads, the politicos of the right, they've been pretty, I guess, obtuse, or I'm not sure how I would describe it in terms of their behavior on it, but they hit and miss on whether they're actually properly addressing the fact that is what occurred during the election. It wasn't just Trump failing. It was him having, being betrayed by entire segments of the party itself, stabbing in the back, and especially when it came to the election outcome, no one helped him. No one helped him.
It was a betrayal. It was, and that's how it should be framed. Betrayal. It was a betrayal. And this is why the MAGA base should be on the march.
Yeah.
They should be protesting these people. They should be out there saying, no, we want you out. We want you to change your mind.
I would say that if there is any protesting in terms of concept, yes, but I would say in terms of any kind of actual protest, I would wait until late spring to start doing stuff like that.
Sure, yeah, but not immediately, but I think a month or so of Joe Biden being given enough rope to hang himself is perfectly fine.
Yeah, but the thing is with that itself requires no action on our part other than.
Well, hang on.
Okay.
So let me explain. Right. So there's a pattern for revolutionary leaders. Right. And this is what Saul Alinsky is laying out in Rules for Radicals. And there are lots of people on the right who are like, oh, no, he was a communist. It's like, yeah, but if you actually read Rules for Radicals, you realize it's not a communist manifesto. It's a manual of tactics.
Yeah.
And it's a way that the MAGA people now need to read Rules for Radicals and apply it. Make sure that these rules are applied. And one of the interesting things that he points out for revolutionaries, and that's what Trump is a very successful revolutionary. But one of the things that's important for revolutionary leaders is actually time served in jail. Right now, that might sound counterproductive and counterintuitive, but actually, it's a really powerful thing. Because if you've got someone who's very, very popular, does very, very well, has wide public, a wide presence amongst the movement, and then they get sent to jail by the powers that be, then suddenly there's a huge vacuum, right? And there's a kind of loss in the soul of the thing. Everyone's like, oh my God, I love that guy. I can't believe they've sent him to jail. And this person's presence is missed, right? And so if Trump is this guy, and him being sent to jail is him being, overthrown. And going back to, so Trump, if he keeps a low profile for a month, he'll drop off the radar, right? Joe Biden will have to come to prominence because he's the one doing things. It looks silly. I mean, there was a CNN thing where literally I've got the tweet here. In fact, on his first former day as a former president, Trump was spotted on the course at his golf club by one of CNN's Peter Morris, And the picture is him hiding in the fucking bushes, taking a photo of Trump playing golf. And it's like, that's great optics for Trump, right? That makes CNN look fucking unhinged.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Joe Biden has just sold your country out to China. Why are you photographing Trump? You lunatics, right? So Trump keeps a low profile for about a month. Let Joe Biden build up his credentials as a fucking traitor, as someone who is ruining America. And then when when the revolutionary leader is released from jail, it's when they come back that suddenly a huge amount of goodwill from within the movement just is it like glowing golden beams, suddenly infuses them with power and influence. This is all Saul Alinsky, this is what he's saying. And I think he's right. I think so. Trump, he looks like he's in a weak position now, but things change very quickly. And I think that he will get his luster back very quickly in against the right people. I think Trump would become very, very powerful. So I honestly, I'm not black pilled about this at all. I actually think that Trump can convert the Republican Party and its front face into the MAGA party.
Yeah, I don't doubt it, and I think that if he had anyone around him that he could trust, which I don't know if he does.
Well, this is okay. I'm not saying that it'll be an unimpeded march to glory or anything. Let's put it that way. I'm not saying that there won't be more traitors and things like that, but I think that overall the MAGA base is strong enough to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the MAGA base. The problem with with MAGA or our side is that we are just totally disorganized. We have no real organization. We don't really have any ability outside of just general suggestion by politicos and talking heads to primary certain people, get in certain people, vote for certain people, donate to certain funds or whatever. It's a very general movement, and that's how I would say you might be accurate in comparing it to Gamergate, because it's disorganized and there is no leader.
Sure.
And I would say that goes as well for Trump, that he's a very powerful member, but he is no leader. And
I agree. He's not a coherent leader,
and he's
not a strategist.
Limited utility. And I haven't suggested that we use him for putting our people in the party, because it won't be our people being put into the party. It'll be Jared Kushner's people being put into the party, as it was the Supreme Court. And that, I don't know if that worked out too well for Trump in doing that. So I would say the best thing with Trump is going to be campaigns, fundraisers, speeches. He's a bit hit or miss with speeches, but he is capable of giving a very good speech.
Yeah, but what I think laying low for now. Let
No, I'm not saying come back immediately. He's busy golfing in Florida, dude. He's got things
exactly.
to do.
He should just be normal. Just be normal. Just chill. Recharge his batteries.
What would be a smart thing? Is doing a guest appearance, showing up to a diner or a restaurant,
going on Alex Jones.
Yeah, sure. Going on Alex Jones, doing guest spots on people's shows. Just. And not
but even then, doing nothing is literally a powerful thing at the moment. This is why the prison thing is important, because it means that the person can't put a foot wrong, right? In addition to being able to put feet right. So it means that they can't really be attacked on anything because they've been defeated, right? So you can't do anything. And so it's the memory of what they were able to do and what their virtue, it persists in people's memory, and the feeling of momentum, right? That's currently lacking. And after a month of the pressure building up of Biden fucking things up and making things worse, and then when Trump if he at this point sort of comes back doing a campaign rally for so and so or whatever it is, then the groundswell, it'll be a catharsis. Finally something is happening. It'll be a push forward, and suddenly momentum can start building again. So, yeah, I don't think it's all that bad. I really don't.
Yeah, I think there's the possibilities, and people in the chat are getting kind of animated about it, that, what about this? What about? And it's like, well, yeah, there's a million things that could occur, but are they occurring currently? And it's like, well, no. The only thing that I can see that's occurring right now are Biden fucking up pretty much everything that he's trying to do, and the government basically, and the people in the media desperately, the state itself wanting to do it, and the media wanting the state to do it, to go after Trump supporters and right-wingers. Like, they are trying to figure out a way to come after us, but as it stands, they haven't been able to, and the people in the Capitol, outside of a handful of cases, like, people are pleading out to, like, probation. I'm not seeing, like, 10-year, 15-year sentences. It isn't like, you know, the Proud Boys in New York City. It's not like they got 10 years or whatever the fuck it was. It's bullshit. It's like they were on. It wasn't even like it's not even like a trespassing charge, I don't think. And they're pleading out to like pretty low things because you sent me that article the other day that like a quarter of the people there or 1/5 of the people there at the Capitol protest were veterans.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. That's the sort of thing. People like that typically aren't going to have a lot of prior convictions, and that's going to go a long way in the district attorneys, whoever is offering the plea bargain, which they 100% do every single time. You're not going to be able to offer them or risk offering them like 5 years in prison or some shit unless they did something insane and they had prior convictions of other things.
But nobody did anything insane, so good news.
No, but the thing is that they were blowing up the idea that they were going to charge those people with terrorism charges, and as far as I can tell, there hasn't been a single one. A guy in my area tried to commit arson, and he's not even facing arson charges. So, you know, the FBI raided his house because, and by the way, the FBI raided his house and didn't arrest him. Why? They're looking for something. They're looking for something to arrest him on, and they didn't find shit. So the fact is that I'm well aware of the fact that the apparatus of the state is coming after us, and that's a scary thing. But, you know, find your fucking balls, people in the chat, and realize that the federal government is fucking retarded. You know, half the time they're catching their own people when it comes to catching criminals.
I've seen loads of these, like, you know, FBI stings about terrorism happen to
and they do catch
FBI
they
agents.
Catch like other agents working for other agencies.
Yeah. I've unironically seen multiple of them in the past few years.
So the fact is that you know, our enemy, like the people that are facing the highest charges that I know of in DC, is that left-wing activist. He's facing the worst charges that I've seen. And he was arrested. You know, it was also mysterious because he got arrested and then like a couple hours later was on the streets. Very strange that. But then eventually people figured out like, hey, this guy's like a left-wing activist, and then suddenly he's arrested again. And now he's facing serious charges because he does have prior convictions. So that guy's fucked. But he's not us, so good. You know, that's who the state wants to put in prison. Good. That's what we've been calling for. You know, the thing is that I think people are greatly overestimating the ability of the state to actually do something when, in actuality, what the state is good at is fucking things up and doing nothing. Or attempting to do something.
They are going to try and persecute MAGA, so that's something that the MAGA folk have to be aware of and have to be prepared for.
Yeah, but I'm sure that we can figure out a means by which that, I mean, things like what happened in DC afterward with them bringing in the guardsmen, and them boarding up the state capitals in New York and a bunch of other states. It was an obvious fucking trap. It was an obvious trap of all, like, I've seen stuff floating around Twitter and Facebook and stuff of like, oh, come show up on the 20th, come MAGA people show up on the 20th, that sort of thing. It's an obvious trap.
Glowing.
And so far,
neon fucking trap.
So far, there's, you know, out of the Capitol in DC or New York's capital, Albany, one guy showed up in Albany. That's what happened when they set up all that shit to lead us into a trap. One guy showed up, looked around, said, where is everybody? You know, there was more journalists there that met him than there were MAGA supporters. He looked around and said, nobody showed up, I'm disappointed, and went home. And it's like, you should be disappointed in yourself, you fucking idiot. That was an obvious setup.
Yeah.
And so far, at least, you know, it's wrangling the boomers, you know, providing the boomers with some, what would it be? Not wranglers, but guardians, or whatever the right correct phrase would be to provide them.
Boomer whisperers, you know. Like
whisperers or some sort of parental figure so that they can not go too far, not be let off the leash, and do something stupid and walk face first into the trap, like that one boomer who went into Nancy Pelosi's office, sat in her chair, and I was like, hey, that's an actual protest, and then was dumb enough to steal a piece of mail off her desk. Yeah. That is a total boomer maneuver. You walk out of her office with a stolen piece of property and show it off to cameras. Utterly stupid. But the thing is that if he got arrested for sitting in her chair, I would have given money to a bail fund to bail that guy out and support his legal fund. Because to me, that was a protest. He goes into office, he puts his feet up on her desk as a sign of disrespect, and, puts his arms out in a real cocky fashion and takes a photo. Yeah. That's a form of protest in my view. He's showing disrespect to the system.
Great optics.
And to a terrible politician.
Yeah.
So, and the thing is, too, we're stuck right now because we get shut down by all the big fundraising companies. But it's like Subscribestar. We need to start our own fundraisers. Yep. And we need to look for opportunities for there to be protests. And where if you have an actual protest like that, where, you say don't take anything, don't steal anything, if that guy does get arrested, we bail him out. We send it out. This MAGA supporter, this good man, this father, this grandfather, this good American, this patriotic American who's doing right by his country and doing a real protest, we get him out of jail and we support him.
Yeah.
As that galvanizes not only our side for that day, it's it's chum for the day, it's entertainment for the day, but also it's organization. We're creating email lists. We're creating networks. We're creating contacts. We're networking. It's creating like a web that is tying us all together, and that is organization. It doesn't require like an actual political group with like a board and all that kind of shit. You could have that, but it's not necessary. But networking and forming a web, you know this all to be true.
Of course, yeah. You're preaching to the choir.
Yeah, this is Well, you've done it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
This is the bread and butter of effective political organization.
Yeah.
And I think that the problems that we currently have, there are big problems out there on the macro level that we can all see, the big black pilling problems that we're all afraid of. But based on what I see now of us all, we're all gaining steam, and everyone out there is basically engaging in I'm a nationalist. You got Tommy Lauren and all these regular Fox guests and shit. Mm-hmm. These Fox people are out there like, no, I am a nationalist. It's like that is us putting pressure on them. That is us putting pressure on them. And by the way, it isn't really negative in that regard. We're not like shitting on them, and certain people like Ben Shapiro should be shit on, but other people, it's just putting effective pressure on them. And
Shapiro hasn't even been that bad recently.
No, he's been ducking his head. He's been keeping his head.
He has been
down.
Ducking his head. Yeah, no, he has. But he could have been an active hindrance, right?
Oh, sure.
I don't think he's been an active hindrance, and I actually think that essentially Trump has won him over at this point.
No way.
No. Hey, dude. Did you not watch him endorsing Trump before the fucking election?
Oh, that was pure cynicism. That was pure cynicism.
Maybe, but the point is, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think it was. I think that Ben Shapiro realizes that Trump is way closer to his ideal than anything the Democrats would do.
I would say if you said Steven Crowder, I would be more likely to believe you. But Ben Shapiro,
he's a good example. No, dude, I watch Ben Shapiro constantly.
Ben Shapiro is a never Trumper. Yes, he is.
No, he's not. No,
okay, I have a poll in the fucking chat.
I don't care.
There's 1,400 people listening to this.
Ben Shapiro
you give
all the time.
Okay, fine.
He's not a never Trumper. He endorsed Trump in the last election.
Okay, I'm just saying that I've heard a lot. I don't
think you watch enough of Ben Shapiro.
Maybe I don't, but I've heard a lot of stuff about him acting behind the scenes.
Well, I don't know about any behind-the-scenes stuff, but just his public persona endorses Trump. People
in the chat are haranguing you.
Just watch him.
Fine.
Just watch him. He says it. He voted Trump. Shapiro himself said Trump convinced him. I'm telling you, man, I watch his podcast every fucking day. I know exactly what Ben Shapiro thinks. And it's always the same. No, like the one chore I have in the house that my wife doesn't have to do is washing up the dishes after she's cooked dinner. Mm-hmm. And I listen to Ben Shapiro while I'm doing it, man. I'm telling you, Trump won over Ben Shapiro.
All right, I will just take your word for it. But
He is. You are right that he's keeping his head down. Obviously, because he is also a savvy political actor himself. He's not an
yes.
idiot, right? So he is keeping his head down. But Ben Shapiro openly endorsed Trump for the election. So, he's not a never Trumper.
I like the people in the chat sarcastically agreeing with you. It's like, well, concerning what Trump did for Israel, yeah, you might be right. Well,
okay, and every day
Kushner,
I may be overstating the case, but
Jared
regularly.
Kushner does basically puppet Trump. You might be right. You might be right, Sarkon. He might actually you might like Trump.
Maybe. But this is just what he said. He's not like the delusional anti-Trumpers, right? So
no, I mean he is not. I will say this: he's alleged to be doing things behind the scenes, but he's not like the Max Boots of the world or whoever else. Like he's basically Max Boot is the guy I believe who wrote the fucking Washington Post article, who was just making my argument about like the he wasn't making as good as I am about like the FCC and that sort of thing. But he was basically saying, like, we need to create a form by which that we can mass censor the right.
Yeah.
It's like he's not even pulling any punches. He is simply saying, we need to censor the right in those words. And those are the never Trumpers that are like out there. But the fact is with Max Boot is that he has basically burned all of his political capital, and that's why he can afford to do that. It's because the audience of never Trumpers that are left now that Trump is out of office, that's all he's got.
Yeah, but Shapiro knows that he can't do that with his own audience. So,
no.
So it's like I'm not worried about Shapiro because Shapiro is the never left. That's what he is. He's never left. And it's like, great, that's fine.
I don't know. I mean, you say that, and I want to take it on its face as true, but the problem is that after Georgia, I think all bets are off. It's like you're either after Georgia, we're the Republican Party, and I'm saying Arizona did it too, even though Arizona is basically screaming at the top of their lungs. Like literally, the shit they post on Twitter is it's crazy. I'm surprised they haven't been suspended yet.
Yeah,
for what they've been posting.
It's bordering on QAnon.
But it's like based on what I know about what happened in Arizona. Arizona did the same shit as Georgia did. They actively helped the Democrats win.
Yeah.
But with Georgia's just just saying it. It's like, yeah, fuck Trump. We wanted the Democrats to win. And when that happens, that to me says, like, we got some real fucking problems with this party. And I don't trust anybody. It's either, in my view, based on that, you're either with us or you are against us. So get on side or potentially run the fuck over. So anyone
no, that's what it has to come down to. I agree.
Well,
right?
that's my thing.
Hang on, hang on. I agree with you, right? I completely agree with you. That's why all of the rhinos have to be held to account for their betrayal to the Democratic Party, right? All of the Mitt Romneys, the fucking, watching Lindsey Graham nearly cry about this was the highlight of my day. Like, he's like, shit. And the thing is, Lindsey Graham is just looking slightly further down the road.
Was that the airport thing?
Yeah, exactly. He's looking slightly further down the road because it's right in his fucking face. And he's like, Jesus Christ, please don't impeach. Please don't impeach. Please don't impeach. Because this is going to be a fucking fireworks, bonfire if you do.
Yeah.
And he knows that if they do go this hard, the rhinos are going to be fucking crucified first and good, and with exactly due fucking justice. You know what I mean? But the Ben Shapiro is not a threat in that regard. He's never going to side with the Democrats, right? He's always going to find himself in the sort of position where he's backing the Republicans, and he'll find justification, even if he personally. And Trump is a really great test for Ben Shapiro, actually, because Trump is personally the kind of person that Ben Shapiro hates. And yet he found himself endorsing Trump.
Again, you're losing me again, man, with that, because it's like the reason why a lot of the people like Ben Shapiro dislike Trump based on what they say is he's offensive. He says dumb things. He acts in dumb ways. That's offensive to me. But the problem is I think that if you were to get somebody in Congress or wherever who is like a dyed-in-the-wool nationalist, I don't think in any way that those people will somehow garner the support of Ben Shapiro. I think Ben Shapiro will actively be against those people. And you should ask yourself why. What about them is offensive?
It depends. It depends who they are, and it doesn't really matter because, like I said, Ben Shapiro is going to keep his head down, right? Ben Shapiro is going to make sure that he doesn't for the time being, and he's but not just the time being either, right? Ben Shapiro is never going to make the flip to endorsing the Democrats, right? He's never going to be like these are our
maybe not.
He's never going to become Mitt Romney, right? So it's fine. Like Ben Shapiro, as annoying as Ben Shapiro can be, and I agree, he's fucking annoying sometimes, right? And sometimes he has really just inverse takes, So like when he was talking about the electoral fraud, he's like, I need to see the evidence. It's like, Ben, the fucking video of them literally saying the Republican poll watchers in Detroit can't come in and they board up the fucking walls is evidence, Ben. And cowardice on his cowardice, right? So there are times where he is a fucking pussy about things. And I agree, right? I completely agree. And it infuriates me just thinking about it. Like, it really infuriates me. But Ben Shapiro is, for all of his faults and for all of his weaknesses, is never going to betray the Republicans to the Democrats like Romney did. He's not going to do that. So don't worry.
I want you to be right. Let's put it like that. I want you to be right.
I've been watching Ben Shapiro for many a year now. I honestly, I watch from around the spectrum, right, for different reasons. And Ben Shapiro, because he wasn't really a fan of Trump. That was one of the reasons I watched Ben Shapiro so much, to actually find out what Trump was doing from a perspective that didn't love either side. Because honestly, that was one of Ben Shapiro's great strengths, is that he wasn't a diehard Trump supporter. So if Trump did something bad, he would be like, Trump did something stupid and I don't like it. So I would get to know what Trump did that was stupid, that a moderate Republican would be able to object to, because you've got to be able to map the political environment. And so like Shapiro, I wouldn't worry about him at all. And to be honest with you, he is very socially conservative in many ways.
He is, but the problem is that his mindset, and I'll say this, like, you might be right. You might be right about what you're saying, and in fact, I'm just too paranoid and wrong. But the thing is about the social conservatism is that that concept, like the problem of social conservatives, such as that, and I don't doubt that he is a social conservative.
Very much so.
Is that they don't really have the ability to make the argument anymore. Like they don't even bother. They just it seems like they are I don't know, like they just seem to have given up on that. They just seem to like, well, I'm right and everyone else is wrong, so we're just gonna slide into Gomorrah. Like they basically have given up.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I don't think they're tugging on the rope anymore. I don't think they are.
I don't know. I've been watching this for quite some time, and I think the social conservatives have been rallying recently. The abortion stuff really has got out of control, and I think it's given them a good, strong argument. So well done to the left for fucking not understanding the optics of the situation.
The only area in which that I've seen recently that comes to memory in like a few years is they worked in a wormy, slimy, scummy fashion to convince Pornhub to take down a bunch of their videos. Basically, all their community videos, they got them to take them all down. Yeah. And it was basically threatening them with government investigation for child pornography or some such shit that I never saw that they ever actually legitimized and like explained. They just said there are child porn videos on here. Trust us. Take them down or else. And after like months of lobbying, eventually Pornhub reacted and said, okay. And they've used that as a justification to effectively declare a war on porn. And right now it's one of the main talking points of social conservatives is we're going to use wormy, slimy means to go after pornography. And it's like, obviously I understand for more than one reason why a social conservative would have a problem with pornography. But if we have, amnesty in America for 20 million illegals, does porn really fucking matter at all in any way? Is that in any way a priority issue? I certainly don't think it is. And unfortunately for the social conservatives, that's what they got. That's what they got.
Sure. And I agree that, there's no point.
I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing, too, with social conservatives. They're not even trying to help us out of the fucking... They're not digging us out of the rut of funding, of organization, of being banned off of anything. I don't hear anything from them about that.
Well, so the way that I was bringing this up is Josh Hawley. As you were very, very skeptical to my boy Hawley, but I think that I've shown that he's become something of a lightning rod for the left, who see in him, I think, another Trump. Now, I'm not saying that Josh Hawley is Trump or anything like that.
Right.
But what I'm saying is what they see in him is someone who is not going to accept their browbeating, moralizing, and name-calling. Right?
Potentially. It depends on him, and it depends on who he has in his
depends on
room.
him. Absolutely. I totally agree. But so far, every indication that I've seen from him has been really strong. Really strong. And if he can weather these assaults and like the protests against him and all this sort of stuff, right? If he can weather all of these assaults, then I think he'll be in a really solid position because the foundations, I think, are there.
Sure.
And I think that he is articulate enough to be able to be a Trumpian figure without offending the moderates.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I think he has a little way to go to be Trumpian in terms of his casual nature. He's a little bit too stiff. But you could have said the same thing about Ted Cruz once. He was too stiff. But then he was able to loosen up. And I would say I don't really trust Ted Cruz, but with Hawley, like I said, I don't really know much, but if there's only a few things that I could recommend to him that would be better than what he's doing now, which is simply resisting, as far as I see it, just resisting crumbling. That's what they want him to do. They want him to crumble, and he hasn't done it. He's just stood there and taken everything that they've thrown at him. And they're coming after him, as far as I can tell. Every single day I read a new thing. They are actively trying to force him out of the Senate.
Totally. And Cruz deserves as much MAGA support as possible at this point, in my opinion.
At least for the time being. It's good to bide our time and
until
say,
he backslides.
Yeah, if he backslides or betrays, then maybe eject him. But
sure,
so long as he's strong, then say, okay, no, stand firm, don't go, we're going to vote for you again, don't do anything, just fight it, we'll fight with you, just don't do anything, don't crumble, don't apologize. And I don't think he will. I think that the benefit that Ted Cruz has is that he's also arrogant, and the best part of that is arrogant people don't bend the knee. He's not going to go out there and be like, I'm so sorry, and you're so right. I don't see that fucking happening, because he knows, he must know himself, because he's not dumb. And he must have somebody saying in his ear, so long as we just take this adversity, we're going to come out fucking stronger. Because we're going to be you're going to be the guy, Senator, that just ate everything that they threw at you, and it didn't faze you at all. You're Teflon. You nothing sticks. They got nothing on you, and everything they threw in the kitchen sink didn't affect you in any way. So I think that he could very well position himself, especially if he does certain things that I could see him doing, where he leans into that adversity, where he starts becoming a little bit more passionate and says, well, maybe I am MAGA. Maybe I will endorse certain things that you aren't comfortable with. Maybe I am, in favor of the nationalist movement in the United States, and he puts a name to it, ironically enough, being that he's Canadian and not American. But, legal status aside, he's going to put himself forward in a strong fashion to run for president in 2024. I think.
Sorry, who are we talking about here?
Ted Cruz.
Right. Okay. I was just checking. I thought you were. Yeah. Right,
well, it could apply to Hawley too. It could apply to Hawley too.
No. I agree. There's a difference between Hawley and Ted Cruz that I've trouble.
Absolutely.
But it's the difference that I'm talking about is one I'm having trouble like putting my finger on. Right.
One is experience.
No, it's not just that. Ted Cruz has also got way more experience than Hawley. But there's a certain
sincerity.
kind of
I would say that's a difference.
Authenticity.
Yeah, authenticity. Yes, yeah.
Right. Hawley is an authentic American conservative, right? And Ted Cruz is doing his best to look like an authentic American conservative.
I agree.
And so I think it's this quality that will influence the base, right? And I think that if Hawley, he's going to go through a baptism of fire if he keeps his head, keeps to his very conservative sort of and populist. And like, when I say populist, I mean rural, right? His rural roots, because like in the thing I sent you, he was expressly saying, "Look, I'm not a city politician, right? I'm not." But he sounds perfectly well educated. He's a lawyer. He's very articulate. He's about 40, I think it was. So he's young enough. But he's not inexperienced young. He's not like AOC young. Right?
Oh yeah.
So he's in this kind of sweet spot where and he's fully on. He was deplatformed from his big tech is killing us book and all this sort of stuff. So he's gone through the fire. He's got the right sort of philosophical and background base, and I hate to say it, being a straight white man probably helps, right?
Yeah.
In America, it's like there's something that harks back to the founding fathers in this, right? And so I don't. Well, it does, right? I think for a lot of Americans, it does. I've been dealing with Americans for a long time, right? And Ted Cruz, that's not why he's not authentic, but that is something that I think probably does have an influence.
He's a bit too smart for his own good. That's what I would say of Ted Cruz.
Hawley. Oh,
no, Ted Cruz. Right. Ted Cruz strikes me as smarter than Hawley or a bunch of other politicians. I really don't think Ted Cruz is dumb at all. He appears to be very smart, but he's a little too smart for his own good.
What I would say is I wouldn't use the word smart. I would use tactical.
I guess.
So, like, I think that Ted Cruz never struck me as someone who was like academic. He never, he struck me as more of a savvy maneuverer.
Yeah.
Right, and he's made, and he is like in the same way Trump is, right? Trump's not an academic, but he's a very savvy political player. And Ted Cruz struck me in that sort of way, and I don't mean to. That's not me talking him down, right? But Josh Hawley strikes me that he probably has that kind of acumen himself, but also has a kind of intellectual rigor to him, right?
Yeah,
and that's just it appears. Yeah, at least I might be totally wrong because I don't know him in depth or anything like that. So if I am, chat, feel free to post to me on Gab or whatever and just be like, no, you're wrong about this. Look at this evidence that Hawley's actually a dunce. Feel free.
He's got 4 years to basically. I don't know, basically fill the void that exists in terms of that presence. And, he's got 4 years because I believe he just got elected.
He did in 2018.
And so now he's got 6 straight years, and he doesn't have to do shit, or he could look as bad as, and so long as they're unable to recall him or, impeach him or whatever it would be, the process to eject him from the Senate. Yeah. Which, as far as I know, is a difficult fucking process because there isn't very often, I'm aware, in history that senators have been actually kicked out of the Senate.
Yeah, I doubt it's going to happen, right? And the thing is, the thing is, where was Hawley from again? Let me just check.
Missouri.
It's Missouri, right? Okay, so not exactly a Democrat stronghold, right?
No. Well, who the fuck knows these days?
Well, yeah. Let me check actually.
To address somebody in the chat, Mr. Obvious, who I think is like a big channel or something.
I like Mr. Obvious. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he said that he doesn't care about what we're talking about. He's just going to vote for Trump in 2024. And I will say to him and anyone else who thinks the same way, I've already voted for Jared Kushner once. I don't want to vote for him again. Because when you vote for Donald Trump for president, you're voting for Jared Kushner to be president. I hope you understand that.
That doesn't matter, right? What Mr. Obvious is saying is that he's voting MAGA, right? I'm pretty sure
I think he's just saying he's voting Trump. I think that he's specifically.
Yeah, but that's what that means.
No, I think he's literally going to vote Trump, meaning write in Trump or vote for Trp as a candidate. And
maybe that's what he means. Hopefully he can illuminate us.
Okay.
But what was I saying? Right. So fuck's sake. So yeah, right. So I looked up Missouri. Right. Missouri is actually very, very Republican and seems to have maintained the same sort of Republican share. 56.8% Republican with 41.4% Democrat. So I think that the attacks on Hawley will make him more popular because Hawley hasn't publicly disgraced himself and seems to be the kind of guy who's going to keep his shit together. And so he hasn't really done anything wrong. And so the Democrat attacks will look unfair and just ideological. And all Hawley has to do is hold the line. and he can come out of this glowing and golden, just like Trump. And if he's smart, and I think he is smart, this is what he'll do. And so hopefully Hawley rises to prominence under the fire of the Democrats and ends up essentially joining forces with Cruz and any other sort of prominent MAGA senators to form the sort of right-wing squad, right? Because that's what's needed to basically hector and badger and bully the rest of the rhinos into line. These sort of power structures for MAGA have to start existing. And make sure you're supporting these guys as much as you can, I would say.
Yeah, I think that one of the good things is that now that New York and other states are going insolvent, is that they're being forced to open up, and they eventually will. And I think that going forward, we have the strong capacity to hold like good live events for the right. I think that we'll have a lot more going for us than Biden, because Biden, Biden is not galvanizing any support at all, which is, to me, I watched, I don't remember if it was a stream that you were on or it was on your own show for the Lotus Eaters, where you were talking about Biden, and it was when you were talking about either his inauguration or something, and you're talking about that, and I said, man, I wish I was in the room, because the point that you guys didn't touch on, but you have in the past, is this is the guy that they're claiming is the most popular American president. And he has no support.
I've hammered that.
I know you talked to before, but I would say it every
I've been
single
going
time,
over it
because to me it's the biggest question mark on earth about Biden, is that how in the world,
where are his supporters?
Yes, where in the fucking world are his supporters? Oh, also, I don't know if you or somebody else said today, it might have been Sticks who said that we fell for propaganda for the National Guardsmen who turned their back on his motorcade, that wasn't true, that they didn't turn their back intentionally. I don't know about that one, boyo, because he's like, no, they're looking for snipers. They weren't. What? They were standing around. They were not actually in some kind of real formation or doing anything. They were simply killing time, standing the fuck around.
There was no alarm.
No, they were not checking out snipers, because you would have to make the same argument when
why were half of them facing one way and half of them facing another?
Bill de Blasio, it was more than half were turned away.
You know what I mean.
Bill de Blasio went before some kind of conference or made some kind of speech, and a whole bunch of the NYPD just turned their back on him during that speech.
Good.
Were they looking for snipers, bro?
Yeah, based.
No, I'm pretty confident they were turning their backs on the motorcade itself.
Yeah, and these small acts of resistance have to continue. Like the Republicans, any right wingers, anyone who's not on board with the Democrat cartel that's taken over, have to make their voices heard, basically. I think that we've got to get behind anyone who looks strong.
Yeah.
Mr. Obvious replied in the chat to clarify his position. Let me
he did?
Back up so we
can... I didn't see it.
Yeah. He says, if Trump runs in 2024, I'm voting for him. I'm pretty sure this is how a lot of us feel. Otherwise, why bother? Ted Cruz, he'll never win. Kushner is a cringe lord, but we have bigger issues.
I guess, but...
You do seem to have a real problem with Kushner.
No, it's because that Tucker Carlson, and a great number of people actually understand that he is what destroyed the fucking administration.
I'm not saying you're
deliberately spiked that fucking administration.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
Someone that is actively against us, and he harmed Trump. And Trump was so fucking stupid or ingratiated with him or whatever it is that he will not get rid of him, even though he basically took
he's married to his daughter, so
fuck her too.
She's
a
Trump's gonna
idiot.
be fuck my daughter. Well, he might say
if she was my daughter, I'd say get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You're useless. His wife helped him more than his son-in-law and his daughter. She was out there. By the way, she's half the reason now we got Kevin McCarthy and other people in the Republican Party who are our spokesmen continuously talking about diversity. It's because of fucking her.
Mm-hmm.
So, Ivanka Trump, all I know is that if she runs in Florida for something, I swear to God, she better get griped. She better get fucking protested.
Yeah.
She better have people out there saying, you're running on the coattails of your father. You don't deserve this office. And the fact is that you are not right-wing. She is not right-wing.
Yep.
She is simply not right-wing. I've heard talk before about her politics. I have never heard one word from her mouth that says in any way that she's conservative. And even in the smallest fucking ways, like, I'm very religious or I'm against abortion. Nothing. Nothing. It is all left-wing shit.
Mm-hmm.
She's like an outspoken feminist, for crying out loud. It's like, I don't understand why that Trump is his own worst enemy in that regard, where Steve Bannon, who was probably Steve Bannon was more intelligent than what's his name, Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller was smart, but he was nowhere near as smart as Bannon, and he's freaking Trump discarded Bannon.
I don't know. I like
it was like an old pair of shoes. Like, you finish your run, you kick off your old shoes, and you just throw them in the fucking garbage bin. That's how he got rid of Bannon. And it was like, Bannon was the heart and soul of Trump's strategizing. And the problem is that if you bring back Trump in 2024, he's going to be even fucking weaker. Even weaker. And
I agree that it shouldn't be Trump running in 2024. It should be someone young, should be new. I mean, honestly, if Josh Hawley can settle into a kind of respectable populist, that would be amazing, frankly. Someone like him or whatever.
What I would like is for Donald Trump to go out there and be, he does have, not in every state, but in certain states like Florida, he has the Midas touch. Go out there and put his hand on the shoulder of people that have the possibility of carrying on his legacy and his actual agenda.
Yeah, totally.
And all that needs to happen is if
this is why this sort of squad-style coalition has to come together.
Sure, in a smart way, not the stupid way that they did it.
Exactly. Yeah,
I don't think the squad is really helping the Democrats, because it seems like half of them are fumbling and might be out. Yeah. And then the other half, like AOC, are basically like endorsing, like literally embracing fucking Nancy Pelosi, and is like either has fully sold out or is like some sort of sleeper agent, you know what I mean? Like, is waiting to spring up and enact the revolution.
She is definitely waiting to spring up to enact the revolution. But the conservatives need like a good, strong alliance in the Republican Party to coalesce around, right? So you have to be on the lookout, be on the hunt for these people who have come under fire by the left and not back down. All of those people, they're you guys.
Well, I wanted to say this before, but I'll say it now. If anyone in the chat has any connections to Josh Hawley, and if, let's say, in 4 years from now, he becomes President Hawley, all I'm saying is that whatever you want to get accomplished, Mr. President, Senator Hawley, you put me on that team, and we'll get it done. We'll get it done. But you like, when we, within this is my promise. This is a campaign promise that I'm going to make here, okay?
Yeah.
Promise for that administration. By the end of the first 100 days of your presidency, we will be referring to you as Kaiser Hawley.
That's a hell of a promise.
It is. And in some ways, I'm only half joking. Because you were talking about it before on your own. I think you might have said it on my stream, but you talked about it, I believe, on your own show of like basically the end of the Republic.
Oh, yeah.
Or maybe that was on your own channel that you were talking about that.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Republic is fundamentally predicated on the consent of the governed. Biden doesn't have it. No. And once that Rubicon's crossed, then it's over.
That's
right?
why
But that doesn't mean that American civilization is over.
I know what you mean. But I understand exactly what you're talking about, and you are exactly right. It is a very dangerous and scary time for that reason.
It is.
But the thing is that every time you talk about Biden, I have a thing that an image in my mind that you're going to be talking about him a lot based on the current events of him fucking up.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like every day is like a new scandal, like a mini scandal, him fucking up completely. But
the best thing is I don't have Biden derangement syndrome.
No.
I mean, Biden to me is just the face of the swamp.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm a never swamper, right? So like, but it's not an emotional thing. It's just like, look, these people are against our interests. They want to hurt your family. They want to hurt your country. They don't care about you at all.
Yeah.
You know, and so it's like, right, these are your enemies. They've declared war on you, right? So like anything that they put up, I mean, you know, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, you know, all of these swamp figures, they don't, you know, don't get emotional about them because they're basically just a facade.
No, I'm not angry at Biden at all. Like I view him as basically, I don't know if
gift.
A clown is basically like not really even a clown. Like Chevy.
Did you see the clip the other day where literally he's like, I don't know what I'm signing, and then someone just says sign it anyway. And it's like, there we go.
He's basically, I think that if Saturday Night Live wasn't partisan shit, you could have Chevy Chase playing Joe Biden, and I think it would be freaking perfect because he would just basically be like a bumbling, dawdling fucking old fool that doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. And the thing is, like, the way that you could tell between like Trump derangement syndrome and Biden derangement syndrome is that it's not only like a more extreme view of like, oh, fuck Democrats, all Democrats are terrorists, like shit like that, when it's not true. We could start
going down that road.
Well, no, I would say that
I'm joking.
The bureaucrats, I would say maybe were more willing, and the intellectuals, they're terrorists, you're like, sure, I'm on board with that fully, but your average Team Blue boomer Democrat, no, I don't think so. I think they're just pulling that lever, and they're not really thinking too hard about it. And they're being inundated 24/7, 365 of pure propaganda on every fucking network, including now Fox News. So I don't have any animus towards Democrats. It's just general frustration with those in my own life who don't really seem to understand anything as it relates to what's going on. And they're on a drip feed of fucking just straight up propaganda from the networks. However, the sign of like derangement syndrome would be like, we're like, okay, Black Lives Matter and Biden, and you lean too hard into like, you know, Xi Jinping is in the White House. He's literally in the basement having conferences, demonic conferences. You know, it's communication with the devil and Xi Jinping, and you know, it's like, you say weird that, but I bet
Biden invites Xi Jinping to the White House.
No, I bet he does too. Because obviously you're right in talking about him getting the third stack or maybe the fourth stack we're up to at this point.
Yeah.
I do think that's absolutely right, but
So I just want to head that off. It's like, look, if I ever have to talk about Xi Jinping going to the White House, it's not out of derangement. It's because Biden will literally invite him to the White House.
He's literally delivering the stack personally.
Yeah, exactly. He's personally delivering the stack. That's a great.
He's
I
literally
love
gonna.
Dong Zhang, man.
He's gonna.
Thank you for the 2 stacks.
He's gonna reach into his pocket and pull out, like, basically from like a mob movie, like in an envelope, and just set it on his desk.
Yeah.
Not even as like tribute, but as his payment. Here you go, buddy.
Yeah, you earned it.
the sign of derangement is when you have become irrational, and I would say that's a clear sign. Like Sam Harris going from I'm a very smart, principled, educated person. Listen to what I have to, you know, talk about for hours on end. Yeah. And that like, and out of the blue, out of fucking left field, he's like on Twitter, no, I am fully endorsing censorship. I am naming it. I am endorsing censorship. Why? Because my opposition is evil. All of it. Yeah. Evil. Everyone. Evil. It's like, you're telling, like, to me, and I'm not asking you, it's more rhetorical. Do you think does that sound rational to you? Or does that sound fucking incredibly irrational? And that to me is a sign of derangement. That's the derangement syndrome.
Yeah, but that's exactly the point, isn't it? It is irrational. You know, derangement syndrome is just like, I mean, if Biden tomorrow came out and was like, you know what, man, come on, give me a break. We're going to get rid of all these illegal immigrants like I did when we were when I was with Obama.
Get out of his way. Fuck the courts, Joe.
Exactly. I'd just be like, bravo. Bravo, Commandant Biden, you know.
Yeah, do it up.
Yeah. But that's the thing. The derangement syndrome is where that person can do nothing right.
Right, yeah.
And so, you know, Biden repealing Trump's fucking executive action that prevented China from buying up U.S. infrastructure, there isn't an American in existence that should object to that. That executive order was great, right?
Yeah.
That's good for your country, good for the American people. Necessary. Like, repealing that is an attack on the American people, right? And so Biden, if like Biden doing that, I'm obviously gonna be like that's bad. But if tomorrow Biden came out and did something economically populist or whatever, I would credit him for that.
Sure.
Not that I think he's going to. Obviously, I think he's a deranged old man who fucking.
No, I don't think there's much. I don't think there's a there for that guy. I don't think he realizes anything that's going on. And it's like I call him on Twitter President Dementia for a very specific reason. Like, it's not just an insult. I just think the guy does have. And by the way, you talked about him saying the Marine thing the other day, of salute the Marines. I'm pretty sure he said good-looking Marines, not salute the Marines. I'm pretty sure he said good-looking Marines, which is only slightly better than because the problem is that I just think that he has like the problem of old men where he doesn't have a filter anymore. So he looks at the Marines and says, "Those are good-looking Marines." He doesn't say, "These are some good-looking Marines," like as an off-comment. He turns to the camera, he smiles, he goes, "These are some good-looking Marines." Like he cheeses it up to the camera like Trump might do. He just goes, good-looking Marines. It walks in. It's like, what the fuck was that? So,
exactly. Either way, it doesn't even matter. He looks demented.
Think it would be worse if he has somebody feeding him shit like in a it is very possible. Like. Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
But
and so great.
Even if it isn't that bad, and I think that would be worse. Even if it isn't that, it's only slightly better because I think that's part of why he is the kid sniffer, is that he doesn't have a filter. Like literally, the thought pops in his head is, "I'm gonna smell this girl's hair," and he just does it. I'm not even joking. I'm not joking.
I agree. I don't think you're wrong.
I think that honestly, that is what's wrong with him. And the problem is like now he's suffering from a mental disorder or whatever it would be, a cognitive problem, whatever you would label it. It's like actually, like that is his problem. And like the problem is, and I looked to everybody. It's like as impulsive and that is and I imagine Trump can get pretty angry. I'm sure he has a temper. Although in casual situations, like in parties and stuff, he's been universally said to be, including by Dave Rubin, like super, super fucking relaxed. Like that is his actual nature in public. And when he's in a private party, super fucking relaxed. And I have every reason to believe it. Because I've heard it from like 5 separate sources that have no reason to lie about what his actual conduct is like. But even with Trump being, somewhat impulsive and spontaneous and that sort of thing, like Trump with the football, I'll trust Trump with the football, because he governs as a moderate, as you have long said.
Yeah.
But with
he was actually great.
With Joe Biden, man, maybe give it to Kamala. I don't even know. Like, I'll trust her a little bit more with it than him because I don't even know what this guy like. I don't even know who he thinks is a friend or an enemy. Like, I don't even know. Who are our allies? Who are our enemies? Maybe Syria is our enemy? I don't even know.
I don't see Joe Biden as a will in and of himself, right? I just see him as a vessel for multiple other competing wills that want things done and that he will just essentially just do.
Yeah.
Right? I don't see him as being a sort of agent.
No.
And I don't think he sees himself as an agent either at this point. I don't know what I'm signing.
By the way, you haven't mentioned this on your podcast, I don't think, but I looked it up the other day, and I'm pretty sure it's 2 or 3 times since the inauguration day. So, like, including inauguration day, he's been caught plagiarizing 2 to 3 times.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, when? What, since his inauguration?
Yes, like one speech and then one other place, he plagiarized.
Really? I didn't see it, but I'm not shocked.
I'll see if I can look it up right now. If I can remember
if you
what
send me
it is.
Across, that'd be amazing.
Biden plagiarism. Let's see if it comes up.
He's got a history. His career is a career of plagiarism.
It was very recently that he did this.
Right. Okay, I wasn't aware.
I'll go under news and see if it pops up. Oh yes. I can't open this because it's New York Times.
Send me the link anyway.
Okay.
If that's all right.
Today,
I need to
we
go
celebrate
grab a drink because I'm gagging.
Yeah, sure.
I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. Though,
okay.
If you want to read some
no problem. Okay. I'll send Sargon this link quickly. Sorry about that noise. That was fucking loud. I'll send it to him over. There we go. So it was in his inaugural speech that he plagiarized somebody. but I can't remember who he's alleged to have plagiarized. But yeah, I forget what the second one is. There was definitely more than one. But it was at least the inaugural speech that he plagiarized. Maybe someone in the chat can shout it out what it was, because I honestly don't remember. Does anyone remember what they were? What the two cases were earlier? Either this week or last? What he plagiarized? I saw it floating around on Twitter. It was at least two things. Yeah, I'll say that. We'll get to Super Chats right now. If you haven't already, like this video. If you're watching right now, and a lot of people are, give this video a like. It helps my channel immensely. And there's a lot of people, more than before, listening. So, we'll get to the Super Chats while he's grabbing some tea. What is today? It's the 23rd. I'll get a new image up. Let's find a new image. There we go. This is a big one. Put this one on screen instead. Get off that. Okay. Oh, shit. Where do they start? Keeps going. Okay. Cowboy Curtis gives me $50 and says gun fund, etc., etc. Hope you're doing fine, Louis. Sargon, hope Lotus Eaters is going well, and congratulations on the new baby. Well, thank you there, Cowboy, and I'll try to remember to pass that forward. And from what I hear, his website is doing very good, so that's good. TJ says, put up a picture of Jeff Dunham's Walter puppet and Joe Biden. Next design, a t-shirt of Puppet Biden with various special interests, hand up his ass. China, big pharma, banks, far leftists. We all know Biden doesn't make decisions. He's demented. Yeah, that's pretty much my view of him, and I say that not in a way to like, oh, fuck him, and oh, I'm so angry. It's like, nah, this guy's an empty suit and always has been. Name me a time in his political history where he actually felt something that wasn't just pure cynicism. Find me it. What's an issue he's always stood up for? I don't believe there is any. Diddly Dooler says, congratulations to the pastor. Here's $5 heading out for the fight tonight. Also, Carl, is that for UFC? If so, good luck. I think there's a UFC thing tonight. Have fun with that. Also, Carl, is your symposium content coming to your website? And I don't believe it is. I think everything's staying there, so I think I can answer that question in his stead. Can you do a breakdown of the series of Berserk? I'll try to remember to ask him that, but I don't know what that means. Stooge McDuck says, Keystone Pipeline destroyed, fracking banned, troops returned to Iraq, buckle up boys, we're headed back to dick around in the Middle East. How will the normies respond to that? They won't respond at all. That's my experience. Normies don't give a fuck. They don't care. They do not care. What was it? New Mexico just fucked their own state with Biden getting elected. New Mexico just fucked their state. Do they care? It doesn't appear to me that they do. But good chat there, Stooge, but they don't care. That's the answer. Sories says, how much do you think the veil is off, excuse me. The veil is off the RNC for conservatives. 10 years ago, I would have said I would have been a Republican for life. Not anymore. I prefer the people with knives in front of me, not stabbing my back while taking my wallet. Yeah, I would say you need to be careful. I have not advocated that anyone give money to the party itself. I think that we need to create an apparatus around the apparatus primarily first and infiltrate the apparatus that exists now. And the fact is, the apparatus of the GOP is hemorrhaging money. They're in dire straits right now. There's all kinds of corporations and banks and all kinds of donors and shit pulling out of the party, pulling back. And the fact is that that's bad for the party. It's good for us. Because the more reliant they are on special interests and foreign donors and all this shit, the less they need us in any way, shape, or form. So if they have to rely on us for money and all sorts of other things to fill roles and all that, that makes them far more accountable, and then we're filling the void in that way. So yeah, I would say don't give the RNC any money. Don't be a Team Red Republican, but understand that us infiltrating and taking over the GOP is a phenomenal strategy. And out of the plays that we got, it's proactive, it's positive, and it has a very solid chance at us winning despite the odds. The odds exist, but there's a good chance we can win at it. The Gettr says, hey, Louis, can New York still go red, bro? Which I take as a joke. I think that's just a dig at Sargon, and I've already disavowed him for that. Some guy says, Louis, check out Gazi Kodo's Black Hitler's latest upload. He's trying to start a war with his local Antifa chapter, leading a black revolutionary cult called Black Hammers. He does a fucking Joker monologue, and you link the video. I don't really want to watch that, but I'll see if I can remember to say that to Sargon. He'll probably find it funny. Glowy says, we need to cause constant discord in the left and the establishment. Also, don't let normies forget every bad thing they have done. The biggest ally is normies. The biggest ally is normies' short attention span. Yeah, that's why it's necessary for chum. On the right, on the left, we gotta always. People always say, "Well, we need to be always, of substance." And yes, we should be of substance. But whenever you got a chance to dish out some chum, dish out that chum. Why? Is it for totally cynical reason? Yes. But the fact is some of us like entertainment, but the fact is the NPCs, the normies, they need it. They need the chum. So the chum is necessary. As frivolous as it may seem, it is required. Glowy says, don't trust the institutions. Verify everything. If Mitch says something, assume it's a lie until it benefits him, unless it benefits him. Not sure the exact context of that. Glowy says, get rid of Mitch's supporters. He can't be a party leader without their support. It's more so Mitch's power base within the party itself. Mitch doesn't really have supporters. Mitch's supporters are just Team Red Republicans. That's it. But his power base is what he actually has at his disposal. That makes him powerful. Glowy also says, there are too many mercenary right-wingers. Well, that's unfortunately what we got. Look at the Tea Party movement. The Koch brothers usurped it and undermined the movement. That's correct. So that's what we need to be wary of. And it's why, even though I've seen people praise the Tea Party and say we need to be analogous to it, I would say that, or equivalent to it, rather, I would say we shouldn't be. We should be stronger than the Tea Party and not rely on boomer antics. The boomers thought they could just show up and be heard. We got to be Machiavellian. We got to be scheming. We have to be smart. We have to be always thinking in a very Saul Alinsky fashion about what we're doing, why, who benefits, who loses, and just that is our method. That is our method. We have a method of constantly scheming, being smart, engaging in smart practices, and pursuing wins. Tea Party never did that. They basically had the benefit of a mass movement that blew up into a big thing at Congress and dissolved and imploded very quickly after. It wasn't just the Koch brothers that bought them out, but they imploded because they just didn't have any real foundation to them, and they weren't smart. They didn't act smart. They just thought that they would show up and be listened to, and that was stupid. It's not the way politics works. So when it comes to the boomers, I'm more than willing to have boomers on our side because I like the boomers, and it seems like boomers are very good in many different ways. The difficulty is wrangling the boomers for protests. That's going to be our problem, is wrangling the boomers in that capacity, because the boomers do stupid fucking things, and it could cost us and cost themselves when they just don't realize it. They get too overzealous. They say and do stupid things. I've seen boomers, at least one video of a boomer where the boomer, like some person called the boomer a Nazi, and the boomer laughed thinking like, oh, I'm not a Nazi and no one would ever regard me as a Nazi. So he threw up a Roman salute and he said, Hail Hitler. And then he had his life destroyed by the media and everybody else. Why? Because he's a fucking boomer and he doesn't understand that I know you're not a racist or a white supremacist or a Nazi, but the problem is that there is an entire institution, a cathedral that is dedicated to destroying our lives, and you are totally oblivious to it. That was me literally catching my lip because my mouth is dry. My lips are dry. The boomers are oblivious. They are NPCs in large part. But the fact is that there's a lot of good boomers that are generous, that are good-natured, that show up to vote in very consistent fashion, that understand a lot of like nationalist policy that they're in favor of. They just default to it. There's a lot of good aspects to the boomers on the right side. But the issue is that they're totally fucking oblivious. They are living in 1974. Like, they think this is America in 1974. If you said, hey, do you know anything about millions of immigrants coming in every single year? They would be like, oh, you mean like the Irish in 1920? Like, that's what they think of. They're totally fucking oblivious about the 21st century, about real politic, about anything really serious about that's going on. They are fucking oblivious. And that is their major problem. They get too overzealous, they do stupid things, and they don't know what the fuck is going on. They're just in another century altogether. But does that make them bad people? No. They're very often good people, but they just don't know what the fuck to do, given the politics. It's us. It's people like me, and I'm not bragging, but it's people like me that have our finger on the pulse of modern politic that understand what the fuck is going on. You know, and we are the people that need to be in the room so that things can actually be accomplished for our side, or to not walk into traps. So, I mean, anyways, I'll just leave that alone. That, you know, the boomers have their strong points and things that they're, and the thing is, if you were to ask me, should we put this boomer in office who wants to run? Sure, he might have money, he might have networks, he might have all kinds of stuff going for him. He's a dumb boomer, might step in it, but the fact is he's got a lot going for him, and he's reliable. Unlike all these shifty cocksuckers that are around that are typically young, a boomer is usually just, yeah, you know, I'll support limiting immigration, and I'm anti-abortion and all these other things. They're more safe. They're a safer bet than all these other, like, younger, Ivy League educated cocksuckers that are not trustworthy. Glowy, or no, I think I might have skipped one. Patrick sent in $3 with no message. Glowy says, not only state senators, we need to get rid of the rhinos or spineless local judges. Bro, that's a whole other thing. I won't even get into that. It's judges, it's prosecutors, like, that is its own issue in and of itself, man. You're correct, but that is its own issue. Dr. Sarcasm Esquire says, welcome back there, Sargon. There's a couple questions for you.
Sure,
let me finish this one
real
quick.
Yeah.
But this one's just a general one I was about to start. I was routinely disappointed by Trump's inability to understand the nature of power. Yes, no kidding. At no point should he have had any inner or outer party appointees in his administration. The routine sabotaging and leaking dragged him down. Yes, especially during the early parts of his administration. It was like the first 2 years. He was totally bogged down by that.
He was very naive, wasn't he?
Yeah. But let me get to...
I think Trump genuinely had faith in the American system.
No, he had... No. He had faith in the people around him. That's who he had faith in, especially his son-in-law, who he apparently must fucking love beyond rationality. Like,
I agree, but like, I think he genuinely has an idealistic vision of America.
Sure.
And I think that he thought the courts would be fair.
Well, I mean, I would say that even with the Supreme Court, that I thought at least that the Supreme Court would at least hear the case. But to dismiss it altogether, that's where I was like, wow, it's gotten to that point now. We've reached that point where they're not, like, they can't even, like, just because they hear it doesn't mean they have to come to determination in any way. They could come to a neutral determination where they say, we're not sure we can rule on this. But,
yeah.
you know.
But I actually meant earlier than that. Like, the the extent of the Russia investigation was clearly hysterical and irrational.
Yeah.
And a more fair-minded sort of legal system and the political system generally, the civil service, would have treated it as such. But this should have been Trump's first indication that actually there's actually something wrong with the establishment. There's something wrong with these organs of government, right?
Yeah.
And I looking back, and it's easy in hindsight to be like, well, but looking back at it, actually, this should have been a massive indication. Why are you going on? I mean, when Trump's like witch hunt, yeah, that's true. It is a witch hunt. But if he was more articulate, he would have been able to bring out this point that, look, you know that this is not the case. Why no one up until this day has ever accused me of being the tool of Russia, and suddenly this is the accusation. This is ridiculous, and it was. But looking back, I think that everyone had more faith in the system than it turned out that was warranted.
Yeah, well, that's why they shouldn't have gotten rid of Bannon, because Bannon would have been able to
Bannon
inform
didn't.
them
Yeah,
very
he was
well.
the one guy who didn't. Yeah.
Yeah. And I noticed that, too. The charges that he was under, after he was charged, that case just disappeared. Went nowhere, nothing happened, no additional information, just, New York State is going after him for some random shit. And what I love about New York, too, is, the Attorney General of New York's like, we're going after the NRA. For what? Well, no reason. Why? We just wanted to destroy the organization. It's like, oh, okay. So eventually,
I guess that's
the
good
NRA
enough.
is just like, all right, I guess we're going to have to declare bankruptcy in New York and move to Texas, which I think New York is trying to block them from doing that. And they might be able to get away with because King Cuomo determines what the law is.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. But that's the thing, though, right? Because, I was thinking about this. Literally zero evidence tying Trump to Putin, that's after a 3-year investigation and millions of dollars, right, have been pissed away, and zero evidence. Right, okay, that I just can't get over that. It's like, normally there has to be some evidence to begin an investigation, right? And then after 3 years, even if only that some evidence is the thing that you have left, at least you have some evidence, But with Trump, they literally they have zero. It is literally zero, and it's like, fucking hell, man. There's something. It just strikes me as being important. That's a weird corruption that is displaying itself.
I mean, all I can say is you're just making my case once again to take over the FCC and take down all the networks. But
I'm with you. I'm if you can use institutions in a legal manner, you go ahead. I totally endorse
it's
that.
Basically just more or less the point is that. It isn't really to pull them down or censor them. It's to basically take them offline so they can't promote advertisement. And what happens when they can't do that? Well, they have to refund the contracts. What happens when they do that? They go out of business. Mission accomplished.
Well, I mean, any kind of legal actions like this seem to be fair game, given what happened to Parler.
And the other aspect
clearly it's a war for the other side.
The other aspect is basically if I wanted to be disingenuous or not really disingenuous, but basically Machiavellian, in evil fashion, I would create an investigation into Disney for pedophilia or something akin to that. And
I mean, I think that would be the responsible thing to do.
The thing is, I think
why is that Machiavellian?
Well, the point is to destroy Disney. That's the intention.
Well, sure, but it also would be the right thing to do to stop child trafficking.
You would probably find some people. You would probably find it's a witch hunt where you find some witches. You actually find some witches there. That's my opinion of them, because I've seen a bunch of people have been posting stuff around, and it's part of the anti-pornography thing. But it's by the way, have you known there's 12 people associated with Disney over the last 10 years that have all gone down, that are all powerful people within the corporation that were all pedophiles? Here's all these people. It's what can I say? Or all these people who work for Disney that were alleging have been child stars that have been raped and all sorts of things, molested and groomed. And it's that's been outstanding for quite a while.
That's the, I mean, there are allegations surrounding practically every Disney child star. There's some just naked ones as well. Where they're just openly alleging, and it's fucking hell, man. This is mad.
Well, after enough allegations, you have to wonder. And the thing is, too, with those allegations, they never really go anywhere. And that's when you have to ask...
They're never addressed.
Is this for fame? Is this for money? Is this for politics? well, those things don't seem to be really lining up. Nothing really, it's not really helping their career. It's not really making them money. It's not really resulting in any court cases or any political battles like with Kavanaugh or something like that. Nothing's really occurring from it. So is it really them cynically offering a lie, or are they saying something that probably did happen and that nothing's ever going to come of it, so that's why they're admitting it?
And not only that, whenever you watch the people doing it, I mean, like, a bunch of them seem kind of sincere.
Oh yeah.
Like on a human level, just judging it. If they came up to me and told me this, would I believe it? It's like, well, yeah, probably. Like, fuck me, man. Why would I think that Hollywood wouldn't attract these kind of people? Like, what would be my motivation?
So that's what I would do. And it would basically be me trying to basically do what I want to do for quite a few things, like in the culture war or political war or what have you. The war over education is people like, well, we're going to infiltrate the institutions. We're going to go our own way and start our own stupid shit. It's going to be like, well, you're not really seeing the big picture of the mammoth institution that exists that is like higher education. What should we do? We should burn all the fucking colleges to the ground. That's how
I disavow burning anything to the ground.
But is it actually through, unlawful conduct? Is it through violence or anything like that? No. It is utilizing the proper authorities to deprive them of money to conduct investigations, like such as, like for the example, the university that said, we're racist, we're systemically racist, we're full of racists, we are a racist institution, and the government goes, well, maybe we should look into you for racism, and it's like everyone laughs, ha ha ha, nothing came of that.
Yeah,
what should have happened is that we're a racist institution, blah, 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 blah. The state goes, you are a racist institution, bring in the state police, shut down the university, arrest the fucking board.
Oh,
that's what happens. That's what happens. Interrogate them. Are you a racist? Are you admitting to it? What have you done that's racist? Are you discriminating?
So great.
Have you broken federal law? And give them the real FBI treatment. Put them in a hot fucking interrogation room for 14 hours and just lean on them. And you do that for specifically political reasons to make them crack, and now you just gotten a scalp. Now you shut down that fucking institution. And now that institution's name, that Ivy League, go for those especially, that Ivy League institution, let's say Yale, something like that, well, now it's tainted, and now you're tainted. Now everyone from Yale is tainted. You were part of it, weren't you?
Yale is pumping out racists. How has this happened?
And they probably knew about the racism and did nothing.
Yeah,
maybe they participated actively. Maybe they participated in it.
They do it through critical race theory. Look, it's critical race theory that has enabled them to declare themselves to be racist.
Yeah.
Like, literally, you can draw like a big circle around all of it, the institutions and the theory, and render it all illegal.
And so basically, when you do that, let's say we do that to a major institution.
Yeah.
Obviously, the smart ones,
scalp.
The smart ones will start burying their heads. But guess what? Guess what is on the other side? All the leftists. No. Listen to me.
You're right.
We get a scalp, okay? The institutions themselves will go, oh shit, keep our fucking head down, shut the fuck up, don't say anything.
No. Then you turn to the next one and you say, are you racist? Do you believe in this critical race
maybe
theory
so,
stuff?
But this is the play, okay? We scare them, they put their heads down. It's the leftists that are going to come back to them and say, no, you need to speak up about institutional racism. And so again, they're going to have to, it's a choice. It's a double-edged sword. Either they put their head up and we cleave it off, or they put their head down and the left cleave it off. And it's a win-win. It is a win-win no matter what. Either the leftists basically get so much control or they put on so much pressure the university spins out of control and fails, or they put their head up to say loudly and proudly that they're a racist institution and all this other shit, or they actively discriminate against people. Like, they're actively discriminating against whites or Asians or whoever in favor of blacks and Hispanics. And then we don't do stupid shit like, we're going to conduct a congressional hearing. But no, send in police, shut down the fucking campus, make arrests, bring charges, bring them into jail, and then bail them out, and then have charges. Even if they fall apart, they go nowhere. You have to just drop the charges. It's about the symbol. It's about sending the message.
Yeah.
It's about the taint that you can create. Yes.
It's the will. That's the thing, right? And I've been using the term will a lot because that's people have got to understand it, right? like the will exhibited by the Democrats is just so obviously malevolent.
Yes.
Like it's openly malevolent, and it's like, okay, well then they need to understand that and this is why I keep. In fact, I've been doing. Have you even read Locke? Because this is actually really important. Because this actually is the key to the whole thing. Because the purpose of the Republic in Locke, the original premise is that men are coming together of goodwill and good intent.
Yeah.
To cooperate, to live together in society, because it's better to do that and sacrifice some freedoms in order to live among one another in safety and security than live in the state of nature, which is essentially the state of war.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the point. But the Democrats are openly in the state of war with the Republicans.
Yes.
They openly have an evil will towards the Republicans. Like Facebook organized everything about the storming. Parler got the blame.
Yes.
Right. So and now even AOC is like, well, Facebook's still responsible. Nothing's going to happen. Nothing is going to happen.
You know what's funny?
From the Democrats
you said it the other day,
and that's the core of it.
You said it the other day that, like, I believe it was on your own podcast where, like, you're talking about that specific issue, and the fucking governments went to Facebook and were like, give us your data on the siege. You know, give us the information of what happened on the 6th. And then and fucking Facebook is like, here is our data.
Yeah.
On our participation in what happened on the 6th. And then it's like, no, it happened on Parler. Then what was the data they gave to the fucking governments?
Exactly. I mean, not only have Facebook just completely 180'd the Silicon Valley perspective on it, right? We don't just give. I mean, that's pure on fascism now. Like the government can get access to all private information because it'll just be given over, and it's like, right, okay. So I mean, even if that's not through coercion, the end result's the same. You know, you have no private life. It's totalitarian, right?
Yeah.
So there is no separation there now. So welcome to the totalitarian United States. But yeah, it's like it's mental. What were they giving over? You know, the data from Parler got hacked. It's all out there. Well, go on. Where's the organization?
It's hilarious. It's just like Parler gets taken down, but it's like people are like, no, this happened on Parler, not Facebook. The government apparatus, the FBI, whoever goes to Facebook, they give them, Facebook gives them the data. It's like they don't even bother to say like, no, we didn't have a role in participation. We don't like, no, we didn't go over the data. It's like, no, you did. That's where it was actually organized, and you did hand over the information in terms of that organization to the government.
And the government's not even mad. Like nothing's going to happen to you. Like Parler gets destroyed and nothing will happen to Facebook, and yet then you cooperate in this fascist way with the government, and it's just like, okay, and everything just carries on, and it's like, wow, it's fucking amazing.
Yeah,
watching this.
I just thought it was so funny because you talked about it on your podcast the other day, and that's what I was thinking of. It's just like them talking about Parler, making a big deal about Parler. It's like, okay, fuck Parler. Okay, let's say fuck Parler. Okay, explain to me the process of the data coming from Facebook going to the federal government, investigating what happened on the 6th, okay? The terrorist insurrection, okay? What was the data then, you assholes? What was the data coming from Parler to the government? Was there any? I'm not aware of any. It's so
Republican,
dumb.
Every single Republican should be saying that, right?
Yes.
And literally, this is why, and just for everyone, if you weren't aware, this is why all the rhinos have to be whipped into line or taken out of their safaried. Yeah, exactly, right. Rhino safari. That's a great term for it. Right?
Yeah, it is.
Because literally, if the entire Republican Party grinds to a halt on this one issue, then the Democrats have to address it. Right? Because again, it's all about consent. If you don't consent to go along with the process stops. And that's what the Republicans have to do. Stop the process on whatever one of these just categoric issues. Because there have been so many issues on which the Republicans literally can't lose. Right? Yeah. It's obvious that right and wrong are just naked and out in the open. And the Democrats, the mask has fallen, and they're just like, no, fuck Parler. Right? This is an easy win for the Republicans in the moral realm. It's so obvious where the side of right is. And so the Republicans have to dig their heels in on one of those particular issues, and Parler would be a great one because it's obviously unfair what's fucking happened here. Like, it's so fucking obvious.
Yeah,
and that's it. That's what they should do.
There needs to be a real revamp within the apparatus of the right wing where
Yeah.
There is the standard political process of sending out a memorandum of talking points and what we're going to be talking about. And there is recently with, if you listen to a lot of politics and speech and people speaking, talking heads, politicians, cancel culture, cancel culture. They keep using that phrase over and over again, especially in areas where it makes no fucking sense. That's currently the buzz phrase to use is cancel culture, canceling. Like, that's all these people are talking about in ways where it doesn't make any sense. Like, some old 80-year-old GOPer knows what the fuck cancel culture is or canceling is, has any idea. They don't, but they're being told to say these things. But the problem is that it is just, neutered. It is neutered language. It is, obviously insincere. It doesn't mean anything, but it's... There's
the problem with it. The problem is that it's kind of neutral language, right? And it's like I've been talking a lot about sort of morally loaded language, because morally loaded language is very, very powerful. And one of the ways I think that the left has managed to get the Republicans to cuck on a lot is because they subvert it. They use morally neutral language to describe morally loaded circumstances and situations. Like canceling something is not necessarily bad. I might cancel my Netflix account, whatever. It's perfectly fine to cancel things. In fact, it sounds like you're part of a cooperative, consensual organization, and you're just withdrawing your consent from a thing. So that's fine, right? But that's not what's being happening. It's persecution that is happening to Parler, and that's not morally neutral. That implies a direct, moral wrong is encapsulated in the concept of persecution, right? And so the right needs to relearn the moral description of a circumstance. And that's the problem. Don't use the term cancel culture. Use the term persecuted. Every Republican has to say that the Democrats are persecuting Parler. They have to say that exact line, that exact word, because that's what they do with insurrection. They've tried to do insurrection. But the thing is, insurrection isn't actually always morally evil. Right?
Well, they refer to the number one word for the first 2 weeks was terrorist. So I would say
that's too strong.
Yeah, that was a strong connotation word. And that was the word that I thought if they kept going with, that eventually, I'm surprised that it hasn't happened, that no one's been shot yet based on that kind of fucking language. I'm not even kidding. I'm surprised it hasn't happened. Maybe it's COVID that's preventing that. But
could be. I have no idea.
I would imagine. I was imagining that you would have some kind of right-wing protest. Like, let's say in Trump in Florida, people have a MAGA rally in Florida with Trump's at some restaurant or something. There's people across the street, and some, Florida man Democrat just jumps the curb and plows into a crowd of fucking MAGA supporters. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting.
I agree. That I think there will be an event that becomes a flashpoint for a kind of Gamergate style scenario. I really this is why the focus at the moment. Let the Biden administration be weak. Let them be weak. It's actually good for everyone if they're kind of incompetent and continue to weaken their own position and fuck everything up. Because what the Republicans should be doing, this is why the safari is so important. Getting people who will be in line. That's the key thing. This is why I'm actually kind of white pilled on the thing. Hang on, this is actually a fantastic opportunity. The overreach from the Democrats is brilliant. This is actually kind of great. The F curves, just the F curves alone, is the most persuasive piece of evidence that fuckery happened. It's look at this very predictable curve for both Trump and Biden, and then suddenly Biden's just shoots up above Trump's, and you're going to tell me that if the situation wasn't reversed, you'd say that was cheating. In any other context, if you saw that, you would think that was cheating. So don't nothing that needs to be said about that. Further than that, it's a fucking perfect thing, man.
Yeah, I agree. There was another chat for you. Somebody asked about bringing over your symposium content to your website, but I said that you're not going to do that.
Oh no, I essentially am doing that.
Oh, really?
So the great thing is I get to talk to Callum about it as well, so he gets to ask questions and stuff.
Okay.
We did we've been really, really busy basically, but everything's going really well. And so there are a few kinks to iron out and stuff like that, and people get settled into working patterns and stuff. But like generally, it's going really, really well. And so we did our first one, which was the ethics of social justice. So talking about the ethical underpinnings of the ethical framework of the thing, right? How it makes moral decisions and the direction in which it's trying to go to make those, where it's trying to take us. And it's really, really interesting because like essentially it's a kind of imperial project for reason itself, to subjugate all of nature. And this is going to probably turn into a bit of a series I'm doing, because obviously we did the first one. I was just explaining like essentially how they can endorse evil, because they endorse evil on just in constantly. It's their platform to endorse evil, and it comes from the principle of universalization, I think. And this comes from an Australian philosopher called John Mackey, a liberal philosopher who, in the 20th century, who just explained that, look, if you're going to universalize, you have to take on the other fellow's values to be able to understand his position. And that means, you're not going to be able to create very much in the way of like moral legislation, what is right and wrong, that everyone actually agrees on. So anything that you actually legislate is going to be very thin, right? Very tepid, not very useful. But not only that, you've got to take on the values of like pedophiles and murderers and rapists, and like what about from their position? They're a victim of society. Yeah, maybe. Tough shit. He fucking raped a kid. I don't give a shit how much of a victim of society you are. That's a Rubicon. Once you cross into the wood chipper, I'm sorry. Don't care. Too bad. You should have made better decisions.
It's just the thing that they obviously the pressure is there to make it happen, where they want to bring it, like they want to add it to LGBT. It's so obvious that's obviously what's going on, but
because they want to frame them as a victim class. They want to be like children can consent. They are. And but that's the thing. So this is sort of symposium content. So it's like they're getting deeper into things as I explore them myself. Because I'm trying to figure this stuff out. And yeah, so
I'm trying to rack my brain, because there was something I watched the other day or saw on Twitter or something where it was again another one of these things around children, or maybe like transgenderism. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was something around the issue of children from a left-wing perspective, and it was begging the question of a child's consent. Like a child can't consent to X. Like a child doesn't need their parents' approval to do X. And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, guys. Like, either you are the biggest useful idiots on earth, or you are fucking insane, because you are making an argument where the logical conclusion is the abolition of the age of consent. It is so clearly headed in that direction that I look at it and I just go like, what is fucking wrong with you people?
Yeah. And not only that, like it's packaged into loads of their philosophy as well. I mean, look at their definition of a woman. A woman is anyone who identifies as a woman. That means, as far as they're concerned, a child could identify as a woman. And the thing is, I have seen a child identify as a woman. It happened to me in the Southwest tour that I did for UKIP, right? Literally, we're standing in Plymouth, and this like 12-year-old girl comes up to me, puts on this stroppy attitude and goes, "I'm a woman and I don't want to be oppressed," or something like that. And I was just stunned. I was like, fucking hell. There are so many ways I could have dealt with it. I could have just said, "You're not a woman." You're not, by any definition, a woman. You're a child, right? Because the definition of woman that I accept is adult human female. But if the definition of woman is anyone who identifies as a woman, then that means that child is as much a woman as any other adult woman is.
Jesus
right?
Christ.
And exactly. And now what age of consent, what are you talking about? That's a moral legislator. This child is as much a moral legislator for herself and others as anyone else. And she tried to approach me like that. And I was just like, fuck. I mean, at the time I didn't understand it as well as I understand it now. And now I'm looking back at it, I'm like, fucking hell. This is actually insanity.
Did you have
this
some
is madness,
strong words to say to her father, who is definitely in her life?
Well, that's the thing. Like, she was walking through, she's 11 or 12 or something like that. So she's not like really young, so she's smart enough to be able to make decisions.
She was with her mother. That's my point. I'm making fun of it because she's like being groomed by her mother, who's a radical.
No. It was just the middle of the day. She could have just been, walking through the town, and
came up to you and gave you some sort of ideological bullshit. You think that she's that?
I don't think she thought of that. I don't think she thought of that herself, but I think that she's been groomed into that in school or wherever, right?
And I'm pretty sure her mother, who is behind the line, pushed her forward to come up to you.
I didn't see her mum around. I mean, I'm not saying that she wasn't. I'm just saying I didn't see her, right? So I get the feeling that she was just someone who'd watched this on TV or been taught this in school or something like that.
Get down there and go tell him something.
Yeah, because that's kind of, well, I don't think she was encouraged necessarily. That's what I'm saying. But she was like, but anyway.
I can't imagine being 12 years old and being like, even if someone, this is me. Like, I would want to go yell myself at a politician versus.
Dude, that's why. I was just shocked that this was happening. And then the way that she had approached me as well, I'm a woman. I was just like, fucking what? Like none of this makes any sense.
Well, I guess it makes a certain sense if you understand certain things about certain French philosophers who wanted to get rid of the age of consent.
Exactly. Dude, that's exactly. I think this is the root of like Vorsh being like, well, eventually it's just the power dynamic between the adult and the child that is the problem, and it's like, really?
Oh yeah, that's it. No, he's right. I gotta say, don't worry. You let him keep talking. Talking.
Oh yeah, totally. Vorsh, just for the record, mate, I disagree. I completely disagree. I totally disavow
the scary thing is basically the problem is that as time goes on, it's like...
And I think your hard drive should be checked, mate.
Yeah. The problem is that as time goes on, like, I still think the SJWs are recruiting. I still think they're bringing people to their side. And the scary thing is that, like, how far are we gonna get before like you have normies who are slowly influenced by SJW politics? Like, how scary is it gonna get where you're gonna have like your average boomer on TV or Gen Xer more likely on TV being like, no, like they'll call it something. It won't be pedophilia. It'll be something else. It'll have some other name for it, and it's like.
I think with almost everything else, yes, but I think that when it comes to some weirdo SJW trying to fuck their kids, they've got to be no, right? They have to be no on that.
It seems like every other thing has just been a matter of time. That every other thing that was once completely socially taboo has just been eventually. But
it's predicated on the idea of consent, right? It's all predicated on what consenting adults do with one another.
I don't know, dude. When I saw that like morning TV bit of one of the drag kids coming on and doing like a striptease and all the NPCs in the audience clapping viciously, like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, but that's a self-selected audience, right?
Yeah, but I think it kind of makes the argument of like. I don't know. Maybe I'll just leave that alone. It's just like
no, but when they're advocating for adults to be able to have sex with children is when they'll go too far, because in people's minds they don't think children can consent to that, right? And so you won't be able to make the argument of consenting adults should be able to do that, which is what it's all based on, really.
I don't know, man.
So that's the barrier upon which they won't be able to persuade the parents.
I think you greatly
of everything else. I think they can persuade the parents.
I think you greatly underestimate the power of their propaganda. I think you greatly underestimate.
I hope I'm right.
Yeah, you're likely disagreeing for the point of being a parent and that being a fear. But I would say from a point of not being a parent, I see these people being slowly groomed to accept that proposition.
Sure, but I think any any reasonable opposition looks much stronger than the argument for.
Well, we'll just drop that because there's other things of people.
I'm not saying they won't try.
Well, I'm just saying there's other questions to get to, and I'm just going to say that perhaps the argument is that people in our society might need leadership. Let's put it like that.
I think that's very firmly stated.
Yeah. Well, at the very minimum, the whole point of the church was moral leadership, and that wasn't a negative thing. It could be in certain cases, but the problem is I think a lot of people lack a sense of direction and lack a sense of curiosity, and so need to be kind of told, like, hey, here's some good moral things to think about and consider and believe, and don't listen to the fucking pedophiles that are out here arguing crazy shit that want your kids raped and sterilized and eventually dead through their own hand.
I mean that's a great way of putting it. These people want your kids sterilized if they want them to transition.
Well, that is the fucking truth, and I can't stand it. One of the things, the failure of the right has been like, oh, what is a woman and all this shit. It's like, bro, they want your kids fucking sterilized. Like,
why are you debating
Jesus,
the definition of a woman with a fucking
plus,
weirdo
if you're a fucking parent, and it's like, like the whole what was the point of you having a kid? Like, what is the whole point of being a parent? Yeah. They're trying to sterilize your kid. How does that not cut to the fucking biological nature of you being a parent and having a child? Like, how is that not cutting to the fucking, like, the lizard element of your brain? And that's why I think that needs to become, like, you know, forget about, you know, LOL, you know, these ugly women or whatever playing sports or women in sports and the poor women are going to be oppressed by that. I could give a fuck less. That's their own decisions. That's their own weaknesses. How about the fact that they want your kids fucking sterilized? You know, talk about eugenics. It's mass sterilization. Come on. And it's a fact. It's a fact for what is done in the process of transition. That is just a natural outcome for, like, an insane percentage.
Yeah, this is actually, the process is actually one of sterilization. I mean, especially if you're getting surgery, you literally are getting either your genitals or your breasts removed. You know, like, this is really fucking strong stuff. This to me should be the number one talking point for any kid anyone who's arguing about transition or drag, or not drag, but trans kids, anything like that, about transgenderism and kids. The first word out of every person on the right's mouth, or anyone who disagrees with it, that it is simply, they will sterilize your children. This will sterilize your children. That should be the first fucking talking point before anything else. Because, like, they will never defend that. They're never going to defend that. Every time I've seen somebody mention that, they run from it. They don't address it. Because it's a terrifying thing to say. That's why.
It's terrifying, and I think
you want to sterilize my child?
It's, you know, like, we are in part our biology. We are in part this, you know, element of being human is just our, you know, we are a creature, and that is biological. Is to be a human. And reproduction is a major component to what makes us human. It drives an entire many processes of our lives that are involved.
It's the entire music industry.
Music, like, fiction,
it's
you know,
film, you know, stories we tell each other,
even like philosophy and, you know, other such things. Like, it's incorporated into every faith across the planet. It's like, it's an intrinsic part of being human, and this is the thing they're trying to deprive you of. In order for you to go down the path, the first fucking thing they're gonna take is your ability to reproduce, to ever be a mother or a father or anything. They're gonna take that from you, and the fact that that's not talked about, to me, is a total failure on our part, because it's like, that to me is what makes the entire process above and beyond everything else. You know, to me, the greatest argument is, well, this person is miserable. Well, is doing this going to make them any less miserable? Because my direct firsthand experience of seeing all these people on Twitter of being trans is all of them are unhappy. All of them are unhappy. So what is the fucking point? You know, it's, to me, the greatest refutation of transgenderism is that none of these people are fucking happy, and it just makes me so angry, because it's like,
thing is, as well, the thing is, right, and to talk about the transgender people themselves, because at this point we haven't been talking about those people themselves, right? We've been talking about the activists.
Yes.
We've been talking about the people ideologically pushing this agenda.
Yes.
Right? And this is being pushed at their expense.
Yes.
At the expense of these people who have what I'm happy to consider a genuine medical condition. Like, I'm not saying that gender dysphoria doesn't exist. I'm not saying these people don't have problems. I'm not saying they don't have, you know, deep problems that I don't understand. What I'm saying is that these activists, exactly. What I am saying is that these activists do not have their best interests at heart.
No, they don't care. They don't care about the suicide rate. The suicide rate to them is nothing more than a talking point to further the agenda.
Yeah, to be clear, like, I have friends who are trans, you know, and I'm not just saying this because all virtue points or anything like that, right? But I have people I watch that I like who are trans and who have gender dysphoric issues, right? This is clearly a problem of the modern era that can't be escaped. Fine, right? But these activists, these radical left-wingers who have an unhinged view of the world and morality itself do not have the right answers. These people do need help, but not from those people. Those people are predatory. They want to increase the number of people with gender dysphoria. They want it to be more popular. And I'm saying I want the people who are suffering from this to be helped. Yeah. Two different things.
Yeah, and I say that with no animus in my part either, because I've been on streams and communicated with people who are transgender and whatnot, you know. But it's just the general frustration of the fact of like seeing all these people, and there are a few people that I see on Twitter who are more like indulging in the idea that we should be encouraging more people to be transgender, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And that's where I draw the line, because it's like, listen, as it stands, it seems like kind of a raw deal, where there is no real solution.
It's not good.
And the thing is that if the whole point is you finding your identity, finding yourself, being fulfilled, being happy, I don't see it. Can you show that path? Can you show how you get to that point? Maybe you can personally, be, above and beyond all the things that are occurring, but for just the other person, can you actually provide that? I don't fucking think so, and that's why I don't think people should be out there encouraging it in the way that they are. Like the people out there, it includes the trap thing. I don't like that. I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like people promoting the trap thing. Like promoting the idea that like effeminate men should be dressing like girls in an actual way, not just like for a meme's sake or whatever, but just like actually encouraging that kind of behavior. I don't like that, because now you're just making this guy even more sexually confused, or more confused about his identity.
This is why I totally disavow Nick Fuentes and his cat.
Oh yeah. But
I will bully Nick Fuentes if I ever meet him.
Okay, maybe so. I'll see if we can set that up. But the thing
in person.
The thing is with it though, is that it has the same kind of problem that transgenderism does, is that it is going to lead to people being more confused. And the problem is that you don't have any way of unwrapping this and actually giving them a path forward. It is leaving them just like adrift, confused, until they put a gun in their mouth and blow their fucking brains into the ceiling.
And sterile.
Yeah, and sterile,
Like that's the thing. Like this is why the gun comes
I'll say it. I'll disavow Dankula right now. I'll disavow Dankula.
Oh,
He's one of these fucking people. He's doing it for meme's sake, but I don't do that. I don't like this trap shit. I don't like it. Because in part it is
a funny
people.
meme. But like unironically though, it's not good for man. But Dankula's a pretty good example of a man generally, actually.
No, he is. I think that he carries himself very well as a man, and that's why it disappoints me for him to be engaging in this kind of thing. Because
it's a funny meme.
Yeah, it's a meme, fine. But I think what he should be encouraging is the fact that he's a Chad. Dank is a Chad. He's a very kind person, very good person, generous person, good-natured person, and I'm sure he's going to be a great father. Yeah. And the fact is that should be the thing, that he can be humble in this, but promote that concept. Promote the idea of being a good man. He does, through example, I would say. But the fact is that the shit, when it comes to effeminate men, I hate the idea that we're continuing to engage in the idea that it's acceptable for them to continue to pursue the idea that being an effeminate man or pretending to be a girl or such a thing is any path to go down, when from every conceivable angle that I can see, it is a path of destruction. It is a path that leads to bad ends, or it's people, individual examples, who have basically crawled their way out of that themselves and by themselves alone. I've communicated with people who are examples of people who are transgender, but their struggle has been climbing out of that pit by their own two hands, and that is it. No support, nobody. It's them themselves. But a lot of these people who are like this, that are effeminate men, they're insecure. They are dependent. They don't have this, and they rely too much on other people. So I hate it. I can't stand it, and that's why I don't like it. I don't like the memeing. I don't like the promotion of effeminate men, cross-dressing, or any shit like that. I don't like it. Because
I get it, but I'm not gonna condemn someone or castigate.
No, I'm disavowing Dank right now. I'm disavowing Dank right now. I want to, this is a new stream we're gonna have. This is a new fight we're gonna have. We went from the lowly fight, and now we're gonna have the trap fight.
Next time we're playing Bannerlord, we can fucking have it out,
And I mean it too. People mentioned in the chat. Well, I'll say if someone said disavow Dev as well. I've been disavowing Dev. And Nev needs to grow some balls, and we need to debate some of the issues that we disagree on. I've been waiting for months. So eventually, I guess we'll have some kind of debate. But he's just, right now, he is on indefinite suspension of disavowal, okay? Or indefinite disavowal. But with Dank is new tonight. This is a new disavowal for myself.
A new disavowal.
Anyway.
I'll let him know. Okay,
go ahead. You do that.
Yeah, I'll message him.
Let's see here. somebody asked if you were going to do a breakdown of the series of Berserk, which I don't know what that means.
I've never heard of it.
Okay, then Dilly Dooley, you're going to have to contact him on Discord and ask him exactly what you mean. There might have been another one. Oh, yeah, Gazi Kodo. They sent it to me, but I don't give a fuck about this guy.
He's been getting kind of based, though.
Gazi Kodo did an upload where he is trying to start a war with his local Antifa chapter. Based. He is leading a black revolutionary cult called Black Hammers. Excellent. And during the commentary, he engages in a fucking Joker monologue.
Okay, send me a link. That sounds great.
I'll send you the link to that video.
Sounds brilliant. What a good time. What a fun time.
Oh my god, he has his face painted.
Oh, what?
What the fuck?
Oh, fucking hell.
That's
it's fucking 19 minutes long.
Jesus.
Okay.
I didn't watch it.
No. I'm
okay, I'll get to some more super chats.
Yeah.
Where are we? Inability. Okay, yeah, that's right. Glowy says, we need to secure certain states, Arizona, Georgia, Washington, Florida, and Texas. We need to undermine other states, California and New York specifically. Yeah, sure. No name. Trump was a better president than Reagan, but he was choked by damn rhinos. Mitch McConnell is my senator, and you can get him out, and you can't get him out because you can't primary him, and the Democrats they run against him are awful. At least Rand Paul is okay. Yeah, Rand Paul is generally okay.
But that's not really very helpful. Like,
yeah,
okay,
he's
not good enough.
He's kind of flaky. Honestly, on our agenda, he's kind of flaky.
Yeah, I agree. Libertarians are generally.
Yeah. Mitch and Mitt Romney are like citadels surrounded by fortresses of other rhinos. Yes, exactly right there, Glowy. We need to chip away at the fringes of the GOP's power. Exactly. That's my entire point. I agree.
Sure.
I
just think that Trump is probably strong enough to storm one of them.
Like, nah, bro. You're talking about, like, fucking Aragon running into fucking Mordor by himself.
Yeah.
Okay? Nah, that ain't happening. Okay? I'm talking about scheming in the background and taking the ring into the Mountain of Doom.
Why not both?
No. You can only. It's not about walking and chewing bubblegum. It's about a focused strategy. And I want Trump doing out. Trump in this case is Sam. Okay, where would Frodo be without Sam? So that's what I'm saying.
Well, good point. Where was he with him?
Yeah. Sam was definitely needed throughout the entire journey.
Yeah, but the Frodo was like, I'm not throwing the ring in. It's like, what?
Well, that was because he finally succumbed, and as far as we could tell throughout the entire movie, that everyone was vulnerable to it. Everyone.
Yeah.
Trying to change things this year for the positive, says William. Ironically, got COVID on the 1st, but instead of moping around, I decided to use the loss of taste to start keto. Goal is to get my deadlift up to 700 pounds. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's a hell of a good goal.
He's currently at 600 pounds. I am a weight nigger, he says. Well, I thank you, my fellow person of color, for the message. That's a lot of fucking weight, dude. Jesus, you must be built like a fucking bear.
Yeah.
Hacka something or other says, Carl, has Trump ever chosen anybody who is capable? Tillerson, Bolton, Barr, Mattis, Scaramucci, the list goes on. If Trump is the kingmaker, he is going to nominate Romney if he is nice to him. I have to agree. Not every single pick was disastrous, but a lot of them were.
I agree. Trump was way too naive.
Well, the problem is my most accurate assessment of him is the fact that all these people that he nominated were names delegated to him. These are names that were passed on to him because he was like, he goes to his staffers or people around him, it says, find me names. Who do you recommend? And my thing is, this is my thing with Trump and all the people, how people perceive him. And you're right. He definitely, he was a moderate, and he was in some ways an idealist, because if somebody, like, if we're doing a list of names, okay, the list, who agrees with me on everything? Who agrees to do everything that I say to do? Those are my prerequisites to getting a nomination to something that I'm going to put you in. Is, are you going to do everything that I tell you to do? And do you agree with me on everything? And if it isn't not everything, I'll bring you in. You explain to me why. And let's see how that process goes.
Trump wasn't a revolutionary. He was a reformer.
Well, I would say that I'm an idealist. I would say that I'm a reformer. I'm just
no, you're a revolutionary.
No,
you have a revolutionary will. Like, it's the will. It's the will behind the person. The revolutionary will was not in Trump. He was a moderate. He was a cracker. He wanted reform.
I think that
the revolutionary will come up. The revolutionary will come next after Trump.
Kaiser will come.
There's no choice. There's no choice.
I'm going to say,
the Caesar is on his way.
All I'm going to say is that I think I'm the moderate. I think I'm the moderate.
That's what AOC says.
Like the spectrum. If you put me on the spectrum, okay, I'm like center left. All right, that's all I'm saying.
and that's literally what AOC would say.
Well, in reality, I'm actually center right. I still am center right, despite what I say. It's just a difference in terms of, what people like. Some people are like, oh, we need to get the church involved, or like they certain people are kiss asses about Christianity and the Catholic Church and other things, and it's like, we don't already have enough failed institutions in America. We got to endorse some others. Like, nah, I think we
got to prop up the Catholics now as well. Jesus, they've lost. Their popes kissing Muslim feet and endorsing gay marriage. Just shut up. Yeah. Don't talk to me about the fucking Catholic Church.
Well, it's so stupid.
I'd rather not have to deal with it.
One of the major problems the church has, is not to get lost on this, is the fact that they don't allow their priests to marry. And I can't begin to tell you that, like, I have actually interacted with priests who have left the Catholic Church and become Baptists or whatever the fuck because they wanted to marry. They found somebody they wanted to marry. And it's like, oh, like, you could actually help yourself there. But meanwhile, it's like the Pope is like, by the way, I think atheists might be able to get into heaven, and I'm going to kiss the feet of Muslim. He said that, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
It is just like,
atheists might
cool.
go to heaven. What are you doing?
I guess that's cool for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an atheist. I could go to heaven. I guess that'd be nice.
You get up to the pearly gates, you meet St. Paul. It's just like, hey, come on, the Pope said it. I mean, Jesus, you're supposed to have a direct line with the fucking guy, all right? Yeah. This is what I was told.
Yeah.
Can't blame me for this.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyways, Weedman, nice name, says, glory to the pastor in Germany and U.S. military. He's in the U.S. military, and apparently he's in Germany. So good luck there.
Right.
Drunk because of Rona, joined military to fight for the Constitution. Happy to see you again, and Sargoy boy. Amazing pair, both of you. Hope you are doing well. Aww. Keep up the fight for the sane of us, please. Yes, thank you. By the way, someone earlier in the chat wanted to congratulate you on your baby.
Oh, thank you. He's currently sleeping very soundly. Well, I say very soundly. He's about to wake up, but
yeah,
he's very very good.
He says he hopes your company's doing very well, and that you're congratulations on the baby. That was Cowboy Curtis who said that, who I believe is also on your Discord.
Curtis. Yeah, everything's going well. Like, we're nearly at 4,000 subscribers on the website. So the business is funding itself, and we're producing lots of good content. We're doing, like I was explaining, all the sort of symposium stuff we're doing, but we're doing like book clubs. I'm doing Marcus Aurelius next, and then we're doing like premium podcasts.
Yeah, the daily podcast is good.
We've got the daily podcast, and we get guest articles written by people you may know. Getting another one from Helen Dale next week. Got some from Hannah Gal, who wrote for the Times of Israel. So I suppose we're Jewish souls now as well. But no, she's fantastic, man. She's such a good writer.
Yeah, I've read a few articles in your website that have been pretty thorough.
Yeah, she's totally on point. She's getting to the heart of why everyone's getting it fucking wrong.
Yeah.
And she's totally, she volunteered. She's our girl. She's on our side. And just like, so yeah, everything's going really well. Thank you very much. Just quick status update.
Mexican centrist says, get ready for COVID 2.0. The vaccines were for nothing, which is my view. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Also, China is imposing their shady vaccines on many countries, as mine are included. I assume he's Australian. Well, he says Mexican, but
he says Mexican.
I don't know how. That's a long trip for fucking vaccines from China to Mexico. Also, tell Sargon he should use Streamlabs because Google Super Chats bans mine and others.
Does it? Right. Well, we are expecting to get demonetized at some point, so yeah we will.
Engaged Few says, this is why I'm organizing at Facebook to push for election law reform in my home state. With time and effort, this is something we can do state by state. Yeah, that's true. That's how right-wingers have done it in the past, is state by state. To help in the next elections. I would say that one of the hardest things that in the long term is going after public unions. Man, is that going to be a fucking fight. That is some straight up like, I'm an old man sort of fucking policy that we might be able to get to by then. Maybe, if everything goes our way for the next 80 years. Mitch says, come on, man. Joseph says, did you see Ty Beard on Ricada Law the other night saying he wanted to get or grate a shitposting task force to go after the rhinos? It's great. Texas lawyer Boomer got all riled up and started calling for shitposting. Yeah, I did see that guy the other day. He's like a lawyer / Politico or whatever, where he works with politicians and that. And he's like, yeah, we're going to go after the rhinos. And he created a website called like GOP Cucks or something like that .com.
Based.
I'm not sure how effective that'll be by itself, but it's definitely like a good sort of tertiary thing to do. Like
the straws on the camel's back. That's what we're start piling up. All those straws.
It's good for entertainment's sake. Somebody earlier in the chat was saying something like, we got to be of substance. And I said, yeah, it's important to be of substance, but to keep up morale and to keep the attention of the NPC, like Team Red boomers, chum. You got to constantly be chumming out. Just entertainment stuff, dunking on left-wingers and that sort of things. Maybe not in the sort of stupid, abstract way that, like, the Ben Shapiro's of the world do, where we're going to somehow convince these people through smug arguments. Like, that's somehow going to make a difference. It makes a difference in racking in cash during the college circuit tour, but otherwise it's doing fuck all. I would even say that what could be beneficial is something similar to Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, but rather than just having it for the sake of having it, which is what they do with their money, they just recycle their money, they reinvest it. You actually put that money forward to, we're going to meet up today, we're going to have fun, we're going to have speeches, we're going to have a conference, and part of the proceeds, 15%, 20% of the proceeds are going towards this campaign, this fund, this politician, something like that, so that people can show up, have fun, have a laugh, spread the word of this organization, but at the same time, part of the money is going towards the agenda itself. It's going towards the politics itself, rather than just perpetuating the thing itself.
Yeah, building like a woke MAGA cathedral, right? Because the NRX guys use the term cathedral to talk about like the animating will of the left, and I think that's fine. That's a fine way of describing it. There needs to be kind of like the MAGA cathedral, so the MAGA will underpinning the things that Republican, the MAGA folk are doing.
Yeah.
They have to be able to identify each other as kind of like MAGA woke in the same way that the SJW woke do, right? So they can know instinctively by certain kind of words and key phrases and shibboleths that this person's on my side and they're a trustworthy person politically, right? We have aligned interests. And the woke people use all their shibboleths of systemic racism, and the MAGA folk essentially have to be the ones who have their own one, presumably in the way of like Joe Biden didn't win, Trump won legitimately.
What would be funny is to come up with some kind of organization name that incorporates like Safari, like something like that, like to go after the rhinos. I don't think you could get away with anything that would be like it would imply violence, like the Huntsman or something like that. I don't think that would be good. Although, what's the name of that British actor that was in Jumanji? I'm gonna look it up. That played the hunter.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look that up right now.
There are bound to be some from like the British Empire or something. Like, there's got to be like,
I'm gonna find it.
some big game hunters.
No, where is he? Where is he? Jonathan Hyde. Jonathan Hyde, which I'm pretty sure he's a British actor. No, he's Australian. My mistake. He's just good at playing British people. But I watched Jumanji a few months ago, and I watched it and I was like, it kind of stands up over time, but it's not that great of a movie. But I saw this movie when I was very young, and my favorite character is Von Pelt, which was the name of the hunter in the movie. That is my favorite character of the entire fucking movie. Hey, you've seen the movie, correct?
Yeah, years ago.
Yeah. Oh man.
So there was a guy. There was a guy who killed over 1,000 rhinoceroses. Fucking hell!
What is that guy's name? That is hilarious.
John Alexander Hunter.
Yo!
1887 to 1963. He was a Scottish-born Kenyan game control officer.
Oh my
big game hunter and safari guide, author and conservationist. He moved to Kenya in 1908.
It would be something like the incorporating ivory. That would be that would be a smart play. Like that is so fucking funny. That John Huntsman, you said his name was
John Hunter.
John Hunter.
Yeah, the John Hunter Club. Yeah.
Dude, I'm not even joking that would be a good idea. Like that would be a fucking hilarious thing to create. Is like the the Republican John Hunter Society or the John Hunter Republican Society, something like that.
Yes, the John Hunter Republicans. That sounds good as well. Yeah. That sounds like an old school official, the John Hunter Republican Society.
But what it is really a secret society.
Yeah, to hunt the rhinos.
Yeah. Well, hey, we don't like rhinos. What can I say? It's fun to hunt them down. Oh God, what is the line from fucking Boardwalk Empire?
His is Wikipedia page. Yeah.
Okay, send it to me. A line from the Boardwalk Empire from the Commodore in the show is, would you rather be the bear or the one holding the shotgun?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it is. That really is.
Yep.
I'll see how people react to it. I see a couple people laughing at it and saying it's funny.
But unironically, J.A. Hunter, if you search for that on Wikipedia, you'll find John Alexander Hunter. And it literally just says, he killed over 1,000 rhinos in Kenya because the government needs to get rid of them in order for the lands to be resettled to the Kamba people. So it's a British Empire thing.
Return it to the people. That's right. It sounds like a good message.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the land needs to be returned to the people.
We're taking from the rhinos and we're giving it back to the people.
Oh, meme magic is such a perfect thing.
I'm gonna think about that. I'm gonna let I'm gonna think about that for a little while, because that is actually a good idea. Because I do think the safari idea is a good idea, but to incorporate it to a very specific degree, to where it's like the guy that holds the record for killing the most rhinos. Oh
shit! If you've got any images, there must be some pictures of the guy. Pictures of the guy with. Let's see if we can find one.
I'll click on the
there are selfies of him next to the animals he's killed.
Oh my God. We go.
Let me see. Let me see if I can find one.
J.A. Hunter. I don't even know how you knew to look this up. Oh shit, that is so funny.
There's loads of pictures of hunters with rifles and rhinos in black and white.
Yeah. Well, that'll basically be the flag.
Exactly.
A poached rhino.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh shit.
I'll
have to wait and see if people like it or not. See how people react to it, because
it just amuses me.
Some people are saying, like, in all caps, "This is not funny, Louis," but it might be for YouTube purposes.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
But put a MAGA cap on the guy standing there.
It's too small.
And then send it to Mitch McConnell.
Oh shit!
Just post it in his Twitter DM. Twitter replies. It's like, you're getting primaried, bitch.
That is hilarious. I think that is a smart way of looking at this, but doing it in such a way that it seems like quasi-professional, but it's just it's just meme bullshit. But at the same time, it is a real movement. I think that the movement is there to get rid of these people.
If not now, when?
Yeah,
like,
I know,
shit,
right? Exactly. That's my point. Now is the time, especially when all the corpos are pulling out of the party. Like all these organizations are pulling out of the party. Now is the fucking time, because that's part of their power base, not ours.
Yeah, that was a spectacularly good observation on your part as well in your video. One that I hadn't even thought about.
What's that?
Is that literally from a corporate perspective, the Republican Party looks weak at the moment. You know, the Democrats are the ones who are going to be handing out all the breaks.
Yeah,
you want to be getting in good with Biden and give him 2 stacks to make sure that he's in your favor.
Yeah,
what good is it giving the Republicans 2 stacks now the Dems control everything? You know, who cares what they fucking think?
And
so now is the time to leap
for the foreseeable future, because
on the rhino's back.
All they got going for 2022 is the House, as far as I know. That's as best as they're going to do is the House. And I mean, the thing is that is it really going to be enough, or is it going to be ruled through executive order? Because so far with Biden, he's not proposing shit in Congress.
Oh, dude, it's like I saw a graph that was the number of executive orders per president over time, and like George W. Bush didn't issue any executive orders for months, and then Obama ordered a few, but not very many, and it ramped up as he went. And then Trump had fewer than Obama, and then superseded Obama, and Biden has just been literally a straight line upwards.
And it's in a very stupid way, that he's done that. Because if I were to do that, like follow that same strategy of we're going to rule through implementation of executive order, and I was in Biden's place, I would definitely be knowledgeable enough to stagger them.
Yeah.
So that way you can make sure they're implemented. Moron.
Yeah, they've totally rushed, and it's just like, right, okay, that's very interesting.
Such a fucking novice move, dude.
Yeah, exactly. It's such a sign of weakness, you know? It's like the fact that they don't feel in any way secure, and so they're leaping so quickly. It's like, what are you doing? You know, the mask is just fully off now, and everyone is looking at you going, dude, you know, what are you acting like this for? You know, why are you acting like you're about to be overthrown?
Yeah, I know.
But that's the point. They're weak, and they know it.
Maze says, I think I might try to run against Dan Crenshaw. Also, hey, Carl, come back to Houston again.
Dude, we're basically locked down in England now. England's basically a big prison camp. I can't do anything. And everyone here is a fucking sheep, because they're all like, oh, well, we're not doing a real lockdown. There are still people out wandering around. And it's like, dude, I'm literally going to pretend that there is no lockdown as for much as I can. I fucking hate it.
I've been watching for, I don't know why. I think it was through Google recommendation, YouTube recommendation. I've been watching a lot of Gordon Ramsay recently.
Right, okay.
And there was one...
The chef.
Yeah, the chef. There was one episode of one of his shows in the UK where he tries to help out restaurants in the UK. And he basically meets like a general manager who's like this really wimpy, sort of placid guy, and he basically spends like an entire 5-minute segment just screaming at him, trying to get a reaction out of him, like trying to get him to yell at him and be aggressive in any way, because he's like, how are you going to be a general manager if you're so placid and incapable of being like affirmative in what you have to say to people? And I thought to myself, that kind of reminds me of the UK in some ways. That you unfortunately, like a lot of the people in your country seem to have just lost their fight. That
totally. They've been Europeanized. They want the government to do everything.
It's what the Japanese say about their own people, that they've become drunk on peace. Yeah. That's what some of the criticism of Japan is from the Japanese, is that they've been drunk on peace. And I would wager the same about your country as well. And that's why
we've been drugged. Yeah.
You need to bring back the empire, so that you know what it's like again to win.
Yeah. We're fully on managed decline in Britain. So it's just we're just going to sink into obscurity. It's like, you know what? I actually kind of hate that. Thank you. I don't think I'm going to accept that. Yeah. Even if I fail in every single way.
All I'm saying is,
I'm just not going to accept it.
I'll just say this: do you think France right now is very prepared?
No.
That's all I'll say. I won't even say anything else. I'll just say that. Do you think France could give it their all right now?
Well, I think that Brexit will probably end up putting into action a chain of events that eventually leads to the collapse of the EU.
I hope to God it does. Yeah, it'd be
Yeah.
great. It'd be hilarious too.
Oh yeah, fingers crossed.
All I know is that I hope what happens, if that happens, the day comes where the EU collapses, I just pray that it reflects what happened when the stock market crashed in America to all the different stockbrokers. Because something happened when that happened. And you could go look up your history what happened when all these very rich people in a lot of debt suddenly lost all their money. What they did after that. My hope is that the EU people do the same thing, so that way they can save us a lot of time. Let's see here. Oh shit. There's a compliment to me here. No Name says, Sargon, when will Louis become a permanent guest on the Lotus Eater podcast?
Well, you would have to move to England.
Yeah,
I'm afraid.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm white, so I don't know if I'm welcome.
I can't guarantee that you are.
Salad Snake says, 2013 gave us Mattress Girl, 2021 gave us Pillow Guy, and 2024 I forget even how to say this word. Duvet? Is it duvet?
A duvet.
Yes, it is duvet. Okay, sorry.
No, a duvet.
That's what I'm saying, duvet.
No, duvet.
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 That's what I'm saying, you fucking jerk off. In 2024, Duvet Tranny will complete the Holy Trinity. The future is awesome.
No, well, 2021, and it's the troops sleeping out on the cold, hard fucking floor with none of those things. You know, this was important, man. That fucking shit with the military, that really, I think people are underestimating just how bad the optics of that were.
What's that?
The shoving the fucking National Guard onto the fucking floor.
Yeah,
the cold,
but
hard fucking thing. That looked bad.
It makes the boomers catch attention for about, a millisecond. But the problem is that it got fixed pretty fucking fast, so it's hard to make hay out of it.
Well, I think I did see a fair amount of hay being made out of it before it was fixed, but then it looks like compensation for a mistake they know they made, right? And I think there's something about putting eyes in that place that was important, right? I don't know how exactly to describe it, but like the fact that everyone is now looking at that where they weren't looking at that before is important.
Well, the fact is now is because with Biden, now he has to own everything.
Yeah.
He has to own everything now. And what's beautiful is that even with the bannings and all that, eventually, hopefully, we're able to scrounge together some kind of network that can gain popularity. And we're going to be all over this fucking guy. We're going to be all over this guy, finding everything, catching everything. Mm-hmm. So the fact is that our side has people on the ground everywhere. And as soon as it becomes popularized to film fuck-ups on part that you can blame on Biden, or seemingly, people are going to be spamming that shit. So the fact is that because everyone has a camera and a studio in their fucking pocket, everyone can be a journalist. In the news media, they can have what they have, but it's up until I get in control of the FCC. Weeb Slayer gives me $50 and says, stream with Uzulu, then stream with Don the Pleb. The pastor is needed. People are saying that Uzulu has gone off the deep end or some shit like that, but
has he?
I haven't talked to him and he hasn't talked to me in quite a while. I can try to reach out or something. I know he's on our Discord.
I've watched he does like 4-hour-long streams, so I don't get to watch them all, but like I'll tune into like 10-15 minutes of a stream every now and again, and he just honestly he seems to be just in agreement with us from what I've seen. So I don't know what he said that like is like wild.
Yeah, if you have some example of why he's quote unquote lost his mind, you're gonna have to send me something there, guys.
Yeah, I'd need to have an example.
Glowy says the fact that the FBI couldn't find anything to nail Trump on means he is one of the cleanest politicians ever. Probably. Yeah. Because the FBI is a corrupt organization.
I reckon they didn't fabricate something, frankly.
Yeah, me too. I'm surprised they didn't try to do that, because that seems like something they would do.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them at all.
Guy has the name Iraqi Oil Money. Hey, guys, I'm 26-year-old guy, originally from Iraq. Oh, I guess the name suits then. But living in Missouri or Michigan, I think that's Michigan. I am a citizen, and my first ever vote was for Trump. I live in a red-leaning district with lots of Iraqi immigrants, thinking of running for some kind of office, but I have no education on advice. My advice is...
Do it.
Yeah, you're 26 years old, and I've already done a stream, I believe, where I've talked about basically what you can do. And your best bet is to find somebody who is a local party official, or somebody who's politically engaged in some way, and basically talk to them and say, like, listen, I'm interested in running something. But the problem is you're going to need another source of income. You're not going to be able to run for anything prestigious. You're going to have to work your way up, and you're not bringing in anything to the table, so there's going to be demands made of you. So
I was thinking, right, so you're only 26. You've got lots of time, right? And I think we're in a position where we actually do have time as well, right? So, like, if I were you, you've got like 4 years till the next sort of major political event that rocks the world. So you've got a bit of time to... Don't worry about things. So if I were you, I'd probably go get a political science degree or something similar, right? So you will know what you're dealing with, and you'll have some kind of credentials at the end of it. So, you will bring something to the table. Right? Now is the time for us to create the men that needed to save the Republic. And that's us. We are that is ourselves. And so improve yourself. Do something that, I mean, I'm whatever it is. It doesn't have to be a poli-sci degree or whatever, but just do something that is particularly relevant to what you're trying to get into. Spend the time now. We've got the time.
My advice to you would be to make yourself as close to a stock politician as possible in appearance, meaning get a wife, get a job, get some suits, get a degree, but it doesn't need to be, in my view, an advanced degree that much.
No, just a basic degree.
Yeah, basic degree.
That'll educate you so you know something about what you want to do.
Get a either a 2 or 4 year degree in law.
Yeah,
and
very reliable.
But make sure you got money in your pocket, because that is a prerequisite for anything political. You got to have money in your pocket. Also, an important part is don't immediately start from the position of you want to run. Start from the position that you're interested in politics. Go to events, go to fundraisers, go to things for your local party officials. Get to know people, shake people's hands, get to know their name. The fact is that you already have the advantage that you're not white, bro. Okay? You have an advantage in that.
Yeah.
Republicans right now, at the moment that we're speaking, are hungry like a ravenous dog for non-white candidates. The problem? You got to be married. You got to have a kid or a kid on the way. You got to be a stereotypical Republican.
You got to have an education.
Yeah.
You got to have something. You got to be able to have that kind of credentials.
Yeah. So there's certain things that are required of you, being that you're young. If you said this and you were like 54 years old and your kids are grown up and you got all kinds of money stowed away and you're about to retire or some such shit, or you retired early, as some people have that watch my channel. Like, you got everything going for you other than you need to get connected. But if you're young, the Republicans will only bring you in if you look like the average stock Republican that would be in a Shutterstock gallery, okay? That's who you need to be basically before you can get your foot in the door. But once you do, it's basically, you are only limited by your own ambition at that point once you get brought into the fold. Whatever is holding you back is your own ambition, because the more you invest in it, it's like a business. The more you put in, the farther you're going to go. The other thing is, advice for you, don't be a degenerate, don't be an adulterer, don't have vices, extreme vices, don't go to prostitutes, don't gamble. You basically have to condition yourself to be boring in terms of your own personal life. But if you don't want to be boring, go jet skiing or get into boating or take up a trade or
something virtuous.
Yeah, something that is just common that people can, see and say, "Oh, he's into sports. I like sports."
Like Tulsi Gabbard and her surfing.
Yes, exactly. something that people can see as attractive in you, and that is in no way a deviation from the norm. You can be slightly deviant and deviate from the norm, but the further you go, the more it damages you.
No, if you're going to deviate from the norm, you have to deviate in a way that demonstrates virtue, right? I mean, like it's virtuous and it's kind of, you know, heroic to be sort of like, you know, a surfer who is surfing on these huge waves. It's dangerous, it's risky, but you're skilled and you can do it, you know, and you're dedicated. You know, it shows virtue, it shows decency, so it shows courage. You know, it shows good things about you. You know, if you're going to deviate from the norm, make sure you do it in a way that does that.
Also important. I've been speaking to image, but it's important as well. You know, obviously, you know, if you're a young man, getting married, getting a kid, getting a job, blah, 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 that's all important. But before you can become you can run for something, you have to begin the process of speaking publicly and also being able to comfortably be in a room of people and greet every single one of them, sussing out who are the rich people and knowing their names. Making sure that you see, make sure we come back. You're at a fundraiser. You're at a GOP event. I'd love to see you back again. You seem like a great guy, and I want to have you around. Like some kind of like shark, you know, like with blood in the water. You need to sense, you need to feel, you need to smell the money. You need to get those people coming back because if you can bring in money and you can get your own support base in terms of money, it is like a golden gun for when you run for office. That if you are dependent on the party, they're going to come at you saying, well, what favors can you... And I know this firsthand. If you go to the party and you got empty hands, they're going to say, we want something. So go do something. We want something. And they'll keep keeping you on the hook up until they drain you dry and you just quit in frustration. Or you have already full pockets coming in. You got full pockets, you know people know you have support, you know organizations know you. That person already knows your name before you come in and talk about it. All of that, just, it gets the party bosses out of the way. And they'll say, bam, this guy is the reason I get some fat paychecks and get all kinds of good shit. It makes me more powerful and ensures my position. They'll see you as an asset, not in the way that they can take advantage of you, but in the way that it's basically they're the anchor and you're dragging them forward. And that is very good. And I've seen that happen myself, that people in my area already established, already know politics, have gone up the chain, started as a local councilman, moved to a state assemblyman, moved to a state senator, moved to a congressman. They just went up the ladder. And all the while, networking, meeting people, you know, having a career, having a family, their wives, quitting their jobs, and not just quitting their jobs to raise the kids, but also engaging in politics, also holding fundraisers, meeting people, networking. Being in politics, there's two choices. You can take a position that's low level just for the sake of doing community action and trying to do right by your people in your area, by your community, or dedicating your life to it and going whole hog. And the issue is that I'm not going to ever tell anybody that they should go the latter option, that they should invest their life into it. Because the fact is that if you fuck up and you become politically radioactive, you're done. You're done. You're gone, and you will never be touched again, and that is a risk. But if you just stay in your own area and you run for city legislator or something like that, you know, that's cool because you're still participating. You can still represent our voice and effectively, you know, potentially save your own locals, your own community against SJWs that'll try to infect your politics and pass crazy commie legislation. But you got to know what your role is in life. And at the age of 26, maybe slow down, maybe think about getting all your ducks in a row, which is career, education, family, kids, and then networking. That's what you got to do. So hopefully that helps you out there, Iraqi oil money.
Co-sign all of that advice. That was really good.
Glowy says, pedos already have new term maps, minor attracted persons. I don't know. It seems like a lot of leftists have already caught on to that and shit on that. So I think they're going to have to re-strategize, and I don't think that's the term they're going to come up with. They're going to come up with some kind of like postmodernist term.
Well, they do, and again, like love is love, and it's like
yes,
some love is inappropriate. frankly, like just to be the bearer of bad news there.
I mean, it's love is love. What the fuck?
Again, it could be anything. Like, love is love. Well, then what's the difference between anything?
Yeah.
All is morally permissible. It's like, sorry.
Well, that's why I say, I've had people giving me a lot of shit, but I'll say again, fuck hedonism. That's all I'm going to say. I don't want this country to be people out there getting pissy at me about marijuana. It's like, fuck you. Go, I'll send you back in a time machine to go live in fucking Gomorrah. All right? Fuck off.
Honestly, I think, like, philosophically, the big push should be against utilitarianism. Utilitarianism is a fucking cancer and is the losing strategy for everything on the right wing.
Oh, yeah.
Because the question the premise of utilitarianism is a capitulation of the right, right?
Yeah.
Because the question is always, well, where's the harm? It's like, that's not the right question to be answering.
Yeah.
You want to be asking, where's the virtue?
Yeah,
because where's the harm is negative. You've already conceded there's no virtue here. There's nothing good being built here. We're just mitigating damage now.
Yeah, I agree.
Where we've got to.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and this is why Aristotle is our boy. This is why we're going to be moving forward into personal virtue and personal discipline. And, this is why Louis gave you a life plan answer, which is what Aristotle has. He has a life plan answer. And this is why I'm going on like a personal jihad against utilitarianism philosophically. Because it's cancer and it's got to stop. It's got to stop.
Yeah, and I have to say that at the end of the day, despite what Sargon put, and I agree with completely, that the argumentation itself is just lazy and pathetic. There really is nothing to it. I find it impotent, and it's why, as I've argued about marijuana and other things, and that I sort of resent the arguments about pornography because I don't find them to be effective in terms of persuasion. Where it's so mean-spirited in terms of the argumentation, and I don't appreciate that. But as it relates to the issue of virtue or morality itself, it's like I really find it an issue when the right is arguing from the position of utilitarianism when we're supposed to be the Christians. We're supposed to be the ones with a set of morality and arguing morality, yet where the fuck is everybody, So when people are making arguments like that about where's the harm, it's like, it just feels lazy and impotent and insincere in many ways.
It's a cuck argument. It's a cuck argument.
Yeah.
You've already lost if you're arguing just for mitigating damage.
And the fact is, during the Rekieta stream that I had with Nick Rekieta,
still want him to give me a shout?
Dude, I've contacted him. I've sent him 2 messages. He hasn't gotten back to me.
Oh, I guess I'm not important enough for him.
Yeah, I guess so. But we argued about marijuana, and someone brought up medical marijuana and talked about the virtues of that. And I said, no, you're right. I agree. Medical marijuana can actually be a good thing because I've seen it myself where people are having problems, all sorts of really terrible problems with prescription pills, and it's really, really not working. But they've tried medical marijuana, and it has effectively aided them in going back to their norm before they were injured. And they were able to be a better husband, able to be a better father, able to help around the house, able to go back to something resembling normalcy. And to me, that is good because it's helping them return to be just a normal man doing what a man should be doing. So,
but when it comes to weed, there's nothing special or unique about weed, right? So it's the same as any vice. And I want to be clear, as someone who personally enjoys the substance, but obviously not in the UK. Whenever I visit California, I enjoy it. But as someone who very much enjoyed his time in California, I'm still happy to call it a vice. Like, it's obviously a vice. In the same way that drinking beer is a vice.
Yeah.
Smoking cigarettes is a vice. Like, people have vices. Like, the point is not to be pure. The point is not to say, oh, well, I've never touched any of these things. I've been entirely virtuous. God will, it's not about that, right? It's about your general habit, right?
Yeah.
Your general habit, what you're habituated to. If you are just some fucking loser who works or doesn't work and just gets government money to sit around smoking weed and playing video games, that's bad for you, right? That's not a virtuous life. But if you're someone who, works 9 to 5, spends time with the kids, and then on a Saturday evening goes around to a friend's house and smokes some weed, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like, it's the same as drinking some beer. It's fine.
I knew somebody that
it's about moderation.
I used to hang around.
All things are about moderation.
Yeah. But I knew somebody who got married, had a kid, is like not an engineer, but is some kind of like tradesman, and he smokes weed with a buddy of his that I don't know. So this guy's a friend, but this other person I don't know. But he hangs around at his other friend's house, who is more of like a slacker idiot.
Yeah.
But he hangs at his house, smokes a joint, gets high, and then passes out. Wakes up the next day, goes back to his parents or his own house, and resumes the role of the family man. And the fact is that while you can criticize even that practice, the issue is that is it preventing him from otherwise being a decent man or husband or father? And as far as I can tell, the answer is no, that he is a decent husband, father, and worker. But
and we wouldn't even be having this question about a factory worker who works 9 to 5 every day, and then at the weekend goes and has some beers around his friend's house.
Yeah,
it's exactly the same process. It's just and it's a social ritual as well.
Yeah,
that's the thing, right? It's actually it has also other advantages that are not purely like materialistic ones.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to have to go in a minute because
Okay.
I think my son's woken up and he wants a bottle.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have to go do that. But yeah. So don't get hung up on any one thing. It's about trajectory.
Yeah.
Habit over time. The sort of things you mostly spend your time doing. If they're mostly quite good, and the things you do that are harmful are not that often, you should be fine.
Yep.
But,
all right. I'll see you later then.
Yeah.
Thanks for
take
coming
easy,
by.
man. Bye.
All right. I knew that was coming. Disconnect from that call. So thank you to Sargon for stopping by, and hopefully everyone in the chat is now condemning me for not being openly in favor of weed. So let's see, we got a few more super chats here. Oh man. Oh shit. Okay, here we go. Glowy says, pedos. Okay, no, we already got to that. If you can find a person to cut out of their son's dick, you can find a parent willing to give their kids to pedos. Yeah, that's a very great point there, Glowy. Great point. Great example is Hollywood. Yeah, I totally agree, Glowy. Thoughts on Gypsy Crusader? I don't know who that is. William says, I'm white and built like Grimly from Lord of the Rings, Lamau. Fucking, what do you gotta be either Scottish or Irish to be built like Grimly. Disavowed. Sorry, William, but disavowed. Louis the Pleb says, Don needs to deliver the right-wing sermon to you. Come on the Pleb stream. A Mexican centrist says, Louis, what do you think of cucking of language on YouTube? The whole effin' and heckin' and fu soy swear because of my YouTube green pesos. Every YouTube now cucks out on swearing because monetization. It's fucking bullshit. Yeah, I have noticed that they're Mexican centrist, and it's why when they took away my monetization, I just said, okay, fuck it, I don't care. I'll stay here and I'll keep saying swear words. And, I keep getting suspended on Twitter for saying retard and faggot. I've said all kinds of shit on Twitter, and that's the only two words I've ever been suspended for are retard and faggot. But I will keep saying curse words, including nigger, because, there's no real intention behind it most of the time. And I don't really find that to be offensive. Oh, it's offensive language. It's offensive. Offensive to fucking who? Who am I offending? If I'm saying bad words, I said faggot. What does that mean? Who am I saying it to? Who am I offending? Am I saying it to you? Am I calling you personally a faggot? Well, maybe then you could personally find it offensive. But if I'm not saying that you are a faggot or someone is a faggot or anyone is a faggot, I'm just saying the word, then what does it even mean? And how in any way can you find it offensive? The entire definition of offensive language, hate speech, and whatever else is merely the concept of wrongthink. It is, I believe you may be thinking something that is negative against, let's say, a gay person in the use of saying the word faggot. Even though for this entire stream, I've had, Yuri on screen. I've had Lily on screen. I've had the suggestion of lesbianism on stream for, 30 3, almost 4 hours. Quite clearly, I am not homophobic. But the problem is that in order to not be homophobic in the modern day, you have to agree to a series of presuppositions of the left. And I simply don't, because I am not a leftist, and their arguments, their definitions of things, and what they desire to me make no sense. They're not my desires, and so I do not go along with them. But just because I don't go along with the general prescription of the left on a variety of things does not therefore mean that I am something. I am an ism. I am an ist. I am anything. It doesn't mean that. And the use of language does not mean anything unless I specifically say it, and you can reasonably interpret it as being meaningfully whatever. But yeah, you are right there, Mexican centrist. Kendrick says, Uzulu has taken the blackest of pills and is calling for strategic action in America. He thinks that since Trump didn't cross the Rubicon, well, he couldn't. Trump set himself up for failure. There was no measure by which Trump could have won. Allowing Biden's inauguration to happen, that there is no hope for anything. He needs to serve in good pasture. Yeah, I would say that he is being a little bit too black-pilled if that is the case. I mean, violence only has its place in the way that it will actively help us. And there are positions where violence could be necessary, such as we go to the next election, it's the same thing all over again. They're printing ballots, they've shipped them in, and people, there's no observers. You force your way into that building. If there's a police line, you push your way through the police line, you get into that building, you disrupt that process. That is a means by which of disrupting an illegal and immoral process that is actively stealing the vote in a so-called democracy. So that is strategic action. But any of the sort of like Fed posting what it's called or Wignat kind of shit, none of that is useful. It doesn't. It's not only counterproductive in that it makes us look crazy, irrational, and it turns the feds onto us, and it makes the people that aren't aligned with us exactly scared to align with us. But as well, it's typically unplanned by dumb retard rednecks, and it's never effectively done. So I think that in general, that kind of violent action or whatever is just, it's immoral, but also it's never really going to be effective. So even if we were in a bad situation, in the blackest of black pills, I would say that what should be done is something closer to a secret society, like the Native American Party, where we just simply say, okay, we have lost the country. Well, we're basically going to have to find a means, legally or otherwise, in winning elections or winning power or gaining power, and then eventually galvanizing enough power that we can basically spring the trap and basically, Caesar marches on Rome, that sort of thing. So it would be violent, but it wouldn't be stupid redneck end of the world bullshit. 1776 bullshit. It would be very stealthily creating an organization, spending 100 years fighting and eventually springing a trap and then clearing the deck, so to say, and then regaining power. That's what would be required if we were in that situation. And I honestly don't think we're in that situation. I don't think we're in that situation. And if we were, I would just say so. But I don't think we are. I don't gain anything by being positive. That is not even the point of my channel, is being positive. But I am saying that we are not in the position of all is lost, etc., etc. We are simply not in that position currently. And to say so is either, you're being incendiary for the point of attention, or you're feeling down, and unfortunately you've just allowed your sorrow to get the best of you, and you need to sort of regain your composure, so to say. Stop being hysterical. Let's put it like that. Get a new image. I'm not too keen on this image. Let's get this image instead. Put this image up instead of the last. Brando Commando says, same situation as Iraqi, except I'm Hispanic. Live in Milwaukee. Goddamn, dude. Feel sorry for you, bro. And I'm still in college, and I'm turning 24. Might have to move to a red district, so on soon. I'm not very religious and consider myself sort of a secular conservative / classically liberal after a fashion. Well, I don't know. Did you say you're going to college? Oh, you're still in college at 24. Well, I don't really need to repeat myself from earlier. I've talked about this more than once at length about what you should do. But it is simply understanding the process and going slow and understanding that the best thing that you should be doing is networking. But even if you network, it's always going to be secondary to your own personal life. The first thing you need to get out of the way is wife, kids, job. Like, those are the things that you're going to have to focus on. Because if you don't have those things, you will always be in the position where you will suffer from a massive negative connotation. I have seen this with a few people, but if you are a bachelor running for a political position, it will come up. If you are divorced, it will come up. If you don't have any kids, it will come up. And even the point of being secular, I would say that on the right, you would best be, you don't have to go to church or anything like that, but it's best to just say, I'm a Christian. Maybe I don't go to, church as much as I should, and maybe that's a fault of mine, but I am a Christian. Saying that gives you a very small advantage, but it doesn't give you a disadvantage in terms of running for an election. Whereas if I ever ran for an election, I'd have a lot of things going against me. A lot of things. And I'm very cognizant of that. I'm very aware of that fact. But if I had a wife, if I had a job, if I had kids, I would be in a much better position to actually try to seek office, or at least start the process, which is getting to know people that are in the area, getting to know power brokers, getting to know the party boss of your area, county, whatever, county rep, whatever it is, head of the party, in the area, meeting already elected officials, and all those people that I named, the county people, commissioners, representatives, state assemblymen. What they're going to want from you is for you to go to, do telephone banking or go to a fundraiser and maybe hand out pops. They want you to knock on doors. They want you to help put up signs. They want you to donate money. They are going to want you to do something for them. And your choices are doing that work and trying to build a relationship that you can basically use as putting steps. You ever look at a staircase without steps? Well, doing work for an elected politician is you attempting to basically craft a step to put on that staircase so that you can eventually work your way up to the top. But the thing is, though, party bosses are going to take advantage of you. They're not running for shit. They don't care. So they're going to just try to take advantage of you and your passion. It's the politicians that you're better off with. That if you stick around long enough and you're smart enough and you help them out enough and you bust your ass and you can bring on people and if they fuck up, you can manage that for them, do damage control. Eventually, they'll just hire you and you'll become a staffer. I've seen that firsthand. 2 people I worked with while interning worked their way up and eventually just got brought into the fold. They got hired and they made $60,000 a fucking year off the bat. So, and that has many things going for them after that. You're in the machine. You're now part of the machine past that point. And like I said, the limits are your ambition and your competence. and your subtlety, and the boundaries of your ethics. Because a lot of politicians, look at Katie Hill and a bunch of others, they're just straight up degenerates. And the problem is that what happens if you become a staffer for Katie Hill and she tries to fuck you? Are you willing to cheat on your girlfriend, your wife, or whatever? Are you willing to do a porno film with her and potentially ruin your career? Suck her clit, and so that you get slightly closer to her? Does that sound like a good idea? To certain people it does, but to me, it sounds like you just fucked yourself, and what you should do is make a clean break and stay away from her as far as you can. You distance yourself as far as you can, because eventually somebody like her is going to get caught and she's going to go down in flames like she did wind up doing. And so the problem is in politics is a lot of people like that. A lot of people like that in politics. We're weirdo degenerates that are able to hide it. Able to hide their faults and their weird-ass nature. Because politics, it's kind of like a whirlpool for that. It draws a lot of eccentric, weirdo people. Successful people, yeah, but a lot of weirdos too. And you don't want to tie yourself to them. You might think of them as another ability for you to, craft yourself a step to put on your staircase in terms of your own political career, but it could always blow up in your fucking face. And if that person goes down, there's a decent percentage chance that unless you can insulate yourself well, or you're already protected within the apparatus, you're going to go fucking down with them. And that happened with all of Katie Hill's people, as far as I'm aware. She went down, so did all of them. So, unfortunately, you got to be careful. Look for somebody boring. That's my suggestion if you're going to go with a politician. If you're not going to do it yourself, network yourself, meet some rich people, network with them. There's a lot of rich people that are super passionate about politics, but they realize they can't run for office. They have kids, they got a business, they got this, they got that. They want to go on vacation. They don't want to dedicate their whole lives to running every 2 years for Congress. They don't want to do that. So if you can get close to them, which I have with one person that my mother knows who's rich, I've gotten close to them. What do you think the reason is? You think I give a shit? This friend of my mother's, think I give a fucking shit? No, it's because if I ever wanted to run for office, here's a rich person who I can go to and say, listen, I'm going to run for office, and name me an issue. Name me an issue you're passionate about. Oh, I'm against abortion. Well, that if I get a chance, I'm going to vote to ban abortion. Do I give a shit? Really? Myself? No. But guess what? I just made a fucking a friend for life that I can pump for cash every 2 fucking years. Because I have ideologically satiated them. Republicans look at it from, no, let's keep the abortion issue going. That way we can continue to fundraise off of Planned Parenthood and that. And there might be some truth to that. But the problem is, you might fully ingratiate yourself to a permanent base that you have, but you can basically say, well, you could go back to, well, we might suck now, but look what we did on abortion. We might suck now, but what about when we had abortion as an issue? We were the kings then. You call this the kings then. We're still the same people, the same GOP, same right wing. Look at what we did on abortion. We got it done. We got it taken care of. We're just asking for some money or whatever, your vote. So that's a series of my advice. You either got to do it independently through family, friends, whatever. Look for rich people, people connected, or you basically have to tie yourself to an existing politician. And I wouldn't bother with that outside of maybe the internship to get some taste of what I'm talking about. Before you have all the things going for you. Wife, kid, house, maybe if you feel like it's not really that necessary, but, stability and a job. So you got money in your pocket, you don't have any fucking debt, you got money in the account, You have to think of it like in investing in your own business. You got to think of it like that. You're not going into it to make money. So hopefully that helps you out there. So but yeah, living in Milwaukee, man, that's gotta suck. You're close to Red Letter Media, which is funny. They live in, I believe, North Milwaukee. But at the same time, there's also not a lot of nice things happening there right now. Charlie says, going to sleep in the UK, and if Sargon's still around, I just want to say thank you to him and for all he does. He has really guided my growth and principles over the last 5 years as I reached you're 20 years old this year. Much love to you as well, Pastor. Well, thank you there, Charlie. That's very nice of you to say. And good luck with whatever you're up to in the UK. I'll send you... excuse me. I will send him that over... I'll send him that quote. So he'll see it when he wakes up tomorrow. Alright, are we out of Super Chats? Is that it? Is that it? No, one more. Nick's likely either sleeping because of narcolepsy or being a parent. I'm sure he'll get back to you soon rather than later. Also, here is my offering for the pastor. Well, thank you, these hands. It's very nice of you. So that is it as far as things to talk about that I'm aware of. I was gonna fucking go out and have a smoke, or potentially go for a very, and Sargon says thanks to you, Charlie. Sargon just messaged me back, so Sargon says thanks. I was gonna go for a walk. Haven't today. Should really. Gotta get my dumpy ass out of this house, because I didn't really walk much yesterday. Problem is, bro, it's so fucking cold. So fucking cold out. It's like, it's gotta be, I think it's like 10 degrees out right now. It's awful. And it's windy too. It sucks. Let's see here. Let me check Twitter to see if there's anything over there that I missed. Because sometimes somebody pops something up. Oh shit! Oh shit! Yeah, I'm gonna send this to Sargon. There, the captain on Twitter. I'll send this to Sargon too. What the fuck? Come on, Discord. What are you doing? Shit. Yeah, you see, Sargon enjoyed it. Sargon was laughing at that too, like me. I'll put this on screen for you guys to see. I'm going to put it up really quick because I don't want to get my shit flagged. So here is the meme right here. Is whoever this hunter is wearing a MAGA hat. Next stop, 2022. It's pretty good. That's pretty funny. I got to think about that for a little while. Oh shit, here's another one. Here's another one. I'll send this one to Sargon too. Yeah, we gotta spitball, you know, and workshop this idea of the safari in 2022. What is it, the J.A. Hunter, a Republican group or Republican society? Like, we gotta workshop a name, but I do think like this idea of like hunting rhinos is like, that to me is really fucking funny and a very smart idea, because it's not just like, oh, we're the killers and all this stuff, but it's like, we are the Rhino Society, or like the Rhino Hunter Society, something like that. Just, it implies violence, but that is the joke, when in reality, we're just coming for them to eject them from the party. Like, that is our point. It's politics. It's not violence. But it's like the helicopter joke, or the helicopter meme with Pinochet. You know, no one's actually going to be pulling out any fucking Apache helicopters or whatever the fuck. Not Chinooks, whatever they were. Like, no one's pulling out helicopters. Oh, it's just a meme. It's just a joke. But at the same time, it's an implication of violence, and it's basically showing our hand in terms of what we think of the communists. And I don't disavow that meme at all. I think it's very funny. Somebody sent me an article about Canada's population being 100 million. I mean, I can't say that it's up to you guys. I mean, you guys, you're left wing or right wing. Your country's been importing foreigners like there's no tomorrow, comparable to us as well. Oh, shit. Apparently, there was 16 resolutions in the Arizona GOP, or according to the Arizona GOP, or censures, which included Cindy McCain, Doug Ducey, and Jeff Flake. People in response to that are laughing like, "Oh my God, we're gonna take Arizona." It's like, yeah, you guys keep saying that, and it's yet to happen. So good luck there. An article: Facebook is responsible for 94% of 60 million child sex abuse images reported by U.S. tech firms. I could definitely believe that. Will I discuss Loli? Well, I don't know with who I would. That's kind of a violent image there, Volpes. I'm not sure I really like it. And it looks like that is about it on Twitter. So it looks like we're just about done. Oh shit, there's some risque images that somebody sent me. I'll favorite this one. Save it for later. Actually, no, I'm going to retweet it now. I'm not going to put this lowly on screen, but I'll retweet it now. So if you're on my Twitter watching that, you can enjoy that. Let's see. Is there anything else there, chat, that you feel like talking about before I head out? Oh, we got another super chat. Mainly Misheard says, get a damn treadmill. The cheapest one are like $70 to $100. Yeah, I've been thinking about that for quite a while. I don't know. Like, the problem is that the ceiling in my basement where I'm at now, I don't really want to put it upstairs. I'd rather put it downstairs. But I'd have to do some measurements to see if I could actually fit one. Because I've seen a few treadmills in my time. And for some reason, some of them are really low to the floor, and then other ones are, like, boosted way the fuck up. And that when you step on them, they boost you the fuck up. And there is a decent amount of room in my basement. The ceiling is not that, short. But I'm just afraid I'm going to buy one, and then it's not going to work out. So I've been thinking about buying a treadmill for a while. Because I've already bought weights, but I'd have to do some measurements myself just to make sure, what's the measurement between the tread itself that you walk on versus the ground, because you have to basically add those inches, to how tall you are. So you'd measure yourself, you measure those inches, add them together. That's the distance you're going to be standing up in the fucking air. And the problem is basically, what do if I've set this fucking thing up down here, and I'm smacking my head on the fucking ceiling, you know what I mean? Like, it's going to create some problems. In that case, I'll have to do it upstairs, and I don't really want to. But, yeah, maybe I'll have a look at that today. It's a good suggestion. I haven't thought about it in a while. The thing is, in the summers, dude, I love going for jogs and walking outside in the summer. I love spending time outside during the summer. There was one day this summer, I probably walked 8 miles in a fucking day. I jogged some of them, but I'm like, you know what? I don't feel like jogging anymore. I'm just going to walk. I'm just going to go, walk 8 miles. And I basically had, like, powdered my feet and made sure that my feet were dry and all that to make sure I didn't get fucking blisters and all sorts of other shit. And I just basically walked around that whole day, and I got super fucking tan from it. But I just spent my whole day practically outside, and it was great. I enjoyed myself. So that's one of the reasons I don't have a treadmill is I like walking outside. I prefer to be outside when it's good weather. But the problem is it's so fucking cold out is that I'm like sitting here, and I'm getting restless because I want to go outside and do something, but I can't because it's fucking 10 degrees out. It's not even snowy either. It's just windy and it's terrible. But that is a decent suggestion there, good sir. Oh, here's another good image. I'm going to save that one, too. Gotta itch my fucking eyeball real quick. Someone added the Colombian Bugle about the fucking rhino party. That's hunting rhinos. That's hilarious. Somebody sent me some anti-Jew shit. That's nice. Okay, that's great, guys. Thank you. Let's see here. Where the fuck are we? How long have I been going here? Okay, yeah, I won't go for too much longer. But let me actually, where is the chat? Let me see the chat. Yeah, I jog with a hammer, with my tool belt, and with my, oh god, what are those fucking boots? Oh god, what are the boots called? Someone fucking remind me. What are the boots called? Timberlands. Is that it? Is it Timberlands? I always go jogging with my tool belt and my Timberlands. Yeah. All I know is that it's a good day to be somewhere other than the north because it is fucking cold. It is really fucking cold. And the wind is the worst part. Oh shit, we just got a new super chat. It says something about rhinos. Glowy says, I hope you are tracking the rhinos in your state. We need to form a state-by-state independent content creators watch group. Yeah, I mean, that would be nice. I don't really know how many. The only creator that I'm, if he still lives here, is Keemstar. Keemstar apparently lives in Buffalo or somewhere around Buffalo. He's the only content creator that I'm aware of that lives around here. I don't know if someone else, I think, lives in Toronto, maybe more than one person. Oh, and Ontario, too. I think Dev might live in Ontario. Although exactly where, I'm not sure. So there might be a few people around me, but it might be mainly Canadians and a couple random people. Because I'm not driving to fucking New York City to meet up with anybody. Fuck that. Never will. I can't remember if I have driven to New York City by myself. Yes, I have. I've driven through it, but not in it. I drove around it. I want to say once I recall doing that, and that I can't remember. It was like 9 hours, I think. I think it was 9 hours. I can't even remember how long it was, but it was so fucking bad, dude. I never want to do that again for the rest of my life. It sucks so much. Driving on New York State highways, man, it is. I hate driving. I hate driving like that. I hate it so much. You know, after driving like 2.5 hours, bro, I just want to fucking kill myself. I hate it so much. Yep, so I don't know if I can really get on board with the fucking, you know, create some sort of thing like that in New York. It would have to be in my area because I would never want to drive to some, you know, even driving to like Syracuse is a pain in the ass. Yeah, Angry Cops. That's another one. Angry Cops. He lives in Buffalo. I think I've seen him on the street before. Weirdly enough, I think I have seen him before. Which is strange. But Angry Cops is also kind of indescript, so he could be a variety of fucking people. Let's see here. Yeah, okay, that's about it for that. Just want to make sure there wasn't another one. Oh, yeah. Asian says Sims playthrough when? What do you mean by that? What do you mean Sims playthrough when? You're gonna help. You have to help me out here, Asian. What do you mean by Sims playthrough when? Do you mean The Sims? Do you mean a visual novel? You're gonna have to specify that to me, please, because I am not sure what you mean there, brother. Is Asian in the chat so that I could see him? Or no? I guess not. Because gonna need an answer to that because I'm not sure what you mean. And in terms of Glowy says, okay, Glowy just chatted again. In terms of like playthroughs or gaming, the only games that I have that I'm aware of that I would be able to stream would be other not Don't Nod. Well, I guess we could do Don't Nod titles, although I don't really want to. It is the... What is it? What the fuck is the name of the company? Quantic Dream Games. Those are the only games that I have left. I have some Quantic Dream games, one of which is good, which I like, is Heavy Rain. One of which is terrible, which is the worst of all of them, which is, oh god, what is the name of it? I can't launch my Steam because it'll show my ID, but I can't remember the name. I'll look it up. Quantic Dream. Let me find the game. Beyond Two Souls. That is the absolute fucking worst game that they ever created. And they haven't created very many games, but that is the fucking worst. Beyond Two Souls is so fucking bad that it is unbelievable. And it is Don't Nod worthy. Like, it is worthy of that, where it is so unbelievably bad that I think it could be potentially entertaining. So Asian has corrected himself, or corrected me, in saying The Sims. Why would I do a fucking stream of The Sims? That would be one of the most boring fucking streams in the world, bro. Come on. Come on, Asian. That would be one of the most boring streams ever imaginable. I'm glad you have interest in me playing The Sims, but I'm pretty sure that would be a boring goddamn stream. But thank you for the super chats. Glowy says, I know Florida isn't the best place ever, but no one really gives a damn about masks here except in Disney-controlled areas. Yeah, I would say that right now, if I got pushed hard enough, there's rumors that Cuomo is going to be raising taxes here, and I can't find a fucking job. It might come down to the fact that I just basically say, like, fuck it, I'm out of here. And the only state that I have any concept that I'd be willing to go to at the moment is Florida. It's hot as fuck. You sunburn mad easy. There's all kinds of people of certain persuasions all over the place. And my experience isn't very positive with those kind of people. And it's also kind of full. It seems like Florida's fucking filling up. Like, everyone's going to Florida. And so, naturally, I'm sure the housing prices are through the fucking roof. All the prices of everything are going through the roof because there's demand for everything. I'm not sure of the sales taxes there. I imagine they're probably not high there. So maybe that'll help out a little bit. But, I don't know. I'm getting kind of at my wit's end about New York. I just can't take it, you know? I can't stand the state. It seems like there is, like, very little hope for the state because it's just so under the thumb of Cuomo that it's insane. It is something I have never seen before in my life. And it shows no signs of stopping at all. the Republican GOP and the Republican GOP, the GOP of New York are just aimless, don't know what to do, have nothing that they can propose, got nothing to do. So it is what it is. And even if somehow by miracle Cuomo got taken out, it would just be some other fucking piece of shit filling the void for him. And who knows, it could be even worse under that person. So New York at the moment is not very positive here. But yeah, if I was thinking about moving somewhere, Florida is near the top of my list. But then again, my list isn't very long. I don't want to go to Texas. Fuck Texas. Texas is just California. No thanks. I don't really have a very high opinion of Texas. Texas is just California. No thanks. I don't like cities. Don't propose cities to me. I don't like cities. I like warm weather, and I like suburbs. I don't like fucking cities. North Carolina, like everyone else from Buffalo and Rochester already did. North Carolina? If it's cold there, the answer is no. I'm not going anyplace cold. If I'm moving anywhere, it's no place cold. Because I definitely want to live somewhere warm. I can't stand the cold. Now people are apparently disputing states in the chat. I can safely write off New Mexico as well, because I knew somebody who lived in New Mexico, and everything he ever told me about New Mexico made it sound like a gigantic shithole. So sorry if any of you are from New Mexico, but I know somebody that's from there, and he basically spoke about it if it's like basically like one big desert and some trailer parks in between trailer parks, like just a shithole. So don't really want to live in New Mexico. So that's another place. Arizona is probably too hot. Nevada is probably too hot. So I would say that Nevada is also down the list. So is Arizona, because I have family that live there and have been there, and I disliked Arizona and Nevada. Way too fucking hot. And nothing. Just endless desert. Endless nothing. Move to Greenland. Yeah, I don't think so. Hawaii, no thanks. I'd rather not live in a worse version of New York. No thank you. Do not want to live in Hawaii. It's like New York on steroids, except for it has nice weather. I don't really want to live in Utah. I don't really know much about it, but still, I'm not really a Mormon, so why would I live there? Running out of states? Nah. Well, I mean, we could look at it. Probably look at a map. So I'll get that up. Map of United States. Let's see if we can edit it on screen. Let's get all 50 states carefully. Oh, this looks pretty good. Damn it. Damn it, Pinterest, don't fuck me. God, fuck. Stupid fucking thing. I just want the fucking image. Fucking, I hate fucking Pinterest. I seriously hate Pinterest. Shit fucking platform. Okay. Let's see if I can get a screenshot of this. Okay, let's see if this does it. Let's get our highlighting tool, and let's do, I guess, red. So, we got our 50 states here. Oh, that was a bad idea on my part. That was a stupid idea on my part. That was a dumb idea. Okay, there we go. Now I got it fixed. Oh, why do I do dumb things sometimes? I'm gonna have to fix that. God damn it all. Such an idiot. Anyways, let's. I'll give you a once over on the states. So, you look at the states here, and there are the obvious states that no one wants to live in, and that is California. Oops, what the fuck? No, I'm trying to highlight here. Okay, there we go. So, California, we can, say no to. Because the fact is that California is probably one of the worst states in the entire fucking union, and that everyone is leaving it. No one is going to want to live there. So, I don't really know why we would even bother with that state. New York, obviously, we've been having people leaving this state for an incredibly long time, and there's very good reason to do so. Michigan is pretty much in the same condition of New York, as far as I can tell. It's in as bad condition. Wisconsin as well. No, we can write that off. So we could probably write off all these states. Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, South Dakota, Minnesota, right off all these states. Now, and the reason is I know that the temperature here is a little bit different, but the fact is that as far as I know, Montana is cold as well. It has miserable weather as well. Wyoming, I'm not 100% sure. Colorado is a little bit fair. Utah's a bit fair. Nevada's hot as fuck. Idaho, I'm not sure. But Oregon, Washington, we can be sure to cut these off. And the issue is that with this, what states are left? And right now, the only state which I can highlight in green is Florida. It's the only state that I'm currently interested in. Here's another red. Let me bring up the red again. Hold on. The red back. Virginia is a no. DC is a no. Maryland is a no. Delaware, no. New Jersey, no. Massachusetts, no. Maine, no. 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 So now we've written off pretty much most of the North. Not all the North yet, but a lot of it. And now we got yeah, okay, yeah, we wrote this off, okay. We could pretty much put a big X right there. So now the question is, what states are left? And what states people would recommend? Because so somebody said North Carolina. And also Georgia. Let's get off Georgia. Fuck Georgia. Because it's basically a blue state. So, and Texas. I'm putting X on Texas. And Hawaii. Fuck Alaska. Not New Mexico. Not Arizona. Not Nevada. So we're down to these states. If I was going to move anywhere, these are the states that we have left. Utah, Colorado, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois, Indiana. I guess we can write off Illinois as well. Fuck Illinois. Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, Pennsylvania. We'll write off Pennsylvania. Fuck Pennsylvania. I mean, it's better than New York, I guess, but it's not particularly warmer. So what would really be the difference? All right, maybe we'll leave Pennsylvania on the list, I guess. But Pennsylvania, West Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, and I believe that's all of them. But these are the states that are effectively left on here. So I'll leave it to the chat. What do you think? I'm not going to Georgia. Georgia's been axed. Whoever said that, Brando Commando. Georgia's off the list. No, thank you. So what is left? What are your recommendations, people? Puerto Rico, fuck off. Fuck off, chat. No, fuck off, chat. Fuck off with your Puerto Rico. Fuck off. Get out of here. Yeah, I'm waiting, chat. Waiting for chat to catch up. People are saying Ohio. Missouri is technically still on the list. West Virginia? Yeah, I think that's just a meme. Colorado is blue as hell, too. Alabama, Samoa. PA sucks. Disregard Pennsylvania, America, Samoa, Guam. I'll go live in the fucking Philippines then, why don't I? Right off Arkansas? What's wrong with Arkansas? Two wives in Utah. Central Ohio? I don't know. I don't think Ohio's weather is much better than ours. Still on the lakes, so I don't think the weather's much better. Mexico. Arkansas has drug abuse problems, but Florida doesn't. Come on, guys. Brazil, apparently. That's okay, sure. We'll keep Brazil on. It's on the list. Nippon. Okay. Hold on, let me just, I'll put, this is a little bit too big. Hopefully I don't get banned. There you go. It's on the list. It's officially on the list. Nippon is on the list. Not a great end, though. Violence. Chile. Haiti. Oh, yeah, definitely Haiti. That's where I need to go as a person who's white. Yeah, for sure. Earthquake. Liberia. I'm surprised no one said Liberia. I'll put Liberia on the list. Actually, how do you spell Liberia? I forget. Is it just Liberia? I'm going to look that up. Liberia. That's right. All right. We'll put it on the list. Liberia. There you go. Liberia is on the list. It's being considered. We got these are the two foreign states that we got right now. We got Liberia and we got Nippon. Kyrgyzstan, Vietnam. Jesus Christ. Oh, man. Mongolia. Oh, shit. That one caught me by surprise. That's funny. It's a good reference to the previous fucking stream. Mongolia. That's pretty funny. Ireland? I don't know. As far as you know, Ireland has as crappiest weather as I do. Israel. Ooh, there's a woke fucking suggestion right there. Xinjiang. Iwo Jima. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. The memes around Mongolia are fucking hilarious. They really are. Alright. Well, enough of that. I guess people are just gonna get into the memes. We've dropped that. Let's see here. Rural Ontario Moron says, man, getting away from Great Lakes to Northern Rust Belt is a personal fucking dream for warm weather alone. Yeah, pretty much. The weathers here are fucking brutal. They are just brutal. They seemingly are never ending. And it hasn't even been that cold this year. Like, it really hasn't been that cold this year. But it's just like when it does get cold, it is just cold for day after day after day after day. And the wind is just fucking brutal. It's so bad. Brando Commando says, Jogger Central, Georgia is calling your name. Yeah, I don't fucking think so, bro. I don't fucking think so. Is there any more funny things on Twitter? No, that's it. All right. Well, if you have anything else to say, let's get it. You know, let's wrap it up here. We're almost at 5 hours, and I'm pretty much done. I'm gonna go for a quick walk in the fucking tundra, and have that cap off my night, really. So, let me know if there's anything else that you want to talk about. Anything else that's going on. You know, whatever you got going. Let's see here. Okay, I'll just fix that later. Whatever. Cowboy Curtis says, Iowa is pretty epic except for we have cold winters and hot summers. I'm fine with hot summers, dude. There's no such thing as a hot summer for me. All summers are good. Some days, if you spend too much time outside, you can get a little bit fatigued. But it's not really been my experience of getting too fatigued. Is that it, everybody? Are we done? Are we just, you know, spouting random fucking bullshit in the chat of Somalia and random places that I'm supposed to go, and that's about it? Are we done, everybody? Are we done? Are we wrapping this up? Is it time to pull the trigger? Time to end it, so to say? Are we done? How do you send me Copcast videos? Well, you have to send me body cam videos. Send them to me on Twitter. It's the easiest way. Just at me, link a video on from YouTube. It's pretty much the easiest way to get me a view of video. But just understand that I have watched a lot of body cam videos. Be aware. And right now I have, I think, 10 videos, somewhere around there that I have waiting, but I need more. Immigrate to Tim Pool's van down by the river? Sure. Islamic Republic of France? Yeah, I don't think so. No thanks. Well, it's looking like, everybody, that the Steam, the chat rather, has run out of steam, and that we're pretty much done. We're pretty much done. The people listening to this, all 800 of you, you've given up. You've given up hope. You've given up any idea of just continuing. You're like, yeah, fuck it, I'm done. I'm done listening. I'm done talking. I'm done chatting. I'm out of ideas. I got nothing, Louis. There's nothing left. We're on empty. That's it. But all right, I guess I'll just have to accept that from you people. So instead, what I will do is I'll tie this stream off commentary. Jesus, it's like I'm recording something. So thank you guys for listening tonight. I hope you enjoyed the conversation that Sargon and I had. I think it was a good conversation, pretty much as always. Good chemistry between him and I. And I'd like to thank everybody for their super chats. Decent number of them tonight. I'm hoping I got every single one of them. If I haven't, then let me know, and I'll make sure I do in the future, because I'm pretty sure I got to all of them. And I asked any of you had questions for Sargon. I asked them, and if not on screen, send them to him so he at least was aware of them. So yeah, until next time, thanks to everybody for stopping by and for the donations. And if you haven't already, subscribe to me on this channel. Follow me on Twitter, on Gab, on Facebook. Not currently on Parler because it's down. But if you've done all those things already, subscribe to me on Subscribestar. Support me on Subscribestar. Give me the Gibbs, ladies and gentlemen. Give me them Gibbs. And until next time, there should be a commentary coming out soon. I'm editing one at the moment. And somebody just sent in the last second super chat. On the McConnell stuff, you should have asked, why didn't Hannibal move on to Rome, you goon? It's way too hard of a target and a waste of time and efforts. When I defended the towns are there for the picking. As a history grad, I know how to communicate to that ilk. Yeah, I'm sure that would have been a good reference to make. Well, I'll send that to Sargon right now. What am I doing? Damn it! Stupid fucking thing. I think I just fucked around with the monitor. Okay, it should be good now. God damn it. We're having some real technical hiccups on this fucking stream. I'll send this to Sargon. Who's it from? Gibbering Retard. That is great. From Gibbering Retard. There you go. I sent it to Sargon. Gibbering Retard. That is an unbelievable name. But thank you for the super chat. However, though, as I was about to say, great stream tonight, and I'm gonna touch up this stream a little bit before I post it to live afterwards, because I accidentally fucked up. Just touch it up a little bit. But it's not exactly unknowns, as it were, in terms of information. However, I'd like to thank you guys for stopping by tonight, and hope you enjoyed everything. And I'll see you guys in the near future. And I'm going to give this stream another 10 seconds before I cut it off, because if I don't, then YouTube is going to cut it. So, here we go.